Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. Pirates, Robin and I are childhood sweethearts. Chapter 41. Aisha's words cheered up all the soldiers in Sandora. Just now they were discussing how to take back Apayado from Enel, but now this opportunity came to their doorstep. When one of the 4 god-tier officials is removed, it is the time when Enel's power is reduced. If a large-scale attack is carried out at this time, there is a great chance to regain the homeland. And they didn't have the slightest doubt about Aisha's words, because Aisha has been able to use the hard network since she was born, and the range is comparable to Enel, and she has never made any mistakes. Having thought of this, Weber immediately ordered to summon all the soldiers of Sandora to attack Apayado in one fell swoop. Aisha also wanted to follow, but Weber stopped her because she was too young. On the other hand, Lackey carried her baby, Ba, which is dirt, on her back. She said that she would bring more back for her. Lorraine and Robin were walking in Apayado, which was like a primeval forest. The trees here were so big that they blocked out the sun. There were also some chirping of insects and birds, giving the two a sense of familiarity as if they were out for an outing. Lorraine was in a daze while walking. Just now, Tongzi came to life again and told him that all the functions had been integrated. Functional integration. Yes. Based on the fact that Host's current strength has reached the top level in this world, Ben Tongzi will no longer issue tasks. Oh, that means you are really useless. Of course not. Ben Tongzi integrated the upgraded functions to form a new function, that is, the host's daily practice will generate cultivation values, and Ben Tongzi will collect the cultivation values on its own. What's the use of training points? Ahem. This is the point that Ben Tongzi is going to talk about next. Cultivation points can be used to exchange for things in the system mall. The exchanged items can be used by yourself or given to others. How about it? It's awesome. Well, it's quite impressive. What about the mall? Why didn't I see it? It's still in preparation and will be out in a few days. Oh, hot chicken system. What's in the mall? You can buy everything in this world. Tongzi Quan pretended not to hear Lorraine's complaints. He is already a mature Tongzi and needs to learn to filter the host's words by himself. There are no products beyond this world. Yes, Ben Tongzi can't do it. Lorraine, I can't believe what you said so confidently. Lorraine ended the conversation angrily. Sure enough, even if the system has been upgraded, we can't have any expectations. This is also true. With his current strength, except for the thunder fruit, which he really wants, there seems to be nothing that he really needs. And he has already come to get the fruit. The essence of Apayado is the other half of Gaia Island. The area is larger than the lower half, but in the end it is not much bigger. As you walk, the front will suddenly become clear. What came into view was a large area of ruins, with various ruins and broken walls lying in front of him. Robin's pupils were trembling, and he looked extremely excited. He rushed into the ruins in 3 steps and 2 steps at a time. Baby Robin, wait for me. Lorraine saw Robin rushing into the ruins with excitement and hurriedly chased after him. It happens every time. He throws himself aside as soon as he sees something related to history. He can't live this life. On the other side, Luffy and others have entered the range of Apayado on the melee. Nami was so scared that she strangled his neck and kept shaking him. I told you not to come here. There are gods here. Didn't I tell you that I saw a man struck to death by lightning with my own eyes? Are you listening to me? Luffy didn't give Nami any reaction or say anything. Nami, stop shaking. After all, Luffy is the captain. If he misses this adventure, he probably won't be willing to do it for the rest of his life. In the end, it was Zoro who came to the rescue. He was the first to board the ship and the one who understood Luffy best. Gift package for newbies. Seeing that the river was almost at its end, Nami sat down on the deck in despair. Ooh, it's dead, I'm still so young. Luffy squatted next to her with a smile on his face. Don't worry, I originally came to find Lorraine and the others, and this kind of adventure is interesting, hehehehe. It's not all your fault. Nami raised her head and replied angrily, then froze. That's the devil ahead of you. Great, Lorraine and Sister Robin, you must be on the ship, and then we'll leave this hellish place right away. Her words also attracted the attention of others, especially Luffy. How great. Lorraine and the others are indeed here too. Brothers, get ready to start your adventure. As the boat slowly approached the altar, the group of people climbed out of the boat. The first thing that caught their eyes was the pile of shrimp shells and fish bones, which were very conspicuous. And the fire on the side was still smoking. This made Nami's eyes blur. Light. It was obvious that Lorraine and his wife had a picnic here not long ago, and they climbed onto the devil impatiently. Lorraine, Sister Robin, are you there? Unfortunately, no one responded to her. Unwilling to give up, she entered the cabin to search again. It was finally confirmed that neither of them was on the boat. Really, these two are usually lazier than the other, why did they both run out today? You must not be able to resist going out for adventure. How cunning, you didn't even wait for us. Ha 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 ha. Luffy didn't think the matter was too big to add fuel to the fire, and directly detonated Nami, who was in pessimism, and hit him with 2 punches. SMI Marseille. Nami is so scary. Luffy was beaten up, and he apologized to Nami while trembling with a big bag on his head. Well, no matter what, we have to wait for them to come back, or let's go out and look for them. Zoro leaned against the mast with his arms folded, and Sanji lit a cigarette. With their strength, there shouldn't be any problems. They will probably be back soon. It's better not to go out, lest they get separated again, especially you, Green Algae Head. Hearing this, Zoro's expression froze and he gritted his teeth. Cook, you want to die, don't you? I don't mind killing you now. Did I say something wrong? You idiot. The two of them fought every day and started fighting on the spot. Quiet down, ma'am. It was still Nami who broke up the fight, and sighed after stopping the two people from taking action. Alas, Sanji is right, they will definitely come back if the devil is here. With their strength, there will be no danger, so we should just wait for them to come back. Everyone agreed, except Luffy, who was dissatisfied and the boss was not happy. I don't want it. I want to go out for adventure. Nami, who was rare, did not attack him, but coaxed him in a soft voice. Luffy, be obedient. Wait until Lorraine and the others come back before we go on adventures together. Adventures are important, but partners are equally important, right? Yada. They don't need to worry. I want to go by myself. Don't make me do it. Nami stared at him with sinister eyes, and Luffy shivered. At that time, he gave up the idea of going out on an adventure alone. It's not that he's a coward, it's out of respect for the navigator. Then looking at the pile of shrimp shells and fish bones next to him, he felt hungry again. I'm hungry. Yossi, let's eat. Other people, Tai Ba, didn't you just eat it? What? There's nothing to do if I stay here. I happen to be hungry again. What's wrong with eating something? There's really nothing I can do about you. Sanji complained and went in to cook. Luffy couldn't help but smile happily after seeing him. Then everyone, let's go fishing too. There's not enough food on board the Melee. At this time, Lorraine and Robin had entered the center of the ruins. They read part of the history of the Golden City from the inscriptions and learned that this once prosperous city perished 800 years ago. This happened to be the same time as the world government was established. Robin guessed that the city's demise was closely related to the world government. Maybe the world government destroyed it specifically to cover up the blank 100 years. Then it also illustrates one thing from the side. This place must have had a real history. And it is probably related to the blank 100 years. Robin became more and more excited, holding a small notebook and taking notes along the way. But he soon discovered something was wrong. No, this is too different from the record. Ah, what, isn't it here? Lorraine was surprised, yes. He also saw just now that it was Sandora mentioned here. After years of training from Robin, Lorraine can also read some ancient texts, but not much. It is equivalent to kindergarten level. The scale is very different from what is recorded. Daoyun, could it be? Robin looked at the island clouds under his feet and quickly climbed up to the tallest building in the city center. Oh, so that's what's wrong, Wait for me. Lorraine quickly followed. After entering the building in the city center, it turned out that there was an island cloud inside. After Robin identified the location, he started digging downwards. Let me. Lorraine pulled out her soul and was ready to do it in one step. Wait a minute. Don't destroy this place. Robin stopped him quickly, but Lorraine hesitated, took back the knife angrily, and dug up the island cloud honestly, digging through the cloud in a while. Then the two people jumped down, and after cutting down countless vines, light appeared in front of them. How spectacular! The two people are now at a lookout, with endless buildings below them, some of which are still well preserved after thousands of years of time. Various murals record the city's former glory. Sandora, the golden city that perished 800 years ago, didn't expect it to be so majestic. After looking at it for a while, Robin jumped directly. My hard-working life is even more tiring than shopping. Robin walked among the ruins of the ancient city, looking solemn and wondering what she was thinking. Lorraine followed her quietly without disturbing her. Suddenly Robin was shocked and ran quickly to a dilapidated building. There was an inscription here, but it was not a historical text. It was just in ancient characters, but it was enough. If you can understand this city, this trip will be well worth it. Robin stepped forward and read it carefully, and Lorraine also stared at it. Heart, history, big clock tower, forget it, I don't know it. What does baby Robin say on it? Lorraine hesitated for a long time and only recognized a few words, then turned to ask Robin. Keep your thoughts deep in your heart and remain silent. We are the ones writing history, and we are with the bells of the bell tower. Oh, the big clock tower and the golden clock, that thing is on top of the big vine. Lorraine had already remembered it at this time. She blurted it out subconsciously. Huh, how did you know? Robin was so surprised that Lorraine had never been separated from her along the way, and he couldn't understand the ancient text, so how did he know? Lorraine. Oh, what a mouthful. Although it was okay to tell Robin about this, it was not easy to explain how he knew it. That's it. I guessed it. Robin stared at him with bright eyes, and the expression on his face seemed to say, do you think I look like a fool? Ahem, actually when I first arrived on this island, I used my sense of sight to explore every corner. I once had a vague feeling that there was something like a clock. Really, I can also see and hear domineering. Why can't I feel it? Because mine is already top-notch and can even predict the future, so it must be possible to find something accurately, ha. After hearing this, Robin felt that he was justified and believed him for the time being. Lorraine wiped his hands in a cold sweat. It was not easy to make up an excuse to deceive him. It almost gave him a CPU burn. The brief vision of the future was indeed true, but accurately finding a clock tower was pure nonsense. It is true that one can feel the changes in the breath of all things by seeing, hearing, and seeing, but it is strange that something like the golden bell, which has not been touched for thousands of years, can change its breath. Or like Enel, you can hear some words accurately with the addition of fruit abilities. But there is no function to find things. Fortunately, Robin was fooled. Then let's go up. Where did you say you were going? Of course we go up to the top of the vine. We didn't find any historical text here, and the golden bell is on top. Then the historical text is very likely to be on top too. Well, it's not impossible. What you said makes sense, but it's too high. You may not be able to climb it even if you climb it in a day. So I have an idea. What? How about I just cut down the vine? Then no matter whether it is a golden clock or a historical article, it will fall down. No, if such a huge thing hits it, it will definitely destroy the ruins. And who knows if there might be something more important on top. What if it's destroyed? Robin hurriedly refused, which was expected by him. After all, besides himself, Robin should value history the most, and then he thought of a reason. Then it's too late today. Let's take a rest and go up tomorrow. Lorraine felt aggrieved. The huge vines were difficult to climb at first sight. But baby Robin didn't agree and it was hard to do it directly. Robin saw that it was indeed getting late, and then agreed. But the two of them had no plans to go back to the devil. Luffy had to wait for a long time after finishing his food. Lorraine and the others didn't come back either, so he finally got impatient. At his constant request, everyone went to the forest, leaving Chopper to look after the house alone. Then another priest, Sidori, who came to kill everyone, was beaten violently. Chopper also blew the whistle given by Gon 4, and both of them were beaten violently. What a tragic word. In the end, he was rescued by Nan and Matori. When Zoro and others came back when it got dark, Chopper was so moved that he cried. Strangely enough, although Zoro gets lost every time, he always gets to his destination the fastest. No one found Lorraine and the two, because at this time the two were living a sweet life together. Lorraine was always eager to do more meaningful things with Robin on the cloud. Robin blocked him with just one sentence. Our God can accurately send down lightning from such a distance. This is where he lives. Maybe he can suddenly come over and take a look. If you don't mind. Robin said and gently pinched the corner of his clothes. Lorraine's face turned black and she quickly held it down. Enel, you have another reason to die. Lorraine was thinking viciously in her heart. Robin looked at his expression and the corner of his mouth curled up. Take it, hee. Apiado seemed very quiet at night. Lorraine, who had nothing to do, was leaning against a wall that looked pretty solid. Robin was leaning on Lorraine's shoulder and taking a nap with his eyes closed. The dim firelight shines on Robin's face, which is so pretty. Over the years, Lorraine has changed from the evil intentions when they first met to full love. What are you looking at? Look at you. I haven't seen enough since I was young. No, I haven't seen enough. Even a lifetime is not enough. Humph. Go to bed quickly, I'm tired today. Lorraine hugged Robin into her arms and slowly closed her eyes. Compared to the warmth in Lorraine, there is one place that is brightly lit and lively, and that is the altar. Luffy and his group were having a banquet again, and Gonfor and Chopper had recovered and joined the banquet. Even the wolves that were disturbed by the group and came to look for trouble were assimilated by Luffy. It can only be said that he is worthy of him and can be friends with anything. The next day. This is the day when the trial of God begins. Lorraine woke up before dawn. There was no other reason. It was simply because it was too difficult to sleep in the wild. He leaned against the wall all night and was unable to move anywhere. At this moment, Lorraine missed his 3 meters. Big bed. Robin slept in a daze last night and felt uncomfortable, so he sat in his arms and slept peacefully surrounded by him. Hot chicken system. Tongzi. Host, why does it matter to Ben Tongzi that you didn't sleep well after spending the night in the wild? You don't even have system space. If you could bring a tent, bedding or something like that, would I still have to sleep in the open air in the wild? Are you saying it's not your fault? Tongzi. It seems to make sense. No, but even if there are things that are not produced by Tongzi, they shouldn't be allowed in. Don't bother me with that useless thing. Couldn't I have bought it if I had opened the mall earlier? It's still your fault. Host, you have no cultivation and no cultivation value. Lorraine was stunned and made up her mind to throw the blame to Tongzi. Putting aside the facts, you are not wrong at all. Cultivation values are not obtained casually. The rubbish system is talking back. Tongzi, this person is unreasonable and has gone into hiding. After quarreling with the system, Lorraine felt very relaxed and didn't move because baby Robin hadn't woken up yet. Lorraine just kept hugging Robin and waiting for her to sleep until she woke up naturally. Robin baby, you're awake. Yeah, you just keep holding me to sleep. Yeah, idiot, it must be uncomfortable to sit all the time. Of course not, don't you know my physique yet? In fact, with Lorraine's physique, it would be fine even if he hibernated in the wild. It was just for one night. There was really no discomfort except for the fact that his posture was wrong and he couldn't sleep well. Robin bent his eyebrows, gave Lorraine a sweet kiss, and got up from his arms. Baby Robin, just eat bananas and apples for breakfast. We finished eating the meat yesterday. Yeah, listen to you. Lorraine also carried a large bag of fruit. Eating some for breakfast would not affect what he had to do today at all. The two of them packed up and headed upstairs. There was still a big project to be carried out today, and Enel was also on the vines. When I came here, it was slow because I had to record all kinds of history, but now it's much easier to go up. In 10 minutes, I arrived at the center of the upper ruins where the two people jumped down. After arriving at the bottom of the huge vine, Lorraine swallowed. Baby Robin, do we really have to go up? I think it would be faster to cut it down. Do you want to think about it again? No cutting is allowed. These are precious heritage left by ancient people. We must cherish them. Robin pinched Lorraine's face and said seriously. Okay, if you don't want to cut it, don't cut it. With a long sigh, he started walking up. This huge vine was twisting and growing upwards, giving Lorraine the feeling of walking up a spiral staircase. Robin walked in front, and Lorraine followed 2 steps behind. At the same time, the color of sight and smell shrouded himself to cover up his aura. The two people walked and stopped all the way, and after more than an hour, they arrived at the level where the Enel shrine is located. At this time, Luffy and the others slowly woke up. After looking around, they found that Lorraine and the others had not returned yet, but they had no intention of caring about them at this moment, because they discovered yesterday that this island belonged to Gaia Island. The other half. This confirms that the great liar Nolando is not the real liar. The things recorded in his logbook are all true, so the golden clock is also true. The group of people decided to find the golden bell and ring it. They also had to deal with the weird trial that they didn't know when it would come. After roughly dividing the work, we set off separately. Lorraine took Robin to the island cloud where Enel Shrine is located, and then a huge circular building appeared in front of them. There is a big word, God, written on the door facing them. Lorraine. Chinese characters are awesome. At this time, there was no one from the God team outside the shrine, because Enel was inside watching the trial. He started with his hard net, and asked others how many people they thought would be left after 3 hours. The remaining 3 God tier officers were not there. They went to the lowest level of Apayado last night to prepare for the trial. At this time, there were only 2 female God tier officers and 3 male God tier officers around him. Lorraine and the 2 came to the door of the shrine and knocked on the door, which was somewhat polite. Moses, is there anyone in there? Enel, who was looking very excited, suddenly looked a little ugly when he heard this voice, because his hard network did not sense anyone approaching. Some of the divine attendants next to him were also a little surprised. Who would come here at this time? Could it be that the 3 priests or the chief of the divine soldiers are back? Impossible. The trial is over so soon. Shut up. You. Go to the gate of opening. I want to see that little mouse sneaking up. The whispers of the people next to him made Enel a little irritated, and he immediately ordered a godly attendant to go to the gate of opening. So far, he still hasn't felt anyone at the door because Lorraine has not yet collected his knowledge. Although Enel's intelligence was strong, it was still a bit inferior compared to Lorraine. Just when the divine attendant came to the door, there was a bang. The entire door exploded and knocked the divine attendant away. Except for Enel, the other 4 people's eyes popped out of their sockets, and their tongues stuck out like snakes. They couldn't believe that someone dared to do something here. It was just a door and did not stir up any smoke. The figures of the 2 people just appeared in the eyes of Enel and his divine attendant. At the same time, Lorraine also saw them. I just said there is someone. If you don't have the gate of opening yet, just kick him open. Robin next to him nodded noncommittally. Anyway, Lorraine had already said that there was no golden bell here, so let him kick it. Godly attendants. The people at the gate of opening were kicked out by you. 2 little mice from Qinghai. How dare you sneak up here? I don't know how you avoided the hard net. Enel's expression remained unchanged and he spoke to the 2 of them calmly. His pants are so ugly. Yeah, I think so too. Lorraine ignored Enel's words and complained about his pants. Robin agreed. Indeed, Enel's bloomers really didn't sell well. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Interesting. Enel laughed angrily. In his eyes, these 2 people were really reckless. Even if they came here, they dared to ignore his words and criticize him. He was no longer ready to ask any more questions and just killed him. These 2 little mice are what he wants to do most right now. 50 million volts discharge. The moment he raised his hand, Lorraine picked up Robin and shaved him directly to the other side. Escaped. There were 2 little mice who escaped my sanctions before. It seems you are the ones. Are you also a user of the hard network? Enel was a little shocked, because Lorraine was so fast. And through this, he saw that Lorraine also knew how to do it, but on the surface he still looked plain. It's rude. I'll let you live for 1 more day without being grateful. You actually attacked me right away. Lorraine put down Robin not far from Enel, and said with a dissatisfied tone, don't most masters have to talk before taking action? Why don't you play your cards according to the routine? Enel laughed again after hearing his words, and then his face darkened. You want to kill me? Yeah, I'm attracted to your stuff. If it hadn't been for a lot of things yesterday, and then he helped Robin find ruins or something, maybe he would have shouted yesterday, Enel is a big fool, and then waited for him to send his head over. Yeah, ha 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 ha, how audacious. Do you know what kind of existence I am? Of course, Logia's ability user. To be honest, you are not worthy of the title of God. Enel was startled when he heard this, gritted his teeth and said, You little mouse from Qinghai, you know a lot. Are you ready to be punished by me personally? Oh, are you confident? Of course, I am the thunder itself that people fear and worship like a god. Even if I stand still, you can't attack me. Silly batch. Baby Robin, help me get it. After handing the fruit to Robin, Lorraine came to Enel with a whoosh without even pulling out the knife. Although Enel was still surprised by Lorraine's speed, he still had a disdainful expression on the surface. Forget it, let mortals like you first understand what kind of existence I am, and then feel despair is what a god should do. Yeah. Boom. Before Enel could even laugh out loud, he was punched in the face by Lorraine's armor-clad fist. He flew far to the left, and did not stop until he hit the wall of the shrine, just to avoid being hit by him. Concussion coming. Look, let me tell you, there are always stupid Logia users who think they are invincible, right? After Lorraine punched Enel away, she didn't rush to pursue him. Instead, she complained to Robin that Enel was a big fool. Well, that's normal. After all, few people in the first half of the Grand Line knew about the existence of hockey. Robin watched quietly from the side, and gave his own opinion after hearing Lorraine's words. When the other 4 divine servants saw Enel being beaten out, they once again showed a horrified expression of staring and sticking out their tongues, and then disappeared in a flash. They disappeared without a trace, even the gods were beaten. Are they still here waiting to die? Lorraine also used a lot of force in this punch. It took Enel a long time to recover, and his mouth and nose were bleeding. No, impossible. How can there be anyone in this world who can attack Lei? Could it be that he is also a user with some kind of strange ability? Enel sat up from the ruins of the wall. He felt no part of his body without pain. He lost several teeth. He wiped the blood from his mouth and his eyes were cold. I admit that you succeeded in irritating me. Qinghai people, since you can attack me, just don't get hit by you. I hope you will dare to attack next. Oh, just try it. Lorraine was noncommittal. Enel took another breath, stood up slowly, and hit the 4 drums behind him with the golden stick in his hand, releasing thunder and lightning to surround himself. He wanted to use his strongest move to send this person away. 2 people go to hell. 20 million volts Thor. Enel turned completely white, with lightning surrounding his body, and his body became fatter several times, looking like a full Luffy, and his hair turned into an afro. Lorraine, watch out. Robin couldn't help but remind her when she saw this. With Enel fully activating the fruit's ability, she felt that the air around her was full of electricity, making her skin feel numb. Well, don't worry, Lorraine replied, slowly pulling out the soul, and the armed domineering force slowly covered it. He had to admit that Enel in this state was very strong. It was just that there was still a billion-point gap compared to him. When Enel saw him pull out the knife, he felt relieved. It would be better to use a knife. Electrocute him. Yeah, ha ha ha. Use a knife. Metal conducts electricity. After saying that, he rushed straight towards Lorraine. Brontosaurus. One sword-style split slash. With a bang, the 2 attacks met in the air, and then the clouds exploded. Enel showed an expression as if the circuit was flying. He couldn't think of anything that could split the Brontosaurus apart. I said, being distracted during a battle is not a good habit. Enel was still surprised when Lorraine's voice came from behind. Enel turned around and saw the knife in Lorraine's hand raised high. At this time, the Yuhun is no longer just armed with hockey, but also has conquerors wrapped around it. It is exuding black and red lightning, etc. PFF'd. With one strike, there was a wound from Enel's right shoulder to his left waist that almost split his whole body open, and the internal organs inside could be vaguely seen. While flying out, Enel also retreated from the Thunder God state and turned into his normal form lying on the ground, vomiting blood from his mouth. Impossible. How could there be someone stronger than God? I haven't gone to the infinite land yet. Lorraine shook hands. MD felt a little numb. He didn't expect that even after using Batang, he still got electrocuted. In the top of the war, Aokiji followed Whitebeard's knife and froze him, but Whitebeard was not injured. It's okay for the protagonist to be slightly shocked here. I can only say that you are too ignorant. You are just a Logia fruit user. You don't even know the domineering power and you dare to call yourself a god. Lorraine shook hands again, changed Yuhun's hand and walked to Enel's side. The injury caused by the knife was not just one that stopped his heart, and could not be restored with electrotherapy. Enel raised his head unwillingly and stared at Lorraine. God, how could lose to a mortal like you? God, sanctions. Enel wanted to use his last strength to send out another divine sanction to kill Lorraine, but he just stretched out his right hand and hadn't started to exert force yet. Lorraine chopped off his head with a swipe, leaving his unwilling eyes staring ahead, but he soon lost focus, and then Lorraine slowly put away the knife. Lorraine took a long breath and walked back to Robin with cheerful steps, and asked her to get back the fruit she had just given to Robin. She immediately opened the cloth bag and started looking for it. What are you looking for? Nice one, Lorraine replied, as if she thought it was too slow, and poured out all the fruits. Then a yellow fruit covered with lightning-like spikes appeared in his sight. Found it, ha ha ha. Lorraine quickly picked up the fruit. Devil fruit, how come there is one here? Robin was full of surprise. She had seen every fruit in the bag, and there was absolutely no devil fruit in it. Hey, this is the thunder fruit. How come? I'll explain it to you later. He was not in a hurry when he didn't get the fruit. Once he got it, he couldn't help it. He took a bite and ate it. Then he froze, then trembled all over and turned blue. Robin was so frightened when he saw this. Tears welled up in his eyes. What's wrong, Lorraine? Don't scare me. Don't eat it. Spit it out. As she spoke, she dug her hand into Lorraine's mouth. She had also eaten devil fruit. Although she had eaten it accidentally, this had never happened before. Could it be that this one was not a devil fruit, but another poisonous fruit? Will he die if he eats it? He needs to spit it out quickly. Lorraine's head was buzzing from the taste in her mouth, and she had no intention of paying attention to what Robin said. The taste was 100 times more terrible than what was described in the original novel. It's like canned herring plus pickled puffin plus stinky tofu plus vomit fruit or mixed together and then put into stinky socks to ferment. At this time, there was only one thought left in Lorraine's mind: can't vomit. Then, after his expression changed several times, he swallowed it with a gulp. The mouth area is so delicious. Hearing this, Robin was stunned and put back the tears that had already fallen. A few blue veins clearly appeared on her head. She was so worried. But you told me that it was because the fruit tasted unpalatable. The fist became hard on the spot. Anyway, one bite will be effective, just throw away the rest. Lorraine was thinking this, and just as she was about to throw it, she felt her ears being grabbed. Suffer. Danger. As soon as he raised his head and was about to quibble, he saw Robin's red eyes, and his words were stuck in his throat. Robin hadn't shown such an expression in a long time. I'm sorry, Robin. I made you worry. This time it's because the fruit is too unpalatable. I promise I won't do it again in the future. Lorraine hugged Robin hard and comforted her gently. Robin was also soft-hearted. After Lorraine apologized, she let go and let Lorraine hold her. She was really scared just now. Broken. Now the only most important person left in her life is Lorraine. If he had any shortcomings, she really wouldn't want to live. It took a while before Robin asked him out loud in Lorraine's arms. So are you a capable person now? The voice was muffled and had a coquettish feeling. Lorraine felt very comfortable hearing it. Yes, let me take a look. The moment Lorraine swallowed it, he felt that he could control thunder and lightning, but before he could feel it carefully, his ears were caught. Now he can clearly feel the majestic power of thunder and lightning in his body. He is even the lightning itself. As long as he wants to, any part of his body can become lightning. Not only that, his hockey of wisdom and information has been strengthened by the fruit. Now he can clearly hear Luffy singing. The southern island is so warm. Lorraine. What the hell are you singing? He quickly put away what he had seen and heard. He didn't like eavesdropping unless there were special circumstances. Only Enel was such a fool. I don't know if he couldn't control it or he had to monitor the entire island. He kept it open all day and night, with so many sounds. It doesn't bother him if it rings in his ears. Well, I'm already an Esper. The Esper of the Thunder Fruit. Lorraine gave the exact answer, and as he spoke, a flash of lightning appeared on his fingertips. He threw it out and hit Luffy on the head. Luffy, what just happened? That's incredible. How did you know? Lorraine knew that Robin was asking how he knew it was the thunder fruit, and he even ate it directly. I heard someone say before that if a person with an ability dies, his ability will not disappear, but a devil fruit with the corresponding ability will be regenerated nearby. I see, then how did you know that there was thunder fruit here and prepare the fruit in advance? That fruit is really for eating, I didn't know it before. It's a coincidence, and the one I gave to Nami before, ha, ha ha. Robin's big eyes stared at him like this, making Lorraine's scalp numb. Oh, that's how it is. Robin did not continue to ask, and buried his head in Lorraine's chest again. Since Lorraine didn't want to say anything, forget it, as long as he was fine. Robin didn't move and Lorraine just held her. No one said anything. After an unknown amount of time, Robin suddenly raised his head. I thought of something. What? You are also a person with abilities now. If the two of us fall into the water together, will we both drown and be eaten by fish? Lorraine, can you think on the bright side? No, don't worry. There are so many people with abilities and I haven't heard of anyone who drowned, isn't there Nami and the others? Oh, let's go. Robin responded and then let go of Lorraine and walked outside. Where to go? Didn't you say that the golden clock is on top of the vine? Since it's not here, it must be higher up. Of course it must go up. Bridge bean sack. Lorraine threw half of the thunder fruit to the side, lowered his head and stretched out his hand to shout. What's wrong? I'm hungry. Robin, how about you go first? I'll come back later. There's really nothing I can do against you. Let me go with you. Robin sighed. She thought Lorraine had anything else important to do. How could such a large shrine house so many magical soldiers and priests without food reserves? Lorraine dived directly into the back of the shrine. Sure enough, there was a lot of food here, and a lot of it was already cooked. Lorraine jumped on it and ate it. Seeing how delicious he was eating, Robin, who had eaten fruit in the morning, couldn't help but eat some more. Indeed, the various dishes on Sky Island have a different flavor compared to the ones below. Lorraine didn't stop talking for a whole hour, almost eating himself into a ball, and 1/3 of the food in the warehouse was destroyed by Lorraine. I am full. Yeah, then why don't you come up with me? Okay. With that said, Robin carried his small bag and walked out. Lorraine had just taken 2 steps and found that she was exhausted. Look, my life is returned. My stomach shrank instantly, and then I started to poop like crazy. I didn't even bring any fruit with me. Now that I've eaten all the thunder fruit, why would I bring that thing with me? ... When the battle between Lorraine and Enel was about to begin, he no longer concealed his aura. The 3 priests who were fighting the Straw Hats and the Sandians felt 2 more voices coming from the shrine. But in less than 2 minutes, another one disappeared. They subconsciously thought that their gods had punished the 2 uninvited guests, and they didn't think about their gods at all. There was only one exception, and that was Elsa. She could tell who each sound belonged to. Her eyes widened the moment Enel's head was missing. God. Enel's voice disappeared. It was the Qinghai people who did it. The expression of surprise was all over her little face, and it took her a while to recover. She couldn't imagine how someone from Qinghai could defeat God. No, I have to tell Lackey and the others. After talking to the elder, he rode a powerful car and hurried to a Piato. Lorraine and the 2 left the shrine and continued to walk up. The vines above became thinner and thinner, and the spiral staircase at the beginning turned into a large rotating pillar. You need to use a knife to stand firmly on it, but Robin's words make it much easier. Use your own ability to grow hands on the vines, and it is very convenient to just step on them. Lorraine felt that walking was getting more and more uncomfortable, and she wanted to use her power to fly up directly. She had obtained such an amazing power and still walked. Where is the law of heaven? For a moment, she looked at Robin like a resentful woman. Robin naturally noticed Lorraine's resentful gaze, but she didn't say that she was laughing secretly. No matter how awesome you are, you have to walk with me. After more than an hour, the 2 people arrived at the top of the ruins. There was indeed a huge golden clock here, and they saw a historical text on the base of the golden clock. It's really here. That is, when did I lie to you? The night before yesterday. Lorraine, although, there is indeed such a thing, but it is just a joke. Who knew you were there too? Hee hee. You're kidding. Mwah. Seeing Lorraine frustrated, Robin smiled and gave him a sweet sip, and then walked up to the golden clock with an excited face. The radiance in Yan's eyes was as if he was meeting an old friend he hadn't seen for many years. The ancient weapon Poseidon who bears the name of God. Robin quickly read through the content recorded in this historical article, but did not get the historical information she wanted, and seemed a little disappointed. What's wrong? Isn't there any history recorded in this area? Lorraine knew from the look on her face that there was probably no history she wanted to understand in this piece of history. What is recorded here is the location of an ancient weapon. I don't want to know this. It doesn't matter. There are only a few pieces of this historical article. Sooner or later we will find them all. It took one piece more than a year to find them all. Don't worry. Robin also knew that this matter could not be rushed, but she was still not happy that the history was not recorded in 2 consecutive pieces. Robin baby, look here. Robin heard this and looked at the golden clock base pointed by Lorraine. Just now, her attention was all on the historical text, and she didn't notice that there was a line of words next to it, which was the line engraved by Kazuki Odin. I came here to guide this text to the final island. One Piece. Galdi. Roger. He brought all the history to Lovedrew. Lorraine is right, One Piece Roger is the one who knows all the history. One day I will also interpret all the blank 100 years of history. Announce it to the whole world. After reading that paragraph, Robin said to himself silently, while Lorraine scratched his head with a confused look on his face. What is written in this? PFF, let's go. It's useless for you to read. You don't listen to me when I tell you to study. Robin couldn't help laughing, said hello and walked down. You still have to go. Aren't you done with everything? Aren't you going back? Come back. But this is not urgent. Luffy and the others are still fighting down there. It won't be over soon, so take a rest first. Yeah, that's okay. Then the 2 people sat down on it and began to enjoy the scenery. This is the highest place on the entire Sky Island, and it is also the top of the Jet Cloud. You can see the farthest point. It's a pity that such a beautiful scenery cannot be preserved. Wait a minute. Robin baby, wait for me for a moment. With that, Lorraine disappeared with a sizzle. Robin was stunned. Why was this guy going? He said he was resting and ran away by himself. When Lorraine reappeared, she was already on the devil. Needless to say, the speed of light was really fast. She could even support herself by delivering food. I got into the cabin and rummaged through the boxes to find the camera I had spent a huge sum of money to buy, and then returned to the top of the ruins with a sizzle. Come on, baby Robin, let me take a picture for you. This fruit power is really convenient. Robin rolled his eyes. It turned out that this guy was taking a camera. He happened to be able to use it, so he took Lorraine's camera and went to take photos of historical articles. Lorraine. We just said we were delivering food, but now we are delivering food. Lorraine, who was suddenly abandoned, had nothing to do, and then started the battle of seeing and peeping below. At this time, the battle below has also reached its final stage. Zoro vs. Ohm, and Weber vs. Dashin are fighting fiercely. The big snake Sky Lord is also here, and Luffy, Nami and others are playing a roller coaster in his belly. Just a few minutes ago, Elsa and Nami came here on Weibo. Elsa told Weber the news that Enel was dead. But no one believed her, and the 2 priests even taunted her. In their minds, Enel could not be defeated. Weber didn't quite believe what she said and even hurt her. She hid when she was scared. Nami saw that the situation was tense and was ready to hide, and then she and Elsa were swallowed by the snake. Weber's eyes widened when he saw it, and he immediately launched a cannon attack on the Lord of the Sky. The Sandians did not lose too many people due to the fall of Enel, and there were still more than 30 survivors. These remaining Sandians launched an attack on the Great Mountain of the magic weapon. Zoro saw it and was about to attack the big snake with Weber, but he kept being interfered by Ohm. Then Zoro directly got into a fight with Ohm. When he was thrown down by the guide bird, he saw Ohm slashing Chopper away with a knife. He didn't know whether he was alive or dead. This guy hurt Chopper so badly, and now he stops himself from saving Nami. It's simply unforgivable, but the opponent's domineering attitude is also very difficult to deal with. Time returns to the present, and both Weber and Zoro are in varying degrees of trouble. With the blessing of the hard network, the priest is not easy to deal with. Isn't it domineering? It's really difficult to deal with, but we have someone who is much stronger than you. Zoro gasped and complained about Ohm, and tied up his turban. But, no matter how strong he is, it's his business. If he can't even defeat you, let alone protect others. Then he started to recite a poem, about 36 worries in one life. Lorraine could hear it clearly in the sky. After reciting the poem, Zoro killed Ohm with one move of the 18 worries wind. On the other side, Weber also seized the opportunity and risked his life to kill the mountain with a volley shell. So far, the Enel team was completely wiped out. The two men looked at each other. Next, it's time to save the people you want to save wholeheartedly. The two people rushed towards the Lord of the Sky at the same time. Why are you still fighting? Go down and take a look. Lorraine was stunned for a moment, but these two people probably didn't want to eat snake meat. Weber didn't know, and Zoro was definitely not that kind of person. Robin, please wait for me for a while, I'll go down and take a look. Well, go ahead. Then he disappeared with a hiss and came to a place not far behind the two people. Why are you beating it? Do you want to eat snake meat? Although he didn't know how this Qinghai man appeared, Weber glanced at him casually and ignored him, but continued to pull the trigger. Lorraine, you finally showed up. Come and fight this big snake with me. He ate Nami. Zoro was also quite surprised when he saw Lorraine's expression. He couldn't help but the Lord of the Sky must be able to do it. Lorraine was also surprised when he heard that the big snake had eaten Nami. What? Hurry up and save people, you idiot. Lorraine didn't care either. Zoro called him a fool, and he would be beaten back anyway. It was important to save Nami now, otherwise he would be digested into cakes later. Although Nami, the little sister, is not very cute in front of him, it doesn't mean that Lorraine doesn't like her, but she can't let the snake eat her. It's just a good time to test her new abilities. Thunder. As Lorraine finished speaking, a white light flashed in the sky, and a huge bolt of lightning struck straight at the Lord of the Sky. Hiss. The Lord of the Sky only had time to hiss before he was electrocuted and incapacitated, and even the snake's skin was scorched. Weber's eyes widened. This was clearly Enel's ability. Suddenly, he remembered what Aisha said. Enel was killed by Qinghai people. Is it true? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but turn his eyes to Lorraine. Zoro didn't know whose ability this was because he had never seen Enel take action, but he was mentally prepared for Lorraine's power. After experiencing the initial shock, he quickly recovered. Nami and the others are also inside, won't you electrocute her to death together? Lorraine's proud expression just now froze. It should not be possible. Go and have a look. He pulled Lorraine and rushed forward, but when he got to the mouth, he had difficulty again. Should he split the snake open? Or should he go in through the mouth? Of course Lorraine didn't want to go in, so he suggested splitting the snake open. But Zoro didn't agree, and the guy just shocked him. Nami and the others didn't know what was going on. If he were to stab him again, it would be more dangerous than good. Lorraine felt the same way. She didn't know where Nami was. If she couldn't see it with one cut, wouldn't she have to continue cutting? She could have gone in through her mouth. Fortunately, the big snake didn't have bad breath and was big enough. The two of them entered without any obstacles and entered the big snake's belly smoothly. It's really spacious in here. Of course, with such a big body, it is natural that there is a lot of space in the belly. Let's find Nami and the others first. Yeah, but why does this guy eat everything? The Lord of the Sky's stomach was not what the two of them imagined. They didn't encounter mucus or stomach acid. Instead, there were ruins, all kinds of stones and construction waste everywhere. It's like the Gobi Desert, but except for the section closer to the mouth, it's pitch black further inside. Lorraine held a lightning ball in his hand for lighting. I don't know how long I advanced until I finally saw Nami, Luffy and a little girl. It seemed like the electricity didn't hit them. Yo, little Nami, and Luffy. Why are you here too? Lorraine, Zoro. Nami's eyes burst out with light when she saw the two of them. Although she wasn't too scared of Luffy, she still couldn't get out. Oh, you were eaten too. That's great. Luffy was also very surprised to see the two of them, but what he said out loud was that he deserved a beating. Lorraine. He was confused by Luffy's words. What do you mean? It would be great if I was eaten too. Can you speak? Nami was originally very happy to see Lorraine and Zoro coming in. It would be no problem to go out with them, but after hearing Luffy's words, she helplessly stroked her forehead. This idiot. Ever since Nami was swallowed, she met Luffy who was running around barefoot, and Supreme quickly disappeared. Then the two of them explained to Luffy the current situation of the others. The guy didn't even know he was being eaten, it was so humiliating. Then the three of them prepared to leave the big snake's belly. Because Luffy walked forward from the lower half, the three of them knew the direction very well, but the process of getting out was not smooth. Because Weber and Zoro kept attacking the Lord of the Sky outside, it kept twisting its body, so its stomach was even more turbulent. Just when they finally stopped for a while, several people were about to go out, but Lorraine fired another thunderbolt, and with a violent shaking, the three people fell back again. How miserable. Ahem. Since we are all here, let's get out. Hey, but there's a lot of gold here. Let's get some first. After Lorraine arrived, Nami was no longer worried about not being able to get out, but was worried about the gold here. Okay, but you have to carry it yourself. Don't even think about using me as a coolie. Lorraine was so lazy that if several people took out the contents of the snake's belly at the same time, each person would have to carry at least 2 big bags, and he didn't want to carry it. And he is not short of money either. Among other things, there is 1 billion Baileys on board the Devil, and he has also accumulated a lot of various other treasures over the years. Okay, you two, come here and pick up the gold. When they turned to Zoro and Luffy, their faces immediately changed, and huge drops of sweat were clearly hanging on their heads. Why can Lorraine be lazy? Luffy refuses to accept it. Because I am her brother, sorry. The eldest brother can do whatever he wants. Lorraine had an arrogant expression on his face. If he couldn't beat Zoro, he would have killed him. But then he picked up the gold with a happy face. There's no way, the Straw Hats are too poor, because with Luffy being such a big loser, most of the money is used to pay for Luffy's food. As for Lorraine being rich, that's Lorraine's business, it's not that he doesn't want to give Luffy and the others flowers. But everyone knows that Lorraine and Robin are a young couple, and no one has any other ideas about their money. On the contrary, Lorraine often buys a lot of ingredients to share with them. Even a devil fruit was given to Nami. Soon the three of them were carrying bags full of gold. Let's go. Let's go. Why don't you just cut it out? Nami was puzzled. Yes, this snake was stunned by me. Now it won't be the same as before when it goes out. Don't chop people to death at every turn. God has a good life, do you understand? Lorraine taught Dundun, and Zoro next to him couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Although he had never seen Lorraine kill anyone, he didn't believe that Lorraine could be a good person. He had killed many people, young and old. Elsa soon confirmed his suspicion. The group of people walked out of the Lord of the Sky's big mouth. Weber was waiting here. He saw that Lorraine could not hold on after directly solving the Lord of the Sky. 2 row attacks in one day also caused damage to his body, caused huge harm. And Aisha came with Nami, so they would definitely rescue people together, so they didn't follow her in. Weber, Elsa. After seeing Elsa safe and sound, Weber said thank you to Lorraine. Weber, what I told you is true. Enel was really killed, and the person who took action was this uncle. Elsa hid behind Nami and pointed at Lorraine and said. Weber already believed it at this time, but before he could speak, Lorraine spoke in surprise. Hey, little girl, how did you know? This is equivalent to a disguised admission of what Elsa said. Not only Weber, but also Luffy and the others were surprised. They thought Lorraine went out to play and got lost, but he ended up killing the god that the people of Sky Island said. When Lorraine asked this question, Elsa was a little scared and hid behind Nami. After all, this guy had even killed gods. Hard network, I can use the hard network when I am born. Haha. Lorraine suddenly remembered that there was such a little girl on Sky Island, who was born with the domineering aura that enveloped the island. Suddenly her eyes looked at Aisha like a searchlight. This is a genius. Little girl, are you interested in becoming my apprentice? Elsa was so scared that she hid behind Nami. Uncle, you scared people. Nami pushed Lorraine out. Lorraine, TCH, if you don't do it, I won't do it. I still think it's troublesome. Let's go. After saying that, he disappeared and went back to find his baby Robin, leaving the few people below looking at each other. Ah, Enel was killed by Lorraine, what should we do next? Luffy scratched his head. He was feeling a little confused after having fished all day. Idiot, of course I'm looking for the golden bell. Oh yes, I still want to ring the golden bell. I can't let Uncle Lizzie and the others down. Just when Luffy was confused, Weber had already told him to go up the vine. Even if he believed what Elsa said, he had to confirm it. Luffy and others followed closely and walked up the vine. Lorraine suddenly appeared next to Robin, and Robin stood up when he saw him. Let's go. It's over, let's go back. The way down is not easy, but it is much easier. Then they met Luffy and the others again at the shrine. Webster was looking at Enel's naked body, and couldn't help but burst into tears. 6 years. It's been 6 years. The Sandians fought with Enel for 6 years in order to regain their hometown, during which they suffered numerous casualties. Now Enel's body is right in front of him, even though he didn't kill him himself. But he still felt very relieved. Lorraine was stunned for a moment when he saw Luffy and the others, then he remembered that they were probably coming to find the golden bell. You are here to find the golden bell. It's not here. Where is it? On top of the vines. Oh, arigato. Luffy said thank you and let Nami take him up on the vibrant. Weber also heard what they said about the golden bell. The golden bell is a treasure they have been guarding for generations. Although he was still young when Roger and others came 20 years ago, he knew that the golden clock was on top, so he immediately asked Lorraine. Are you here to rob the golden bell? Lorraine, which one of you thinks I'm here to rob you? I have to take that thing with me. Ask them. Lorraine said something casually and took Robin down. Weber gritted his teeth and chased in the direction of Luffy. At the same time, he was thinking. Although you helped us defeat Enel, I won't be polite if you come to steal the golden bell. Lorraine doesn't know this. What he has to do has been completed. Now he just wants to take Robin back to the devil. He didn't sleep well last night, so he should catch up on his sleep in the afternoon. Well, baby Robin must come with us. Hehehehe. Luffy was led by Nami to the bottom of the clouds. Come up, Nami. If Lorraine says it's on top, it must be on top. Got it. Shut up. As soon as the accelerator was turned, Waiba rushed directly into the clouds, and then rushed out from above with a pung. After standing firm, the two of them were stunned. There is nothing else except a huge bell tower. The bell tower is very huge, estimated to be more than 10 meters high. A huge golden clock hangs on it. There is a historical text inlaid below. And Luffy is not even half of the historical text. Hi. How spectacular. A lot of gold. I've made a lot of money. Compared to Luffy's shock, Nami's eyes turned directly into the shape of Bailey. She kept touching the clock tower. Weber also came up at this time. Hey, are you here to snatch this golden bell? Faced with Weber's questioning, Luffy was surprisingly calm. No, we are here to ring it. Let me ask you, can this bell be heard all the way to Qinghai? Ah, what? Weber was a little confused. There is an uncle down there with chestnuts on his head. His ancestors were considered the biggest liars in the world and executed because they told about the golden bell. His lifelong wish is to ring this golden bell. Prove that his ancestors did not lie. So as long as he hears the bell, his wish will be fulfilled. Although what Luffy said was confusing, Weber still understood it. His eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be the Uncle Chestnut you mentioned? What's his name? Uncle Lizzie is Mont Blanc Coolique. Luffy was interrupted by Nami before he finished speaking. She knew that this guy couldn't remember other people's names. Mont Blanc, as expected. Ha 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 ha. Okay, you go. Hearing this, Luffy also smiled. That's it, you're quite a nice person. Hehehehe. Luffy praised Weber and walked straight to the golden clock. Rubber bazooka. With a bang, Luffy's hand hit the golden bell with all his strength. Boom. The golden bell gave out a rich chime. But the golden bell was already heavy, and Daoyun was only supported by a vine. It was fine if it didn't move, but it lost its balance when it moved. The golden clock tilted to one side. Luffy and Nami were shocked, and Weber was no exception. What happened? Idiot, you used too much force. Nami punched Luffy on the head, and her eyeballs popped out. Don't panic. Look at me. Luffy stretched out his hand and grabbed the golden bell. Webber also ran to the other side and tried to push it. But it was to no avail. How could they hold this 1,000-ton thing? In the end, Luffy and Webber were carried by the golden bell and fell together. Luffy, let go, you idiot. Nami couldn't help but be a little worried. Wouldn't he die if he fell from such a height? After scolding an idiot, he hurried down on the powerboat. If he smashed through the clouds and fell directly into the sea, he would definitely die. At this time, everyone in the upper ruins looked up after hearing the huge bell. People in other places on the island also heard the bell. This voice is so beautiful. A swan song from the front of 400. People in Kongdao also walked out of their homes when they heard the sound. Bath's song. Yes, this must be the song of the island. An old man wiped the tears from his eyes. He had grown up hearing these legends since he was a child. He never thought that he would hear such a sound with his own ears in his lifetime. Below the G-Emperor cloud, Mont Blanc Kulakai and the two orangutans from the Ape Mountain Alliance were also shocked when they heard the bell. Misaka, that's right, there is only one clock in the world that can make such a sound. Well done, Straw Hat Boy. Mont Blanc Kulakai burst into tears, his years of persistence finally paid off. Golden Land, it exists. ... Everyone in the upper ruins felt more and more something was wrong as they looked at it. Something seemed to have fallen from above, accompanied by bursts of screams. Take a closer look. Oh my god, golden clock, did it fall down? Lorraine and Robin had just descended to the upper ruins when they heard Luffy's pig-killing cry. He looked up and saw the huge golden clock coming towards him with exhaust fumes. Luffy, you idiot, how did you get the clock down? Picking up Robin was like a 100-meter sprint out of the range where the golden bell might fall. Put down Robin and look at the huge golden clock. The golden bell fell vertically. It smashed through the Shimaguma where the Enel shrine is located with a bang, and then without losing its force, it smashed through the Shimaguma on the upper ruins and fell into the real Sandora ruins. The clouds rolled directly, and the shock wave spread far away. In addition, the ruins of ancient Sandora were damaged a lot. Lorraine could clearly feel the coolness of the air around baby Robin. Oh, some people are dead, but they are still alive, and some people are alive, but they will die soon. Luffy, danger. Even if he told him where the golden bell was, he might be implicated too. Baby Robin, you can't blame me, Luffy has always been so reckless. Seeing Lorraine's nervous look, Robin, who was originally sullen because of the destruction of the ruins, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Why are you nervous? Even if you don't tell Luffy, he will find it himself. Lorraine breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, baby Robin was reasonable. Originally, there was no need to be so nervous between two people about this kind of thing, but this guy was so stubborn that he seemed nervous. If Robin was angry and refused to let him sleep in the bed at night, it would be a big loss. As for the cloud, I understand everything. Then let's go back now. Well, anyway, nothing happened. Everything that should be recorded has been recorded. The area of damage is not large. They also discovered the real ruins of Sandora, which is also a good thing. Yoshi, no problem. I have to go back and catch up on my sleep. The two of them didn't care about anything else, and strolled all the way back to the Devil. When Lorraine returned to the ship, Jeyu lay down on the beach chair. Feel good. Don't even think about me moving even if the sky falls. Baby Robin, come and lie down with me for a while. I want to sort out the information recorded this time. You go to bed first. All right. Lorraine put on a sullen face, didn't force it, and soon began to snore. After an exciting descent, Luffy fell into the lower Sandora ruins together with the Golden Bell. Webber's half-life left was now as thin as a thread. Luffy sat up suddenly. Phew, I survived, great, ha 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 ha. Then he saw Webber lying on the other side with no idea of his life or death, and crawled to his side. Hey, what's wrong with you? Cheer up. Bang 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 bang. More than a dozen big dicks were slapped on Webber's face in succession. Webber was miserable enough. He already had one breath left, but Luffy almost sent him away after taking this big slap. Hey, stop shooting. After struggling to squeeze out a sentence from his throat, Luffy stopped holding his buttocks and looked around. You're still alive, then it's okay. Where is this place? It seems to be in ruins too. Zoro above saw Luffy smashing through Shimagumo and falling below. He quickly came to the hole made by the smash to check, only to find that there was still a space below. At this time, Nami rode down from the top on a Waiba. The Sandia warriors who had been injured by the priest also woke up, and Gonfor was also there. They were shocked and speechless after discovering that there was still a ruins below. It turns out this is the real Sandora. Everyone couldn't wait to descend to the real ruins together. Then Gonfor, the original god of Sky Island, said that Enel had been removed, and he had no intention of doing anything more to Apayado, nor did he want to have another war, because Bass did not belong to anyone, and he hoped that the Sandians could share this land with the Aborigines of Sky Island. And he has been working hard on this before Enel came. After this battle, the Sandians also suffered heavy losses and no longer had the energy to fight any more wars. During the 6 years when Sky Island was ruled by Enel, they clearly realized that the previous wars were meaningless. Only peace can last long. Develop. The two parties hit it off and decided to use this land together, and Gonfor will still lead everyone in the construction of a beautiful home. The bell rang again, indicating the end of the 400-year war. Of course, what they want to thank the most is Lorraine, the guy who killed Enel alone, because everyone knows how powerful Enel is, but he has already escaped. After the two sides shook hands and made peace, Ganfuor took everyone to the place where Zhang Yan was on the ark. This was cast by Enel in order to board the infinite continent. To this end, he also looted all the gold on the island except the bell tower. It's a pity that his plan was terminated just after the ship was built. This ship is very big, much bigger than the Melee, and it contains all kinds of precision parts. It uses electricity as the driving energy. It's just that this ship is no longer useful, and Luffy and the others have no intention of taking this ship. Then they swarmed in and dismantled the usable ones and the unusable ones. Luffy is the most excited because there is quite a lot of gold on this ship. Especially there is a huge golden mask right in front. Later, through the propaganda of the Ganfor Divine Army, many Aboriginal people from the empty islands also came to Apayado to join the ship-breaking process. The white beret captain whose hand was chopped off by Lorraine is actually still alive. Regarding his hand being chopped off by the Qinghai people, he said that he originally joined the White Beret force to protect the people of Sky Island. It was also because of this that he was extremely harsh on the people of Qinghai and tried every means to add charges to them. He deserved to have his hand cut off. A large group of people didn't stop until the evening. Then the banquet was held as a matter of course. Under the activity of Luffy's atmosphere group, everyone quickly became one, and the last barrier in their hearts disappeared. Lorraine also slept until night and woke up, and Robin was sitting next to her. Wake up. The meal is ready. Eat quickly. Walk. Lorraine sat up straight as a carp. She hadn't eaten the food cooked by baby Robin for a long time. The two of them were eating, and Lorraine let out a look and found out that Luffy and the others were having a banquet. Baby Robin, Luffy's place is very lively. Do you want to go and have a look? No, I don't like places that are too busy. Well, okay then. After dinner, Robin took the initiative to put away the dishes, while Lorraine tried to practice for a while. Although he talked about the spicy chicken system, Lorraine still liked Tongzi very much. And although the things Tongzi has given me over the years are not very good, they are all the things I need most. If I just practice for a while, what if there is something I need most in the mall? Now that I am also an Esper, if I fall into the sea, I will be in danger. First have the Marine 6th form and basically will not fall into the water, but baby Robin is different. She fell into the sea and now she can't save her. Otherwise, she will die for love. Before, Lorraine asked Robin to practice the 6 marine styles, but she refused to practice them, and Lorraine couldn't do anything to her. Baki is different from physical skills. One is mathematics and the other is physical education. Mathematics uses the brain, while physical education requires hands-on. A person who doesn't know math will be able to do 2-digit addition, subtraction, multiplication and division after listening to the multiplication tables for a few years, and no matter how much he talks about sports, he won't improve at all. After Robin put away the dishes and chopsticks, he came out and saw Lorraine actually brandishing a knife. After blinking to make sure he was not dazzled, he was surprised and said, "You are actually practicing. It's really strange. I think about the last time you practiced. Well, it seemed like 3 years ago." Lorraine, ahem. Now I am also a person with abilities. Don't fall behind in practice, lest you fall into the water one day. That's right. There are only 2 of us now. If we fall into the water, we will both be eaten by fish. So, Robin, do you want to practice the 6 styles? Or you can just learn shaving and moonwalk. This way you won't be afraid of falling into the water. Duh, Lorraine. I practiced on my own for a while and glanced at Tongzi's side, Not bad, not bad. In just a moment I have more than 400 cultivation points. Basically, you can get 1 cultivation point every time you swing the sword. Yuxi. I'll wave it 10,000 times today. I want to see what good things can be found in the mall when it opens. Tongzi heard it clearly in his mind and raised the prices of items in the mall several notches overnight. Just take it. When Lorraine took a shower after practicing and saw Robin still drinking coffee and reading, the beast in her heart came out again. Hey. Enel is gone, now it's okay to do something more meaningful in the cloud. I still don't know if I will have the opportunity to come to Sky Island in the future, but I can talk about this kind of thing next time. He picked up Robin and rushed into the forest at 0-100 speed in 1 second, and then found a place with Shimagumo but no one else. Omitting 100,000 words. 3 hours later, Lorraine returned to the devil with a whoosh of a sleeping Robin, gently put Robin on the bed, covered him with a quilt, and left. Feeling refreshed, he stretched out his body and felt it. Luffy and the others are still playing. Let's go and see. As soon as he finished speaking, the person had disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Luffy. Luffy's mouth was still stuffed with meat at this time. Lorraine suddenly appeared in front of him and he spat out everything in his mouth. Fortunately, Lorraine hid quickly. Don't show up suddenly. You're a scary. Lorraine smiled sweetly, and Luffy shivered. Straight from the heart. Weber, who was having a drink with Zoro, saw Lorraine suddenly appearing, picked up the cup and came to him. I didn't expect there to be a strong man like you in Qinghai. Thank you for solving Enel for us. I'd like to toast you. Lorraine picked up a glass of juice from the side and touched it with him. Qinghai is a big place, and there are people better than me. And I also really want Enel's abilities. It's just a coincidence that I can help you. I see. Everyone really wants Logia's abilities. Luffy and the others next to him couldn't help but be stunned when they heard their conversation. Ability. Lorraine, why do you still need to become an ability user when you are so strong? Of course, the Logia Thunder Fruit is one of the strongest Logia abilities. Oh, then you are also a person with abilities now. Lorraine didn't speak. A light blue lightning ball appeared in his hand, and the result was obvious. See Gui. As he spoke, he was going to touch the lightning ball in Lorraine's hand, but Lorraine didn't stop him. Luffy tilted his head, and a huge question mark appeared on his head. Why don't you feel it? This ability is fake. Lorraine put away the lightning ball in his hand. Luffy is made of rubber, so he is not afraid of electricity. Anyone else might have been stunned just now. Suga, then who did you say was stronger than you just now? I have never seen anyone stronger than you. Luffy took another bite of meat and asked vaguely. You've seen it. Your grandfather is one. Is Grandpa so strong? What else is there? Have no idea. Everyone. Just one co-author. In fact, there should be several more. Not to mention anything else, Lorraine Whitebeard could not beat him before. Lorraine also went to Fishman Island several times in the past 10 years, and one time he happened to meet Whitebeard there. At that time, he had just learned how to dominate. Both of them were guests of Neptune, so Neptune introduced him, and then Lorraine launched a challenge to Whitebeard with high spirits. The result is obvious. Although Lorraine has upgraded all 3 types of domineering to a high level, he is not as good as Whitebeard in using it. Lorraine was defeated with just one move of domineering. Of course, even if you can't beat him now, you won't lose with one move like before. At least you can last longer. After all, the strongest man in the world doesn't just say it, it's his Whitebeard who punches and kicks him. Robin was already up when Lorraine woke up the next day. Unable to withstand their excitement and taunts last night, she put down the juice and drank some wine for the first time. If I drink any more I will be like a dog. It tastes so bad. Lorraine in this life is not allergic to alcohol, but the wine tastes really bad. It's bitter and astringent. Humph, this is what you said. Robin came in from the door and happened to hear what Lorraine said. Lorraine lifted the quilt and ran to Robin, pouted and wanted to kiss him. Go, you haven't even brushed your teeth. Go wash your face quickly, we're going back down there soon. After being severely rejected by Robin, Lorraine was not disappointed and ran straight to wash her face. After Luffy and others drank wine last night, they went to the snake's belly and took away all the remaining gold. Now they are ready to set off. The only ones on the ship now are Elsa and Cornish. Yoshi, brothers, let's go. Luffy gave an order and the two ships started to move slowly. Now the two ships are not connected together. Because when they go back to Qinghai, the two ships must be in sequence. If they are connected together, the ship in front will be hit by the one behind, broken. Cornish and Aisha were chasing behind them with their powerful engines. They chased them all the way to the end of the cloud. Luffy was also beaten by the bird that was brought up. Only then did a few people remember that the bird had been left behind. The Nanami bird above was too big and was very unfriendly to it. It also wanted to go back to Qinghai. Luffy, Nami, goodbye everyone, we must come to Sky Island again. The ship passed through the arch at the end of the cloud and entered the cloud path, and its speed suddenly became faster. It rushed down the cloud path with a whoosh. Then the cloud path suddenly disappeared, and the two ships fell vertically, which shocked everyone, including the melee. The sheepheads all looked frightened. On the way down, the two ships were entangled by huge octopus legs, and then their falling speed slowed down a lot. It's the specialty of Sky Island. Balloon octopus. Baloo. After the falling speed stabilized, the two ships landed slowly. Neither Lorraine liked to move, and at most they just held each other and looked at the scenery. It's different on the Merry ship. Luffy is a jerk. He just started to fall and soon he ran to the top of the balloon octopus and started playing on the trampoline. Nami was so frightened that he yelled, fearing that he would damage the octopus. But in fact, it had already been damaged and the octopus began to leak air. Usopp stood up again at the critical moment and used a pile of garbage to save himself from the Sky Island residents. The exchanged squirt shell was attached to the bottom of the melee. With the help of the jet wind, the falling speed of the Belle Mary slowed down a lot. Lorraine and Robin stood on the side of the devil and could see clearly. However, the wind was too loud in the sky and they couldn't hear what they were saying. Lorraine didn't open the gun either. See, hear and see. I only saw Luffy playing on the trampoline on top of the octopus, and then the Mary suddenly dropped for a while, and the Mary was jumping like crazy. Even thinking about it with his knees, it was Luffy's fault. They are so energetic. Robin couldn't help but sigh. She thought it was amazing. As long as Luffy was there, it would always be lively. It's great to be young. Lorraine couldn't help but sigh. Although his mentality has not changed much, his age is indeed 30 years old. You've never been so noisy before. That's right, I'm a quiet handsome man. Robin immediately didn't want to respond to him, and climbed up the pole. The altitude of 7,000 meters did not fall for too long. Although there was night on Sky Island, the night was very short. It was not yet dawn in Qinghai at this time. We soon approached the sea, but the distance between the two ships was much farther. Probably a few hundred meters apart. Moreover, the air in the balloon octopus ran out when the melee was still a long way from the sea surface, and the melee quickly fell into the sea with a whoosh. The devil floated out for some distance before starting to fall. It is estimated that the two ships are now more than 1,000 meters apart. With a bang, the boat hit the sea, and the two people clung to the mast to prevent themselves from being thrown out. Lorraine didn't need to be caught before, but now he is also an Esper. Now both people on the boat are Espers. If one falls, there is no way to save the other one. After the boat stopped, Lorraine first cared about how Robin was doing. After confirming that she was okay, she rushed into the cabin. As long as she was okay, she had to ensure the safety of the boat. If there was a leak, it would be over. After entering the bottom of the cabin, I found that there were indeed leaks in many places. There is no way that the hull of the boat would not be damaged if it fell from such a height. Hey, I need to replenish it quickly. Otherwise, baby Robin and I won't be able to swim now. Woo! Lorraine was just about to fix the leak when she heard the piercing air raid siren sounding, which was particularly abrupt in this silent night. The whole person was stunned and quickly rushed out of the cabin. Robin was also looking into the distance slightly nervously at this time. Lorraine shrunk her gaze and saw that lights were on a little further away. The air raid siren was coming from there. That must be Luffy and the others. Did they fall directly into the marine branch? If nothing else happens, won't this fall into a box? Robin rolled her eyes at him. She understood this word. Even at the marine base, they should be fine for a while. We should be busy with our own affairs first. If we don't fix the leak, we will be fine, but the ship will sink. Well, okay. Lorraine immediately picked up the iron sheet and knocked around to fix the leakage. Robin was also helping. Soon the leak was almost repaired, and Lorraine looked at the seawater entering the cabin and had a sudden thought. Since I have traveled through time, will my physique be different? He immediately collected the seawater and put it into a large bathtub, which he specially prepared for Robin to take a bath. Then he jumped in. Water splashed everywhere. Gulululu. The whole person was spitting bubbles at the bottom of the bathtub and couldn't move at all. Robin, I thought, what were you going to do? But it turned out that you were playing. I picked him up and finally resisted the urge to beat him. Clean the tub. Robin turned around and walked out without saying a word. She was afraid that Lorraine would do something wrong again. Who would be a good person and put seawater in the bathtub? Lorraine responded with a smile. It's true that you feel powerless after falling into the sea. What is the principle behind this? If you soak in it all, you will feel weak, but if you soak in part of it, you won't be able to. So where is the critical point? Luo practitioner Lin. I must figure it out today. I found a bucket nearby and filled it with seawater. Just put one hand in and it'll be fine. 2. It's okay. Lorraine started with one hand and slowly tried for a long time. When the seawater reached the depth of his chest, he started to click. He lost control of his body. In the end, he had no choice but to ask Robin for help. Robin didn't spoil him this time. Even if he was just playing around, you still played. He even made water all over the room. How old are you? And then your ears were red. But he also came to the conclusion. Just don't let the seawater submerge your chest area. Once the chest area is surrounded by seawater, it will feel cool. Although I paid the price of red and swollen ears, the joy of having my doubts solved can cover up the pain. It's just that the angry baby Robin seems to be hard to coax. After a while, Lorraine cleaned everything up before she bravely came to Robin. She persuaded Robin to pay attention to him. Don't do something dangerous like that next time, you know. If I hadn't heard you, I would have drowned. Yeah, not anymore. There will definitely be no next time. I just want to figure out where I will lose my strength if I am submerged in the seawater. Lorraine hugged Robin from behind in the same way that Jack held Rose, and she was telling lies. But she was thinking in her heart. Try fresh water next time. ... The two of them were blind all day long, and suddenly they remembered that Luffy and the others were still in the marine branch. It's been so long, and Luffy and the others are still in the marine branch. Do you want to go over and take a look? You can go if you want. Then go ahead, it's better to leave them alone. After thinking for a moment, he drove the demon towards the marine branch in the distance. But he definitely couldn't enter through the main gate, because the gate was already closed, and he would be arrested even if he didn't fly the pirate flag. They are not warships. So the two people slowly circled around the island. Now most of the personnel were patrolling in the branch trying to capture Luffy and his group. Most of the gates and sentries around the island only had 1 or 2 marines. Naturally, they also discovered the boat of 2 people, but they only thought it was a fishing boat out to sea and did not drive it away. The 2 of them walked around for a long time without seeing anywhere to go in. At this moment, several warships came towards them. Hey, please give way to the fishing boat in front. Our warship is too big to turn. Get out of the way quickly. Otherwise, it will be sunk. Lorraine and the 2 were stunned. Wouldn't this opportunity come? Okay, got it. Let's get out of the way. Lorraine controlled the demon to move aside a little. Because the warship had to wait for Lorraine and the two to get out of the way, the warship also slowed down a bit. After the two Lorraines got out of the way, it continued to accelerate. Lorraine parked the boat directly on the sea, but it was a bit difficult. It was not easy for the boat to anchor here. But if it didn't anchor, it would drift away with the current in a while. How about, let me go in and take a look? Baby Robin, are you waiting for me here? Lorraine asked Robin in a negotiating tone. Yeah, okay. Robin also knew that there was no use in going in. Lorraine alone would be enough for the battle. There would never be Lorraine's opponent in this small branch, so he might as well wait here. Lorraine was very happy when she heard this. Baby Robin is so considerate. I cried to death. Holding Robin was a peck. The Marines on the warship showed contempt when they saw it from a distance. Bah, it's amazing to have a wife. She's beautiful and amazing. When I go back this time, I'll be so close to her. Robin wiped the saliva from his face and looked calm, not embarrassed at all. Hey, you two over there, what are you doing here? You shouldn't come here to fish, right? Finally, Marine couldn't stand it any longer and asked a question. You two had better be fine. Lorraine had already thought of her words. Since it fell here, it meant that the jet clouds were nearby. The presence of the jet clouds meant that there was a storm nearby. Yes, sir. Originally we would not have come here, but we encountered a storm while we were fishing, so we came here to escape. We will leave after taking a rest. Marine didn't say anything at this time, because they also came here to rest because they suffered heavy losses in a storm at sea. The statement given by Lorraine is reasonable and convincing. Oh, it turns out that he is also a poor man who encountered a storm. Unfortunately, this is the Marine branch and civilians cannot enter. Otherwise, I would have let you go in and have a rest. You can rest here, and there will be no interference from pirates here. I wish you all the best. Good luck to you. It was nice to talk to the Major Marine. After a few casual conversations, he led the fleet into the G8 branch. Lorraine also smiled and responded to him with a few words. The real righteous people in Marine still account for the majority, so he basically did not kill those who arrested them in the past. After all the fleets entered, the door of the Marine G8 branch rose again. The door is closed. Robin's voice came. Then how do you get in? Lorraine was stunned for a moment and then said. I'm afraid I won't be able to go in alone. Look, just do it. After saying that, he disappeared with a sizzle. Robin was also stunned for a moment, but she had forgotten about it. You stinky Lorraine. I was in the way before we started co-writing. You would have gone in long ago without me, right? Okay, go and sleep on the sofa tonight. At this time, Lorraine didn't know what Robin was thinking. He had already entered the G8 branch. Through seeing and hearing, he quickly found Nami who was talking to himself. Hey, Nami. Yeah, Nami was frightened half to death by the sudden sound behind her, and she screamed. Then Lorraine covered her mouth. Stop shouting, it's me. Lorraine, why are you here too? Didn't you and Sister Robin fall somewhere else? Coming to find you. Oh, what about Sister Robin? She was outside and didn't come in. After hearing this, Nami didn't ask any questions, and after discussing with Lorraine, they decided to find the others first. Lorraine already knew where they were, but couldn't get there with Nami. Just when the two people turned around, Nami was startled because two people opened the door behind them. They even asked them where the kitchen was. Hey, what are you afraid of? Lorraine had already felt the presence of the two people and was not panicked at all. Nami smiled coquettishly and said it was okay. Then he saw Lorraine appear behind the two people, knocking them unconscious with a knife in one hand and one in the other. Hey, what are you doing? Didn't you see that? Knock them out and hide them. This way they won't cause a commotion, right? Lorraine said matter-of-factly. Nami gritted his teeth. Listen to me from now on. Don't act rashly. No matter how powerful you are, you can't withstand so many guns. Lorraine has no idea. Guns. You can knock him down. Unless it's a sea tower stone bullet, it must be the kind that can break through his domineering defense. Otherwise, you can't even think of causing harm to him. Is it okay to come here and follow up at home? The reason why he didn't argue with Nami was because he thought it would be too troublesome to explain, so he didn't bother to explain. Just follow her, it's not a bad idea to take it for a walk. Nami and Lorraine found a place where they kept clothes, found suitable clothes and disguised themselves as Marine. After changing her clothes, Lorraine suddenly felt hungry. She had changed her clothes anyway, so why not go and have a meal first? Lorraine thought that was fine. Nami, I know where Luffy and the others are, I'll go find them. Nami was stunned for a moment before Lorraine suddenly disappeared. How can it be repaired? When has this guy been so unreliable? At least listen to what I have to say. He rubbed his eyebrows with a headache and continued to walk forward. Lorraine came directly to the door of the kitchen. With his ability, he could reach wherever he wanted to go in the entire G8 branch in an instant. Call the gate of opening and walk in directly. Mina-san, you have so much time to spare. Seeing everyone staring at him, Lorraine was still thinking about whether he had been exposed. Should he knock everyone out, eat a big meal, and then run away? Is that you? Shouldn't there be two people? Lorraine was secretly alert. He carefully recalled what he had done and asked after making sure that he was not exposed. What? Didn't you say that there are two chefs from the city? Where is the other person? Do you think that only one person is enough to challenge us? Marine on the other side continued to speak, and Lorraine also understood that they had the wrong person. Ah, sorry, you got the wrong person. I'm not a chef. I just came with them. I'm so hungry that I came here smelling the aroma of food. Ah, Yuan, that's it, I'm sorry. Chef Marine on the opposite side scratched his head in embarrassment and apologized. It's okay, I'm very hungry now. Can you give me some food? Oh, of course, you can eat as much as you want. Prepare food for this colleague quickly. Marine on the other side immediately said it was okay when he heard this, then quickly spoke to his companions and went to prepare food for Lorraine. It was fine at first, but when Lorraine had the 10th lunch, the chefs looked at him differently. Good, so delicious. I'm sorry, I have a big appetite, please have another one. The food you made is great. As a chef, it is an honor to hear others praise the food you cook. I was immediately full of energy. I even increased the portion of each bento for him. When Lorraine had eaten 50 servings, she was finally full and wiped her mouth. Thank you for the hospitality, the food you cooked is so delicious. Ahaha, wherever, it's all as it should be. Ordinary Marines wouldn't thank them like this. Lorraine's move made them feel better. It's just that some of my comrades were injured in the storm and can't come over to eat by themselves. Can I pack some lunch boxes? Yes, of course. We can make whatever you want. Thank you very much, let me have 50 more copies. No problem, just wait a moment. What Lorraine wanted was to take some back to Baby Robin and use the rest for lunch. I can't eat it and walk around. It's so delicious. The chefs from the G8 branch are very efficient. They prepared lunch boxes for 50 people in about 10 minutes. They added extra portions because they were just injured and were weak. Eating more would help the body recover. It may be difficult to get so many copies. Do you need us to help you deliver them? The chef had a good impression of Lorraine and wanted to deliver it to Lorraine, but how could Lorraine let him deliver it? Where to deliver it? No, you go ahead and get busy. I can do this by myself. Lorraine took the lunch with a look of displeasure on her face and walked out. As soon as she entered the gate of opening, she bumped into Luffy and Sanji, who were also wearing Marine uniforms. Sanji's eyes widened. He recognized Lorraine at a glance. Luffy was blind and didn't recognize him. He thought he had been discovered. In order to prevent this guy from yelling loudly, Lorraine spoke first. Hey, you guys just came. I'm full, but don't worry, there's still a lot of delicious food in there. After saying that, he didn't care about the reaction of the two people and just carried the big bag and ran away. Sanji was still in a down state, and Luffy had already walked in with a swagger. He was already hungry, but now he heard Lorraine say there was a lot of food inside, how could he hold it back? Lorraine slowly walked outside and took a look, but there was no one around. He disappeared with a sizzle and was already on the boat when he reappeared. Robin looked at the sudden appearance of Lorraine and couldn't help but look surprised. Why did this guy come out so soon after he entered? He was still wearing Marine's clothes. Are Nami and the others not inside? And what is this big bag on your back? Without waiting for Robin to ask Lorraine, he opened his backpack and revealed the lunchbox inside. Robin, We agreed to go find Nami, but you disguised yourself and went to move someone's kitchen. Baby Robin, you haven't had breakfast yet, come on, come on. I packed this specially for you. It tastes so good. Lorraine took out the lunchbox and handed it to Robin. Forehead. Robin subconsciously reached out and took the bento handed over by Lorraine. He opened his mouth and wanted to ask, but he didn't know how to ask. There were too many flaws. Robin, please eat first, and put whatever you can't finish in the refrigerator. I have to go in again. As he was about to run away, Robin quickly spoke before he disappeared. Wait, why don't you explain it? Oh, I was hungry after I went in. So I went to the kitchen to eat, and then I packed some for you. Nami and the others are also in there. Don't worry. Lorraine gave a rough explanation in a few words, and Robin was relieved and stopped asking any more questions. After letting Lorraine be careful, he started to eat. He was indeed a little hungry. Lorraine went directly into the G8 branch again, just as casually as her own home. Where to go next? Lorraine, who reappeared in the branch, was thinking about where to go next as she walked. How about we move some more? Anyway, the food on the ship won't last for a few days. Just do it. The figure disappeared in an instant. This time Lorraine did not go to the kitchen, but went directly to the warehouse. Since Lorraine was wearing a marine uniform, although the people in the warehouse were strange, they didn't ask too many questions. It's impossible for pirates to come here to grab things. It's impossible to run out with so many things on your back, and who is a serious pirate who visits the marine branch just to grab some food? Isn't that a bubble on the head? So it must be one of our own people. Lorraine moved back and forth several times and emptied out a small area of the entire G8 branch's warehouse used to store food. It's impossible to completely empty it out. After all, the food inside is enough to feed the branch's several thousand Marines for a week. Robin on the boat watched Lorraine move things back and forth more than 10 times, and everyone was stunned. Good guy, are you going to restock? Do you really think of the Marine branch as your home? In the expression of baby Robin's head full of black lines, the Devil's Draft reached a depth of another 20 centimeters before Lorraine stopped. After giving instructions to Robin, Lorraine entered the branch again. At this time, Zoro and Usopp had been arrested, and Luffy and the others had just come out of the kitchen. Well, you can make trouble as you wish. I'll go to the ship. Lorraine dressed in uniform and walked slowly towards the dock. The soldiers he met on the way passed by without asking him anything. Those who asked him were stunned and dragged to a small room to hide them. The ability of the Thunder Fruit is simply amazing. Not only is it cool to move instantly, but he also wanted to grab Blackbeard's Darkness Fruit before. After all, it is also known as the most vicious fruit. But now it seems, what kind of spicy chicken secret fruit? How can the thunderous fruit of labor and management be so handsome? Whether you are strong or not is another matter, handsomeness is a matter of a lifetime. With the blessing of seeing, hearing, color and teleportation, you will never be able to learn the secret fruit in your whole life. When Lorraine came to the dock, there were only a group of ship repairmen left here, and the others had already gone to catch Luffy and the others. Before they could ask questions, Lorraine directly Conquerors knocked them out. Then I checked the melee and found that the repairable parts had been repaired. So I walked to the bow and took a look at the iron block used to block the ship. I kicked it away and kicked the iron block away. The melee slid into the water with a heart-breaking clicking sound. Lorraine climbed onto the boat contentedly. Don't worry about Robin outside, just take a rest first. I don't know how long I slept for. Hey, that Marine over there, don't be lazy, get up and ambush. Lorraine was woken up by a loud noise and was a little confused. Why were there so many Marines in the dock? After letting go of his experience and feeling for a while, he understood. Oh, so you're going to wait here for Luffy and the others to come over. I'm sorry, you are going to fail. After thinking of this, Conquerors was released directly, and hundreds of Marines instantly fell down like wheat blown by the strong wind, and no one was spared. Lorraine yawned and lay down again with an expressionless expression. After a while, another group of Marines came to the number 88 dock. As soon as they entered, they were shocked by the scene inside. Marines were lying all over the floor, and many of them had fallen from high places. But even if they fell, even though they were injured, they didn't even wake up. What happened? Why did everyone fall down? Hey, cheer up. What's happening here? Is there really a ghost? Idiot, I already said this ship is Straw Hat's ship. How come there are ghosts? Just when they were surprised, Luffy and others ran in. Like Marine, he was also stunned by the sight in front of him. However, they didn't care so much and started fighting with Marine directly. Although there were not a large number of Marines ambushing them, their situation was not optimistic either. Looking at the people who were in a hard fight, Lorraine had no intention of taking action. Anyway, he had already eliminated so many Marines, and Luffy and others did not notice that he was on the ship. The number of Marines was increasing, and the encirclement was shrinking. Nami rushed here with Chopper and the bloody Dr. Kobat. Usopp was knocked away with one blow. Then Dr. Kobat let out a scream like a slaughtering pig. It shocked the eardrums of Luffy and others, and Lorraine was no exception. It's so noisy. Shut up. With a roar, everyone's eyes focused on Lorraine. Originally, he didn't plan to show up, but he didn't expect the thin and beautiful doctor to scream so horribly. Lorraine. Oh, Lorraine, why are you here? Luffy and the others showed expressions of surprise. Nami had just come over and didn't see Lorraine, so they thought he had gone back. Unexpectedly, he had already arrived on the ship, and now they were relieved. Compared to Luffy and his gang who were happy, Marine was all on alert, even aiming their guns at Lorraine. Although Lorraine was still wearing Marine uniform, the Marine Major had already recognized him. Portgas D. Lorraine, it was rumored that you boarded Straw Hat Luffy's ship. I thought it was false that you were not among the invaders. I didn't expect you to be here. Yo, someone actually knows me. Of course, you are an important criminal that the world government has put a bounty on for 20 years. But since you, the so-called Devil's Guard, are here, the Devil's Son, Nico Robin will also be nearby. Let me think about it. It stopped at the branch that ship outside. The Major had a confident expression on his face, but he didn't notice that Lorraine's eyes across from him had changed from a half-closed lazy state to sharp, and his expression was full of solemnity. Nami. Great, if you can speak, just speak more. I know how to irritate Uncle Lorraine. When Nami was a child, she didn't know about the fruit's abilities. She even said that Robin was a monster, and was spanked several times by an angry Lorraine. The Major continued, although I don't know how you got in, there are records that Nicole Robin is a person with abilities, right? If I send someone to sink the ship now, it should be very easy to catch her. Nami showed a sly little expression as he continued to speak. Leftwards wave arrow opening parenthesis Susi closing parenthesis yes. That's it. Come on. But before the Major could finish speaking, he was punched in the face by Lorraine, and he flew sideways, knocking down a lot of Marines. Nami's sad face, ing yes. You talk a lot. What I hate most is people like you who don't act like you're in control of your shit. You stand up and give me the order. Only then did Marine, who was not affected by the surrounding area, react and point the gun at him. Because Lorraine directly used the fruit power to teleport to him. Sir, how are you? Cheer up. How can we fix it? The doctor is still in the hands of the Straw Hats. Shoot quickly. The Major rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. The other Marines temporarily lost their commander, but some were still smart and immediately called others to shoot at Lorraine. Bang bang bang. Careful. Lorraine didn't even bother to dodge ordinary bullets, he just passed through his body and shot toward the other side without losing force. Stop. Bullets are useless to him. Are you a person with abilities? Lorraine, it's my turn. 100,000 volts. Discharge. After seeing Lorraine using the fruit's ability, Luffy and others quickly ran to a non-conductive place for fear of being affected. The Marines, on the other hand, danced a mechanical dance on the spot. Shock him for a minute first. Then he turned to look at Luffy and the others who were in a daze, with a slightly impatient tone. Hey, I'm talking about you. Why don't you leave yet? How about you? I'll go back later. Luffy and others. Okay, you can teleport your awesomeness. The group of people hurriedly climbed onto the melee and headed towards the exit. Lorraine saw that the power of the fruit was almost gone. Watching the melee leave the dock, it disappeared with a sizzle and went back directly. Luffy and the others drove the Mary out of the dock and sailed for a while. It wasn't until they were bombarded by the Marines that they tried to fight back, only to find that everything on the ship had been taken away by the Marines. Now there are only empty rooms on the ship except for people, and even the food in the refrigerator has been taken away. Of course, including the spring fruit that Lorraine gave to Nami. For this fruit worth 100 million belly, she specially packed it in a beautiful small box and put it under her pillow. Now it's all gone. Unforgivable. How dare you take all our gold? Nami clenched his fists with an angry look on his face. That was the gold that he took out from the snake's belly after a narrow escape. Then the group looked at the door that had been blown open by themselves and gave up the chance to escape, turning back to grab the gold. Got it. After the warship chased out of the gate, no other ship was seen except the ship where Lorraine and his two were. They even went up to ask about it. Of course Lorraine and the others didn't see it either. If they had seen it, they would have weighed anchor and left. Just as Marine reported the situation to Commander Jonathan, the major in Dock 88 also woke up. He was not shocked just now. Then he immediately reported the situation to Jonathan. Jonathan was also quite surprised. He immediately ordered the several warships chasing the Devil to sink the Devil and capture Robin and Lorraine. But unfortunately, Lorraine's knowledge has never been confiscated here. So he heard the content of their conversation clearly. Bleach. It's too gentle, right? I should shock you again. With a sizzling sound, the whole person disappeared. Robin made coffee and walked out and found that Lorraine was gone. He knew that he had gone to play again. He shook his head helplessly and started drinking by himself. Lorraine appeared again and was already in Jonathan's office. Everyone around him immediately drew his sword to defend himself. Lorraine glared at him and everyone except Jonathan fainted. Jonathan was very shocked. He knew the person who came. It was the person the major reported just now. But he had no clue how Lorraine appeared. But he knew Conqueror's domineering. Lorraine didn't care what Jonathan thought, and sat down directly on the sofa opposite him, showing a satisfied expression. This sofa is nice. Drop by later. You just wanted to order the sinking of the Devil outside to capture us, right? I advise you not to do that. Facing Lorraine's questioning, Jonathan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Portgas d. Lorraine, I didn't expect that the criminal who the world government had not caught for 20 years would show up here, and he would have Conqueror's domineering power. But since you are a criminal with a bounty on your head, it is just an act of justice for us Marine to arrest you. Lorraine sneered. He had always scorned Marine's rhetoric about justice and evil. So I advise you not to do that. Otherwise I will kill someone. In order to fight against evil, it is understandable to pay some price. With this tone again, an unknown fire erupted directly from Lorraine's heart. He waved his hands with an impatient look on his face. Shut up. I'm so annoying. Anyway, just stay still while I'm here. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone in your entire branch. The strong Lorraine made Jonathan's expression stagnant. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he saw Lorraine wave his hand. A huge lightning struck the sea inside the fortress. And warships are made of iron. Some Marines on the warships were holding their hands on the side of the ship. His whole body was burned black by the electricity on the spot. Jonathan opened his mouth wide. Thunder and lightning. How could anyone control thunder and lightning? And Conqueror's hockey, so why is there a bounty of 50 million Baileys? Isn't this a lie? On the sea below, a large number of fish slowly floated on the sea that was hit by Lorraine's lightning, and they were all turned upside down by the electricity. Some warships were also destroyed by powerful lightning. At this time, Marines were anxiously helping each other. Hey, cheer up. What's going on? How can there be thunder in this kind of weather? It's such a thick thunder and lightning. After their temporary rescue, they found that the injured Marine had only fainted from the electricity and had a lot of burns on his skin, but his life was not serious. The phone in the office kept ringing, and without even thinking about it, I knew it was someone from below calling to report the situation. Jonathan didn't pick him up. He was full of anger and had nowhere to vent. He was not afraid of death, but afraid that Lorraine would do it again. Then his lovely subordinates would suffer the same fate. As you can see, I am the user with the power of the Logia Thunder Fruit. I can make thunder appear in any corner of the entire fortress at will. If you don't want all the sailors to die, you'd better not act rashly. Lorraine looked at the scene outside and Jonathan's reaction and felt very satisfied, and couldn't help but smile. As for exposing abilities, he doesn't care at all. Abilities acquired with great effort are meant to be used, so what's the point of hiding them? Moreover, the abilities have been used at the shipyard. An organization as big as Marine will definitely be able to find out. When Jonathan heard Lorraine's words, he gritted his teeth tightly, his face full of reluctance. Nabalon, which is known as the most solid fortress. Is it going to be broken into by a group of pirates today and then escape? If this spreads out, it will not only be embarrassing for him, but also for the entire Marine. Jonathan's brain was spinning crazily. Since Lorraine is an Esper, the Sea Tower Stone will definitely have an effect on him. As long as he is restrained, none of them will be able to escape today. What a terrifying ability. Jonathan took 2 deep breaths to calm down and looked at his drawer. There were Halushi's handcuffs inside. I think you'd be fine with making a cup of tea, right? Up to you. Jonathan calmly stretched his hand towards his drawer, but just as he was about to touch the Sea Tower Stone, a sword light shot towards him. Jonathan's eyes widened in anger and he hurriedly dodged. The sword light split open the desk in his chair and then penetrated the bookshelf and wall behind him unabated. Asshole, what are you doing? The frightened Jonathan yelled at Lorraine with an angry face. If he hadn't hid quickly just now, he might have been split in 2. At the same time, I was even more shocked. I didn't expect that the person in front of me, while possessing Logia's ability and Conqueror's Haki, was at least a swordsman of the swordsman level. At this moment, Jonathan finally understood why the world government had been trying to catch him for 20 years. He was simply a monster. I didn't know what his strength was 20 years ago, but now it's just a dream to capture him without 2 or more generals with such strength at the same time. Which fool made the bounty order? It's nothing, it's just my intuition telling me that you need to do something small. Lorraine finally put down the fruit knife in his hand. He didn't bring Yuhun with him. He picked up the fruit knife casually from the coffee table. Jonathan suppressed the anger in his heart and was about to scold him. There was a commotion outside. Then a large wave of Marines came in. What happened? The huge movement here also alarmed the Marine outside. How could he not go in and take a look when there was such a big movement in his commander's office? Then dozens of armed Marines poured into the room. Lorraine turned his back to the group of people. Marine sat on the sofa without looking back. He believed that Jonathan would handle it by himself. It would be useless to have more of these soldiers. Nothing happened. Get out. But Commander, go out. Jonathan rarely yelled at his subordinates loudly. Lorraine would take action directly because of his intuition. It would be dangerous if a young man showed hostility to him. The leader, Marine, looked at Lorraine in embarrassment, then at Jonathan, and finally responded and backed out. Wise choice. You can't fix it. You fool. If it weren't for the fact that there are many ordinary Marines in the fortress, I would have tried my best to let you stay. After the sailors withdrew, Lorraine said something, which made Jonathan feel huge humiliation. His back molars were almost broken. But there was nothing he could do. He can die, but these sailors under him cannot. If they can all go together to ensure that Lorraine is captured, he will definitely give the order without hesitation. But he was not sure. These sailors also had their own families, and he could not let everyone make meaningless sacrifices. At this moment, his hatred for the person who issued the reward order was not inferior to Lorraine himself. Oh, it's up to you. I'm leaving. Lorraine looked around and found that nothing happened, so he was about to leave. If Jonathan hadn't been about to order an attack on the demon, he wouldn't have bothered to make this trip. Etc. What else do you want? Jonathan took a deep breath. As the top officer of the G8 branch, he could choose not to let the Marines attack in order to save the lives of the entire Marine branch, but he couldn't do nothing himself. He was fearless even if he died. He took a stance and rushed towards Lorraine. At the same time, Lorraine also understood what she was thinking. Admirable. After sighing in admiration, he didn't even use his abilities, so he just faced him with pure physical skills. Being praised by a pirate is not something to be happy about. Jonathan's face was full of anger. With a boom, the 2 fists collided together, and then with a crack, Jonathan's hand bones were broken. Jonathan is also a tough guy. When his hand bone was broken, he just grunted, took a step back, raised his foot and kicked Lorraine in the head. Before he even touched Lorraine, he punched him in the chest, and then he flew backwards. Although they are both Grandmaster 6 style masters, his physical skills are still a bit inferior to Lorraine's, so it's normal that he can't beat him. Jonathan knocked open a hole in the wall and fell into the next room, where he fainted. Marine outside the door rushed in again, and was stunned by Conquerors before he could take action. After settling the matter here, Lorraine disappeared directly back to the ship and kissed his baby Robin. He didn't care about what would happen next. Thinking about it, there shouldn't be any big problem. Luffy and the others are not just doing it for a living. Sure enough, in the afternoon, the Mary slowly sailed out of the exit of the G8 branch while being pursued by 6 warships. Luffy and the others were still busy dealing with the flying shells. Alas, Nami and the others are out. I thought they had been torn into pieces by Marine and thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Lorraine, it has to be you, my baby. Before Lorraine could speak, Nami, Usopp and others had already seen Lorraine here. Devil, it's the demon. Lorraine and the others are here. Luffy, who kicked away a cannonball, turned around and had a surprised expression on his face. That's what I'm saying. Don't worry about them. Ha ha ha. If you want to be happy, you should be happy later. Think about how to get rid of these Marines first. Sanji said calmly with a cigarette in his mouth. Lorraine also put away the anchor and moved towards the melee. The sailors on the warship also discovered the devil that was approaching. Isn't that a fishing boat? Why did it get close to it? No, look at the straw hats. The people above are even saying hello to the ship. They are a team. How can it be repaired? Have you been cheated? Fire at that ship. Immediately it was revealed that 2 warships were firing towards Lorraine. Thundernet. Lorraine stretched out his hand, and several tiny thunderbolts burst out from his fingertips, forming a huge thunder net in the air, intercepting all the flying shells and stopping them in the air. There are people with abilities on that ship. Attack the hull. Lorraine's mouth curled up, revealing a sarcastic smile. Hey, so what if you know you have the ability? Can you beat me? Go back. With a snap of his fingers, the cannonballs that were fixed in the air returned the same way they came, hitting the warship and exploding. Oh ho ho, so handsome. Before Marine could react, the 2 ships successfully merged. Luffy and Usopp and Chopper turned into star eyes when they saw Lorraine's hand. The people on the remaining 4 warships saw that the cannonball attacks became more fierce after the 2 ships merged, and they were very ready to keep the 2 ships here together. Luffy and the others, who successfully reunited with Lorraine, seemed a little excited at the moment. Even the warships following behind them and firing wildly didn't care that much. Lorraine has already killed 2 of them. It would be a shame if they couldn't even take down 4 warships. The 3 main forces all showed their strength. They shot back the shells fired one by one. Although not all of them followed the original path, return. But it was not much different. The explosion also destroyed a lot of several warships. It greatly slowed down the pursuit. The Mary took this opportunity to quickly speed up and save the warship from pursuing it. Lorraine also took advantage of Luffy and the others to counterattack the warship and reattach the chain. Moreover, the chain this time was removed from a warship. The previous one was only as thick as the mouth of a bull, but now this one is thicker than a thigh. He didn't believe it could be broken like this. It's about 10 o'clock in the evening. In the G8 fortress, in the infirmary, it has been several hours since Lorraine and the others ran away. Jonathan was lying on the bed, his body covered with gauze, and his wife Jessica, the chief chef, was standing by the bed looking at him with worry on her face. Suddenly, Jonathan moved and slowly opened his eyes. Jessica was immediately alarmed and called Dr. Kobat. How about Dr. Aang? Don't worry when you wake up. The broken arm and ribs have been repaired. Just have a good rest. Yeah, thank you doctor. Dr. Kobat responded and left. There were many other patients, all injured by Luffy and the others. I'm sorry, Jessica, for making you worry. Jonathan, who was lying on the bed, looked at his wife's worried face and couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He gently said sorry to her. Jessica's eyes were red, and she held his uninjured hand and shook her head. This time it was really a heavy loss, ha ha ha. Now it's time to think about how to explain it to the headquarters. After asking, Jessica didn't say anything because it wasn't her thing to worry about. But she had one more strange thing. As the top officer of the G8 branch, how could anyone break through the siege of Marine and beat him to death? So, the look on Jonathan's face when he looked at her, as an old married couple for many years, of course he knew what Jessica was thinking. You want to ask who hurt me like this? Jessica nodded with tears in her eyes. When she received the news, she felt as if the sky had fallen. That man is a monster. If he had murderous intentions, not only me, but no one in the entire base would survive. How is that possible? You are just having fun with me, right? Jessica thought her husband was joking, so she retorted angrily. The hand she was holding was stuffed back into the bed by him. Really, I'm not kidding. If General Marine doesn't come, no one will be his opponent. Seeing that he repeated it again, and his expression was not as playful as before, Jessica believed 80% of it. Because her husband never lied to others a second time. So it's great to see you again. Ha ha ha, glib tongue. Jessica's face turned red, she spat. Then she got up and left. Why are you going? My injury is not healed yet, and I need my dear wife to stay with me in bed. I'm going to make you a loving and nutritious meal. You have to eat it all. Ta. Jessica turned back and gave Jonathan a gentle smile before turning and leaving. Jonathan was left alone and messy, his face turning from black to white, then to purple. Jonathan. Danger. 2 days later. Long chain of islands. Luffy is dueling with the silver fox Foxy, and Lorraine has no desire to participate. I just felt it with my knowledge. Joe, this guy is a scumbag. He keeps doing some little tricks. But the fruit's ability is quite interesting, it's actually related to time. It should be very promising if you develop it properly. Luffy didn't take it seriously either. He kept playing around. Lorraine didn't even bother to get off the boat. There were no beauties down there, and there was no market, so he could only wander around. He didn't even have time to train now. Just after running out of the G8 fortress 2 days ago, Tongzi sent good news. The system mall he had been waiting for had finally opened. Lorraine, who had been waiting for a long time, couldn't wait to take a look. It didn't matter what he saw inside, but what was inside dazzled him. Not to mention all kinds of daily necessities, from ordinary swords to supreme sharp knives. From ordinary devil fruits to top-level phantom beast devil fruits. There is even a treasure tree atom, pure gold. Mermaid's tears. Black pearl. You don't have to watch this. However, some devil fruit icons are black. After asking Tongzi, he said that some people are currently using these fruits. The same ability cannot appear twice at the same time. Lorraine also accepted this explanation. Things in the system mall are divided into pyramids, and the higher you go, the more expensive they become. The top items are also the most expensive. There was only one thing on the top, but just one look at that thing almost made Lorraine salivate. It was a prop that looked like a water drop. Name: Amity of the Sea. Selling for 100 million cultivation points. The Affinity of the Sea. Lorraine had a guess in her mind when she saw it. Then after Tongzi's explanation, Lorraine showed an expression that was indeed the case. After using the Affinity of the Sea, you can gain the Affinity of the Sea and offset the side effects of the devil fruit. This thing is useless in other worlds or to ordinary people, but for espers, it is simply an artifact. A fruit esper that will not lose its effect in the sea is very explosive in the world of pirates. It's just that the price is too expensive. Wouldn't 100 million cultivation points cost him his life? Lorraine has not stopped for a moment except eating and sleeping in the past 2 days, and the total he saved beforehand is only about 300,000. At this rate, it will take at least 2 years to save up to 100 million. Lorraine wouldn't even dare to think about living such a boring life for 2 years. And Luffy and the others won't talk about it yet. Baby Robin must also get one for her. This adds up to 4 years, and there is no consumption in the middle. But how is that possible? Who can resist? There are so many good things in the mall. So, Tongzi. Is Tongzi here? Yes. What's wrong with host? Ben, Tongzi is busy. What are you busy with? Don't be busy with other things first. Are the prices of items in the mall a bit outrageous? Give me a lower price. Or give me a discount. Tongzi sad face, circle upper right quadrant filled 3 circle upper right quadrant filled I. The prices are all set and cannot be changed at will. Then it will be a long time until I get this sea love, so I won't do it anymore. Lorraine immediately threw away the knife in his hand and began to lie down, directly on the sofa. Zhe was paralyzed. That's not possible. Host, you have to be motivated. Regular practice is also good for you. Although you are already very strong, there is still a gap compared to the top ones. You can only do what you want. Save. Then give me a discount. It's so expensive, I wonder if you don't want me to use it. Tongzi, you are making it difficult for me to do this. Although the price is a little too high, it is also for Ben Tongzi's happy life. Ben Tongzi also needs performance. Then there was a stalemate between one person and one person. Lorraine stopped practicing and just ate and lay down all day long. Occasionally he went down to watch Luffy's duel, and then came back with a twitching corner of his mouth to harass Robin. The stalemate continued until the next morning, when Tongzi finally spoke. It wasn't that he compromised, but that he remembered something important. Host, what for? Can we get a discount? Of course not, it's impossible to get a discount. It's impossible to get a discount in this life. Then give me a hammer. Go aside, but depending on the training method, the training value obtained will be different. A simple sword swing like Host can only get 1 point. But if you use abilities and domineering effects, it will be different. Real. Well, when did Ben Tongzi deceive Host? Except when it comes to pricing. You didn't tell me earlier. What a stupid system. When Lorraine heard this, he immediately became excited. He immediately covered his soul with the weapon color, slashed it out with a knife and looked at the panel. This good guy added 100 points of cultivation value. This sentence was not said by Lorraine, but by Tongzi. He really didn't expect to add 100 points at once. Suddenly he felt that the price seemed a bit low. Lorraine couldn't help but beam with joy when she saw the remarkable effect of this knife. Visibility. Open. Conquerors. Open. Elementalization. Open. After Lorraine opened everything he could, even if he didn't move, his cultivation value would increase by more than 300 points every second. Tongzi, I must be losing money now. The price should be higher. Woohoo, it's great. Come again and again. No, I did it before, why didn't I? Before, because the mall had just opened, the system had not been improved yet. Today, it was urgently improved after Host said it. From now on, any behavior that will improve Host's strength will gain practice points. This is great. This is great. Tongzi is amazing. Tongzi. Hehehehe. Lorraine struck a few times in the distance with flying slashes, and then slashed with Ba Tang. Sure enough, the training points given by flying slashes and Ba Tang were even more, and the original 2 to 300 directly exceeded 1,000. This amazing profit made Lorraine suddenly full of motivation. He launched all kinds of skills crazily towards the long chain island. Slashes and thunder and lightning flew everywhere. Luffy and others in the distance were still dueling with Foxy, but the guy was suddenly cut away by a sword flying from a distance, and then fell to the ground unconscious. Luffy was furious. He wanted to go to Lorraine for a theory. What was going on with the monster snatching? Nami and others stopped him like crazy. Don't go. Such a powerful destructive power may have unimaginable enemies. It will be dangerous for you to go there like this. A powerful enemy. No, he was just hacking. Usopp took off the eyepiece and took a look from a distance, and found that he was just hacking. Hearing this, Luffy and the others were immediately stunned. This guy made such a big noise and was just hacking blindly. Blanching. This is unbearable. Immediately a large group of people ran towards the place where the boat was parked. With Lorraine's control over his own power, it was impossible for him to accidentally injure him. His moves only hurt Foxy, and it was intentional and careless. Luffy and the others walked all the way here angrily without receiving any harm. Looking at Lorraine, Nami, who was still slashing in the distance, he was furious. Hey Lorraine, stop it. Aang, what's wrong? What's wrong? You've ruined our game. Why are you so crazy when there are no enemies? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm practicing. Everyone. Believe it or not, who is such a big noise in the practice of good people? But Lorraine didn't intend to explain so much. Luffy and the others just happened to be back. Try to count if they hit someone. Dong dong dong. 3 times, Luffy and Zoro Sanji fell to the ground at the same time. Generation. The 3 of them rubbed the big bumps on their heads and gritted their teeth. They wanted to rush forward and beat Fat Lorraine. But they couldn't. Lorraine was stunned when she saw that the system panel showed a cultivation value of more than 3,000, and then her smile gradually became devilish. What a good tool, man. 3,000 for one shot, 30,000 for 10,000 shots, and 30 million for 10,000 shots. Doesn't it mean that if each person is hit by me more than 10,000 times, he can win a sea affinity? If he hits a few thousand times a day, he can win one in a few days. It's amazing. Okay. If they can't bear it, let Nami and the others practice some training too. Luffy and the others, who were holding their foreheads and crying out in pain, suddenly felt a huge wave of malice coming, and goosebumps all over their bodies. Even Nami, Usopp and the others felt a chill. But they didn't know where this feeling came from. Ahem, you just happened to be back. Don't worry about the game or anything. That Foxy keeps fouling. Unfair competition means nothing. Your main purpose is to become stronger. Only then can you go on more exciting adventures. Got it. After being deceived, Luffy and others believed his lies, and then Lorraine took advantage of the situation to give them special training. Their training points increased crazily. On the other side, a tall figure was riding a bicycle on the sea, holding 2 reward orders in his hands. The people above were clearly Lorraine and Robin. But the amount has changed. Lorraine has become 500 million Baileys, and Robin has also changed from 89 million to 100 million Baileys. 500 million Baileys is probably a little less. It should have been worth this price 10 years ago. Let me see how far you are now. After the man finished speaking, he identified the direction and pedaled his bicycle towards the other side. This man is none other than the current Marine General, Aokiji. 10 years ago, when Lorraine took Robin into the Grand Line and reappeared in the sights of Marine and world government, Aokiji also went out of his way to find them. Then I discovered that the boat of the 2 people did not fly the pirate flag, nor did they join a certain force. They just kept sailing on the sea as if they were traveling. With the mentality of coming back, they made a few rough moves with Lorraine, and discovered that Lorraine's the growth is amazing. Lorraine has been in a good mood these past 2 days. She spends more than an hour every day beating Luffy and the others to the ground and then practices for a few hours. Tens of millions of practice points have been recorded. According to this progress, in 10 days and a half, you can gain yourself a sense of harmony with the sea. Tongzi gritted his teeth in his mind. What a loss. What a big loss. The price is still too low. Now a group of people have arrived on an unnamed island, and they have to stay here for more than 7 days to save records. This is simply the best news for Lorraine. Now he has more than 30 million cultivation points in his account. Once the 7 days are over, I will become the first person in the world who can swim. Just because of this night I will laugh in my dreams. It scared Robin so much that he thought he was sick. No matter how Lorraine said that he was fine, it was useless. He insisted on calling Chopper to treat him. Lorraine was currently undergoing a comprehensive examination by Dr. Chopper. After checking several times and confirming that everything was fine, Robin felt relieved, but it was still strange that something made him laugh out loud in his dreams. In order not to worry her, Lorraine could only bear the pain and exchanged 1 million cultivation points for a merman's terror in the mall. The introduction to this thing says that you can breathe in the water after eating it. He handed it to Robin mysteriously and told her that this was a unique good thing in the world, and you would be pleasantly surprised after eating it. Although Robin didn't understand what it was, after hearing that it was a unique good thing, she subconsciously wanted Lorraine to eat it first. Then Lorraine said that she had already eaten it, and this one was specially left for her. She was also sure that Lorraine would not harm her, so she ate it without hesitation. Then I felt nothing, and the taste was not good. I couldn't help but look at Lorraine strangely. Her big blue eyes seemed to say, "Isn't it a unique good thing in the world? Why didn't anything happen?" Lorraine didn't know how to explain, so she took her to the beach. Of course, she also called Nami. Ahem, baby Robin, don't you believe me? Ah, of course, why do you ask? Then do you believe me when I say you can breathe underwater now? Ah, how is that possible? Really, believe me, how can I still harm you? To be fair, Lorraine is the person she trusts most in the world, and there is no way Lorraine would harm her. It's just that this kind of thing is too unbelievable. Robin slowly walked into the sea under Lorraine's encouraging eyes. Nami couldn't help it when she saw this. Wait a minute, What happened to you, Lorraine? You actually asked Sister Robin to go to the sea. Don't worry, Nami. It'll be okay. You're here, aren't you? Nami. Although, I still don't understand it. Robin also came to his senses. That's right. Why did you call Nami to catch me? Didn't you eat it too? Why didn't you catch it yourself? Ahem. Although nothing will happen, the ability user will still be out of energy. Oh, I see. Nami is still confused. Hey, what are you talking about? Sister Robin, come up quickly. Robin wanted to give it a try at this time, but Nami was there anyway. He took 2 more steps into the sea. The sea water flooded his chest and he fell softly. Robin was startled, but he calmed down immediately. He didn't have the uncomfortable feeling of choking on water, but felt very comfortable. Sure enough, it's just like what Lorraine said. You can breathe in the water. Nami on the shore was very anxious when she saw Robin sliding into the bottom of the sea. How can it be repaired? Sister Robin is a person with abilities. Do you want to kill her? Uncle Stinker. After scolding Lorraine, she immediately jumped in. The water on the beach was not deep. Nami immediately saw Robin lying at the bottom of the water. It's just that I didn't see any uncomfortable expression on Robin's face, instead there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. But I didn't care so much anymore, so I dragged her and swam back to the shore. Lorraine smiled when she saw the 2 people coming up. How about it? I didn't lie to you. Yeah, thanks Lorraine. Nami twisting her coat on the side. Uncle, he lied to you to go to the bottom of the sea. Who rescued you? You don't want to thank me, but you still thank him. Just as he was about to get angry, Robin turned around and said thank you to her again, and then explained the reason to her. Immediately Nami changed her expression. Her big eyes were shining brightly at Lorraine. Dear brother Lorraine, do you still have that treasure? You won't just give it to Sister Robin and ignore your lovely sister. Lorraine was speechless, but seeing how nervous she looked just now, this sister didn't get it in vain. Give her one. Then Lorraine took out a mermaid's tear from his butt pocket with a pained expression and handed it to Nami. Yeah, thank you, brother. Nami cheered and took it, gave Lorraine a big hug, couldn't wait to swallow it, and then jumped into the sea with a plop. He didn't come up for a long time. Let's go. Let's go back and change clothes. What about Nami? Don't worry, she will come back on her own after having enough fun. Then the 2 people left the beach. After a long time, Nami floated up from the sea. There were also several huge fish behind him. Help! The screams broke through the sky. Everyone. Lorraine was the fastest and appeared next to her with a whoosh. Cut off all the fish heads with one knife. Saved. Nami let out a sigh of relief, and Luffy and the others also arrived here. After seeing the corpses of the fish, they understood that Nami was being chased by fish. These are deep-sea fish, how could this happen? Nami scratched her head in embarrassment, revealing the pearls in her arms. Lorraine, going to the bottom of the sea to dig for pearls, right? A little money lover. I shouldn't give you that thing. He turned around and left in anger. On the other side of the sea, Aokiji also heard the cry for help, and rushed here on his bicycle. Anyway, Nami was fine, and Luffy and others were not very interested in pearls and so on, so they left one after another. Today I have to accept Lorraine's beating. I don't know when this day will end. It's a miserable life. In the next few days, the magnetic field of the island will be recorded, and all the supplies that need to be replenished have been replenished, so the only fun of the idle staff became watching Lorraine tutor the 3 of them in practicing domineering. To put it bluntly, just watching the 3 of Luffy being beaten violently, the effects of several days of high-intensity training are obvious. From the beginning, I couldn't escape even once, but now I can occasionally escape once or twice. Especially Zoro, he was the first among the 3 to dodge, while Luffy always wanted to receive Lorraine's attack, he was so reckless. Aokiji rode his bicycle and slowly landed on the uninhabited island from the other side. The moment he landed on the island, Lorraine felt his domineering attitude. Although the movement felt a bit familiar, he was too lazy to care, cultivation was more important. Aokiji rode his bicycle into the woods, leaned aside and walked towards the busiest place on the island. It was the place where Luffy and others were beaten. Luffy and the others were holding their heads and shouting that it hurt, when a magnetic voice came from next to them. The three people turned their heads instantly and looked at the big man slowly walking towards them. Uncle, who are you? Aokiji did not speak, but looked at Lorraine strangely, and Lorraine had seen him a long time ago. He said that the bicycle bell sounded a bit familiar. Yo, Aokiji-san, Sahi no Rita that. Aokiji was embarrassed by Lorraine's long-awaited words. It was already strange to see Lorraine chasing Luffy and the others, but now he couldn't stand it even more. Didn't you say you'd join the Straw Hats? Why are you still chasing them with your hockey? Besides, I'm very familiar with you, right? Well, forget it. Unaware of the situation, Luffy and others saw Lorraine greeting Aokiji and thought the two were friends. What? It turns out he's Lorraine's friend. He's also our friend. Then let's not train today, let's have a banquet. Luffy immediately said that he wanted to hold a party. Anything was fine, as long as he didn't need to train today. The intensity of Lorraine's training recently was a bit too high. It hurt a lot. Although, well, we are not friends but enemies. Including you, Monkey D. Luffy. Aokiji scratched his head and found a more understandable explanation. After hearing this, Luffy and the other three immediately put on a fighting stance. They even looked at Lorraine in disbelief. Nani, are you an enemy? Yeah, yes. Lorraine gave them an affirmative answer. The three of them were a little speechless. They are enemies and you still greet them so kindly. At this time, Usopp and the others also came over, because they saw an unknown person suddenly appear in the field. He was chatting with several people, so they had to come over and ask questions. Aokiji. Robin was a little surprised but not too scared. She was indeed a little frightened when she saw him 10 years ago, but Lorraine's practical actions told her that she didn't need to be afraid at all. Well, Saxi ignores it. Everyone. Although, this enemy seems very unreliable. Could he be an idiot like Luffy? The atmosphere in the venue was a little weird. Aokiji didn't think of what to say, and Lorraine was also pretending to be serious. In the end it was Nami who broke the calm. By the way, who is he? Oh, Marine Headquarters General, Aokiji. General, are you very powerful? Sanji was a little confused, holding a cigarette in his mouth with a sultry expression on his face. This guy looked about the same as Luffy, how powerful could he be? Robin kindly explained to him what kind of existence a general is. Then everyone stared at Aokiji carefully, trying to find out what was different about him. As I watched, I noticed a trace of drool dripping from the corner of his mouth, and he fell asleep. Chopper and others. Hey, he is indeed as stupid as Luffy. Aokiji moved amidst the screams of Chopper and others, as if he had been awakened. He saw Nami next to Lorraine at a glance. Hey, there is a beautiful young lady here. Do you have time tonight? Everyone, leave me alone. I'm going to kick him to death today. Sanji got angry and was about to move his feet on the spot, but was stopped by Usopp and others. Calm down, calm down. The other party is a general. Luffy. Uncle, what are you here for? I'm here to find them. Aokiji pointed at Lorraine and the two finally revealed their purpose, and even took out 2 wanted posters and threw them to Lorraine. What are you looking for us for? Lorraine took the wanted notice and opened it. Oh. The bounty has increased to 500 million. Baby Robin also has 100 million, not bad. Brother Lorraine, I remember you said before that you would not become a pirate. Should you give me an explanation now? Lorraine, who was showing off the bounty to Luffy, was stunned. I can't explain this to you. Is that so? Forget it. Aokiji thought for a while, didn't think of anything good to say, so he just said forget it, and then lay down on the ground. Luffy was the only one who had an aura on his face and was about to take action on the spot. He was stopped by Usopp and others. Although he didn't know the specific combat power, General Marine must be very difficult to deal with. Just when a few people were making a fuss, some refugees appeared on the island. They had been here very early. Lorraine and the others came and hid for 2 days, until they heard that Aokiji was Marine General before they dared to come out. After settling this group of refugees, Aokiji sat on the grass, cupping his chin and watching Luffy and the others playing around below. Well, now that the refugee issue has been resolved, it's time to get down to business. Everyone became nervous when they heard this, except Lorraine. Oh, what do you mean by business? I said at the beginning that as soon as one day you become a pirate, I will be the first person to arrest you, and everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates is a dangerous person. So of course I have to arrest you. Chi, Lorraine scoffed, and they didn't do anything harmful. With Aokiji's urine, these words were 99% bluffing. Moreover, if Luffy and the others were to be captured and returned, he would be afraid of being beaten by Garp. That would be a real beating for the old man. Usopp and the others, who didn't understand Aokiji, were so nervous that they immediately ran back to the ship. Luffy heard this and was ready to beat him up. He came up with a rubber gun, plus Zoro and Sanji. He immediately beat Aokiji into pieces. But it's useless, they haven't mastered Haki after all, and even if they mastered it, it would be difficult to kill Aokiji. Before a few people could cheer, Aokiji stood up from a pile of broken ice. Ice Age, a move that spreads all over the sky. The frost quickly spread towards the three of them, but was blocked by the ravine cut by Lorraine's knife. This is a battle between me and him. Don't interfere, just watch from the side. Lorraine said something after cutting through the frost, and then immediately stepped forward. He knew that only by saying this would Luffy and the others give up the attack. Aokiji also formed an ice blade in his hand to fight with him. But Aokiji's swordsmanship was obviously not as good as Lorraine's, and the ice blade in his hand was bounced away with just one move. Upon seeing this, Aokiji immediately gave up the sword fight. Ice Cube Storm Pheasant Mouth. Brontosaurus. Laugh. The collision of the two attacks produced a huge amount of water vapor. Lightning can also produce high temperatures and can even be used for electric melting, which is much more powerful than ordinary fire. Allah. It seems that the report from the G8 branch is correct, you have also become an Esper. Aokiji's voice is still very relaxed, because neither of them has exerted any effort yet. Ice Cube Two-Thorn Spear. One sword style split slash. Lorraine sent out a huge sword energy to tear Aokiji's two thorn spears into pieces, and then the castration remained unabated, and Aokiji, who was transformed into elements in time, was crushed and fell to the ground. It hit. Great. That's great, Lorraine. Luffy's cheers didn't last more than 2 seconds when Aokiji stood up from the ice slag on the ground again. I knew you would be domineering. How could I be killed by you? I said, these were the same tricks 20 years ago, isn't there anything new? Lorraine couldn't help complaining. 10 years ago, Aokiji didn't plan to take action and only had these few tricks. Why did he take the initiative to come to him this time and still use these tricks? Well, if that's the case, then do as you wish. Hockey ball. Aokiji jumps into the air with his arms crossed and shoots 5 icicles from his hands. Lorraine jumped back to avoid it. The icicles spread rapidly outward the moment they touched the ground, freezing half of the coast in an instant. Lorraine jumped up high to dodge and stabbed Aokiji in the stomach from below. Seeing the ice quickly spreading from the knife, he immediately let go of Yuhun and fell to the ground. No matter how powerful Logia is, it's all in vain if he can't hit him. Lorraine taunted, and Aokiji had already landed on the ground. That's not possible. Frozen. Lorraine's whole body was instantly frozen by ice. Lorraine. The onlookers on the boat screamed, and Robin was about to rush off on the spot. But only halfway through the rush, they saw Lorraine disappearing from the ice. Then she returned to her goddess appearance and returned to her original position. Don't let your guard down when you step on the ice cubes I created. Lorraine. He actually forgot that he was stepping on the frozen shore. But it's okay. He won't be restricted by his top-notch 3-color domineering body protection. The whole person disappeared directly from the ice, and a white light flashed behind Aokiji. 50 million volts and thunder. Let's see how labor and management save you. Lorraine's right hand flashed with white light, and the thunder column fell, creating a large crater with a diameter of 100 meters on the ground. The people watching the battle in the distance seemed to see the sun. Aokiji, who is at the center, feels the most. Even though his whole body has been transformed into elements, he still feels numb. I am extremely surprised. He thought that Lorraine would be very strong now, and he was mentally prepared for domineering and sword skills, but the ability of this fruit was beyond his expectation. It was not that he didn't know. It was that he had never thought that this fruit was so powerful. Aokiji, who withstood a wave of thunder in his elemental form, still has some black marks on his body. This is the power of the thunder fruit. All elements in the body can be hurt. But this is also the reason for his fruit ability. If it is a smoke fruit or a burning fruit, it should not be possible. After all, those two things are not conductive. Just when Aokiji was about to turn around and say something, he was kicked by Lorraine on the waist and flew out. If he fell to the ground, he would probably be scratched. This was the most serious injury he suffered in this battle. Aokiji flew more than 10 meters and made a backflip with his hands on the ground, landing firmly on the ground. Sax, let's not fight. We can't tell the winner like this. I just came here today to have a look, so I'll let you go for now. Oh, here it is. Okay, I don't want to fight either. After hearing this, Lorraine stopped chasing and smiled. There is really no winner in such a casual fight. Although in the eyes of outsiders, this kind of battle can be called a monster, but both of them know that the other party is not trying his best, otherwise the island can be considered strong even if the two of them fight for 3 minutes. Aokiji estimates that he is probably no longer a match for Lorraine, and Lorraine is already superior in terms of physical ability. What's more, he also has top-level 3-color hockey. He also has top-level swordsmanship. Aokiji. The more I think about it, the darker my face becomes. I can't live my life like this. A kid I let go 20 years ago can crush me now. Who knows, family. The people watching the battle on the boat watched the two men stop and looked at each other strangely. What happened? Why did they stop? That's not fair. Has the winner been determined? If you really want to know, why don't you just go down and have a look? In the end, Zoro covered his sword and spoke impatiently, but Nami and the others didn't dare. Only Robin and Luffy ran away quickly. How are you, Lorraine? Are you hurt? Robin quickly rushed to Lorraine and touched her left and right. Lorraine grabbed her hand and kissed her. Don't worry, baby Robin, you're not hurt. Huh, that's good. Luffy asked directly, which one of you two wins? Before Lorraine could speak, Aokiji said first. No one wins, right? Brother Lorraine. That's it for now. What? There is no battle where there is no winner or loser. Unless it's fake. He has a generation. Lorraine, what are you doing? Before Luffy could finish speaking, he was knocked by Lorraine. Didn't you see that Aokiji's face turned dark? Don't you know how to save some face? Monkey D. Luffy, right, you and your grandpa really look alike. Grandpa, do you know my grandpa? As usual, whenever he mentions his grandfather Luffy, he gets goosebumps. Aang, yes, I have received a lot of favors from your grandfather in the past. I will let you go this time as a way of repaying him. Goodbye. After saying that, Aokiji patted the black dust on his body and turned around to leave, leaving a confused Luffy in the same place. Lorraine picked up Princess Robin and walked back to the demon with a swagger. How can it be repaired? This guy is simply the happiest guy in the world. When Sanji saw it, he punched the floor. Nami on the side seized the opportunity and quickly hit the target. Okay, brother Lorraine has known sister Robin since she was a child, and he has protected her from being captured by Marine for 20 years. You'd better give up on this idea. Then Sanji's heart ached even more. How can we fix it? Miss Nami is so ruthless. Woohoo, but even so, I like it so much. Ha 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 ha. After staying on the uninhabited island for another 4 days, the record pointer was finally full, and the group set off again. This time the target is the capital of 7 waters. They want to overhaul the ship. Chapter 51. The Water City is not very far from the uninhabited island where they are located. They set off in the morning and arrived in the afternoon. There were some hiccups in the middle. But it's not a big problem. The gate to the Water City is right in front of you. Hey, are you pirates? There were guards at the gate, and they immediately saw the huge Straw Hat Pirates flag. Aang, yes, uncle, how do you know? Idiot, what's on our boat? Nami struck Luffy on the head with a knife. She was quite speechless about her captain's brain. If you're a pirate, it's best not to go in through the front door openly. You'll be in trouble. You can take a detour and go in through the back door. Oh, okay then. Brothers, turn around. Luffy and the others are also relatively easy to talk to, and discussions with others in a friendly manner will usually follow their rules. If you enter through the back door, no one will stop you. The Water City is a huge floating city with not many islands in it. It is like building a city directly on the sea. The streets, alleys and even rooftops are covered with waterways. The means of transportation is a kind of food that the residents raise. It's called Blue Sea Beast. After entering the city, everyone got off the ship. They had to first find a place to exchange gold for Baileys, and then find a shipyard to repair the Melly from top to bottom. Lorraine and Robin went shopping. In the past few days, Lorraine was only a few million away from getting the first sea affinity, so there was no rush at this moment. Let's go play with baby Robin. That's the most important thing. The record pointer of the Water City will be stored for another week. The devil can find someone to repair it in a few days. These are just minor problems, so there is no need to rush. Another reason is that Lorraine remembers that the merry ship has reached its limit here. This is where Luffy and the others saw off the merry ship. Lorraine almost cried after watching that part. After that, it was changed to Only Sunshine number. Although with him here, what happened on Judiciary Island will no longer happen, but the fact that the Melly can no longer continue sailing cannot be changed. Luffy and others rented Blue, the transportation vehicle that is exclusive to this place. They can reach every corner of the city by riding them. Lorraine also rented one. Robin sat in the front, and Lorraine sat in the back and wiped the oil from time to time. They had a great time. The people in the Water City are very hospitable. After just asking a few questions, they knew where the commercial street was. The two of them went straight to the commercial street. I came across a lot of delicious and fun things on the road. Even the barbecue here in the Water City is doing, which looks very flexible. At this time, Lorraine was holding a dozen of them in one hand, her mouth full of oil, and she kept stuffing them into Robin's mouth. Yada, it's all covered with your saliva. Hey, we are an old couple and still care about this. We ate a lot last night. Try it now. Lorraine urged nonchalantly, and Robin's face felt a little hot. Although this was true, could such a thing be said on the street? However, Robin only gave a symbolic refusal, and finally took a bite. His eyes lit up and he took away several of the remaining ones from Lorraine's hand. Wow, it's so delicious. It has a completely different texture from other places. Yeah, hey. The two of them walked ashore while eating, and they were already in the center of the commercial street. After eating the barbecue, Lorraine washed her hands carefully, took Robin and rushed to the place where clothes were sold. He is here to spend money today. He is rich and willful. Robin also knew that they were rich, but she didn't know exactly how much, but it didn't stop her from buying things without looking at the price. In these years of sailing at sea, because there were only two of us and we were not very young, we looked like we were alone and often bullied. This led to some pirate groups being so kind-hearted that they gave away money to the whole ship as soon as they started, which made Lorraine very embarrassed. For this reason, the two people's spending power can't keep up with the speed of making money. All kinds of gold and silver treasures on the devil and whole boxes of Baileys are piled up in a small room. If Lorraine hadn't been so good at eating money, he would still be able to make money. There will be more. Lorraine chose some cooler home clothes for her, the kind that are only suitable for wearing in the room. Robin will also follow him. Adhering to the principle of only doing new things with old people and not doing old things with new people, the freshness between the two has never faded over the years, and no one else can intervene in their relationship. The two of them walked from store to store and already had a lot on their hands. Robin looked at Lorraine, who was still excitedly choosing a bikini, and raised her forehead helplessly. Forget about the bikini. You can still wear it on certain occasions. But what are those things that are similar to ropes? Walk up and grab one ear. Brother, can you pick out some clothes that you can wear out? Lorraine's face froze after being pinched. She was so upset. She was so proud. Snort. Now I finally know how to choose some normal clothes, but again, Robin looks good in anything he wears. After the two of them visited one store, they just entered another store and haven't started to choose yet. Nicole, Robin, and Portgas D. Lorraine, right, Aang, who are you? The person coming is a guy wearing a cloak and a mask. CP9. Oh, Lorraine responded without even bothering to look at him. If he had just stabbed him elsewhere, doing so here would scare other residents and cause unnecessary trouble. Robin gritted her teeth and stared at the visitor with unkind eyes. She still remembered that these people had harmed her mother before. Although they were no longer the same group of people, she still hated them very much. Lorraine saw this and said softly. Hold her hand. Get out, or die. I'll wait for you outside. The CP9 member didn't get angry after hearing this, he just turned around and left. But before leaving, he said a few words. I don't know whether to live or die. Let's ignore him. After Lorraine cursed, she was ready to continue shopping, but Robin was no longer interested. Blank. Lorraine was angry at that time. After finally going shopping with baby Robin, you came to ruin the scenery. Do you think labor and management can't kill you without a knife? He threw Bailey to the clerk, asked him to deliver the clothes to the boat, and then took Robin and walked out. Bruno was really waiting outside the door at this time, and Lorraine looked at him and was furious. Before he could speak with a swish sound, it was 30 million volts of electrotherapy when it was shaved next to him. The surrounding residents only saw a white ball of light next to Lorraine and could not see what was inside. When the white light dissipated, Bruno had fainted and was frothing at the mouth. Lorraine put one arm around Robin's waist and jumped onto the roof while holding him with the other hand. 1 minute later, with a pop, Bruno was thrown on the rocks outside the city, and some water was poured on him. Seeing that he hadn't woken up yet, Bang Bang punched him in the stomach with 2 fists. Bruno suddenly vomited out a mouthful of blood and then woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Lorraine and Robin staring at him with evil eyes. Awake, say your last words, then you can die. Bruno was not afraid of the fierce Lorraine, but turned to Robin. Haha, after 20 years of running away, I didn't expect you to have grown to this point. But what's the use? You are destined to die without a burial place against the whole world. If you came to us just to fart like this, I can only say that you succeeded in disgusting me. Go to hell. The armed color directly covered it, and Bruno's head was about to be smashed on the spot. Sack. Huh, are there any more farts? I admit that I am not your opponent now, but my companions all know that I am coming to find you. If I die, a higher level intelligence agency will come next time. By then, Straw Hat Luffy and his gang will include the entire island. All the residents will suffer disaster. Oh, so what? As long as you go back with me and accept the trial, everyone will be in peace. I don't think you will refuse. Silly batch. Lorraine cursed and was about to take action, but suddenly remembered something and stopped. That makes sense. Let's go then. Lorraine thought for a moment, and if he just killed one of them, the others would know, and they would definitely not come to him to die. He was too lazy to look for them one by one, but that was not necessarily the case with Bruno. It would be good to kill them all at once when they got together. Lorraine. Robin was a little unbelievable. How could Lorraine compromise? It didn't seem like it based on her understanding of him. Lorraine gave her a look of relief. Then Robin understood instantly. Wise choice. Come with me. Bruno didn't see it because he was lying on the ground. Then he struggled to get up. As if in revenge for Lorraine beating him violently, he punched Lorraine in the stomach. For his half-skilled level, Lorraine wouldn't feel any pain without using the armor color. But based on the principle that he couldn't suffer any loss, he still used the armor color to harden it. Bruno, who was feeling depressed, walked forward without saying a word. Instead of taking them away directly, he went to a small barbecue shop. Because they still had a mission to do. That was the Pluton design on the iceberg. This small shop is opened by Bruno. As an intelligence agent, he should have a businessman identity to hide, but it is cheaper for Lorraine. As soon as they arrived at the store, they clamored for food. Bruno was afraid that he would regret it, so he agreed honestly. Originally, he wanted to put sea-floor stone handcuffs on Lorraine and the two. But he couldn't touch that thing himself. He was very helpless. Of course, even if Lorraine takes it out, they won't wear it. If they force it, he will just explode and kill on the spot. Waiting until night, Lorraine almost fell asleep out of boredom. Robin, too, looked at Lorraine with resentment in his eyes. Luffy and the others also discovered that Lorraine and the two were missing, but they were not worried at all. They had a bigger headache, because the merry ship could not be repaired. Usopp also had a quarrel with everyone. Bruno took Lorraine to a secret gathering point where CP9 usually gathers. At this time, Lucci and others had already got off work and were waiting here. The moment the gate of opening opened, everyone in the room focused their attention. It seems the mission went smoothly. Lorraine counted 9 people, including Spandam. So, are these all the members of your CP9? Lorraine was fearless and sat on the sofa in the room. Spandam took a look at it. How could he be so unscrupulous? Hey, pay attention to your identity. You and Nico Robin are my prisoners now. Hey, stop being ridiculous. If it weren't for the purpose of killing you, I wouldn't even bother to come here. Lorraine's words made Spandam's hair stand up, and he hid directly behind Lucci, but the other CP9 members didn't show much expression. Everyone in the pirate world who has some strength thinks that they are invincible and have no B-level skills at all. They learned from world government that Lorraine was very powerful, including Aokiji, who said it was best not to mess with Lorraine, but they didn't take it to heart. They mainly want to get Aokiji's golden phone bug, but if Aokiji doesn't give it to them, they don't want to hear more from him. Go, teach him a lesson, Spandam shouted from behind. Shave. Rob Lucci directly used 6 styles of shaving and was at Lorraine's side instantly. Point the gun. Too slow. Lorraine made a comment and then punched Lucci and flew him away. When the other members saw this scene, they also took action at the same time. Nani, how is that possible? That guy Lucci is known as the strongest person in CP9 in 800 years. The moment Spandam saw Lucci flying out, he hit the gate of opening and slipped out. Lorraine didn't stop him. Anyway, no matter how far Spandam ran, he could catch up in a second. It was better to deal with the immediate problem first. These little calamies are awesome. CP9's Khalifa was going for Robin, but he wasn't worried. After all, she also had 2 color domineering power, and she could easily deal with a small CP9. Several other people still attacked Lorraine, and their attack methods were very simple. They were all Marine 6 styles. Lorraine punched one child at a time and knocked them all down in less than 3 seconds. Just as she was looking back at Robin for a compliment, she saw Robin sitting on Khalifa and smiling at him. Khalifa has been broken into several pieces by Robin, and her neck has been twisted to her back. Hiss. Lorraine took a breath. Baby Robin is a bit cruel. It seems that Baby Robin has a deep hatred for CP9. Is it solved? Can we go back? Robin sat on Khalifa's body and asked Lorraine, his smiling expression not changing. Lorraine was a little cautious. If it didn't work, it wouldn't be possible to twist her neck, but she couldn't say whether her ears would be twisted. Well, didn't one escape just now? Just get rid of him. Otherwise there will be trouble. Oh, then go ahead. I'll wait for you. I don't want to leave. Okay. Lorraine agreed and disappeared immediately, and when she reappeared, she was already in front of Spandam. Who was he still talking to on the phone at this time? Everyone was dumbfounded when Lorraine suddenly appeared, and there was a whooshing sound in his throat. What happened? An old but energetic voice came from the phone. Lorraine took it directly. Spandam wanted to resist, but Lorraine glared back. Don't dare to move, don't dare to move. Hey, who are you? Before anyone spoke on the phone, Spandam's eyes bulged and he broke out in a cold sweat. Shish, over there are the 5 elders. The top leaders of the world government. Oh, 5 elders. Hello, are you 5 elders? Lorraine was slightly surprised when he heard Spandam's low voice reminding him. He originally thought it was a general or something like that, but he didn't expect it to be those 5 dead old men. That's great. Not everyone can point 5 elders in the face and scold them, but it's finally his turn. Spandam was almost scared out of his wits. He didn't care about Lorraine's life or death, but he was afraid that it would implicate himself. Ah, we are 5 elders. If nothing else, you must be Portgas D. Lorraine, it's really surprising. You were chased like a lost dog 20 years ago, but now you can actually compete with the general. I just thought you were complimenting me. Do you still fart? If you have nothing to say, I'm going to start greeting your whole family. There was silence on the other end of the phone, and then continued. We know you are not a scholar. At the same time, we also appreciate your ability to lead a woman to avoid being hunted by the world government for 20 years. As long as you hand over Nicole Robin, we can cancel the reward for you. After a pause, he seemed to feel that the conditions were not enough and continued to increase the amount. I can also make you a Shichibukai or a Marine. Then, with your strength, you can have as many women as these. Lorraine picked her ears. She thought that the highest authority in the world government would have something to say, but in the end it was just like ordinary people. This condition is not attractive to me at all. What woman can be better than my Robin baby? Even if there is someone prettier than baby Robin, how can she have as much fun as baby Robin? Do you think Luffy is the only one who has ever played on a trampoline? Tui. Don't be stubborn, this is your only chance. The 5 elders on the other end of the phone were a little angry and yelled loudly, but Lorraine didn't take it seriously. Can you come over and hit me through the phone bug? Okay, stop barking, 5 old dogs. I have no interest in arguing with you. The main purpose of today is to scold you, you bunch of idiots. Go eat shit. After scolding me, I crushed the phone bug without waiting for anyone else to say anything. I just felt so relieved. Phone bug, if you curse, just curse. Why did you crush me to death? I provoked you. Spandam on the side was so frightened that he couldn't speak. He had never seen me so bold and reckless, and he dared to insult those people like this even though he knew that he was facing 5 elders. He's dead. It's not just him. He's also dead. Just thinking about it made me wet my pants. Seeing him like this, Lorraine couldn't even arouse the interest in killing him. It was so embarrassing, but CP9 was already dead, so it couldn't be justified that Spandam didn't die. After all, a family must be neat and tidy. An enhanced version of the Arashi kick cut him in half and disappeared with a sizzle, returning to Robin's side. I'm back. Well, let's go home then. Lorraine agreed and walked out, then walked to the door and saw Robin still sitting on the chair motionless. Aren't you going home? Suddenly you don't want to go back. Robin raised his hands towards Lorraine. If you don't want to leave, carry me. Okay, come up quickly. Although it was strange why baby Robin suddenly became clingy, it was a good thing for him. He squatted down directly in front of her, and Robin lay on his back with a happy expression. Let's go. There was no need to hurry, no climbing over the walls, just walking slowly on the road. The gathering point of CP9 was very remote, and there were no other pedestrians on the road. Under the moonlight, the silhouettes of the 2 people were very long, as if they were in a world of their own, with only each other in them, and as if there were only the 2 of them left in the world. Not long after the 2 people left, a huge lightning beam with a diameter of more than 10 meters fell on the hut just now, and the hut and the body of CP9 inside were reduced to ashes. Holy Land Marie Joya. In a luxurious room where 5 people gathered, the 5 elders looked at the phone that had been hung up and their faces were livid with anger. How many years have passed? No one has dared to scold them like this. This anger needs to be vented. It seems that CP9 is already in danger. That loser Spangdam, how could he be the commander of CP9 if it wasn't for his father's connections? Let CP0 go. We must deal with those 2 people this time, their threat is already too great. Lorraine carried Robin on her back and returned to the docking boat. At first, Robin chatted with him, but later she fell asleep on his back. It was not easy to sleep while carrying Robin on her back. There was also a trace of drool dripping from the corner of her mouth. Lorraine secretly photographed it as soon as it clicked. There were too few times when baby Robin was drooling. Let's commemorate it. Then he quickly retreated to avoid being discovered. I haven't finished today's training yet. I'll probably be able to exchange it for C affinity after today. As soon as I walked out of the door, I saw Luffy and others sitting in their usual place with a solemn atmosphere. Sanji was leaning on the side of the boat smoking. What happened to you guys? Of course Lorraine knew what happened. The Melly could no longer sail. But she still asked. The Mary can no longer sail, and Usopp has disembarked. Oh, everyone, is this your reaction? Cold-blooded animals. Heartless scumbag, you have no heart. Joe, don't you deserve a beating? But Lorraine also understands their feelings. The Melee was seriously injured. Based on my experience of sailing at sea for more than 10 years, it has indeed reached its limit. Yes, so we need to find another boat to continue sailing. Usopp couldn't bear to part with the Mary, and made an appointment with Luffy for a duel at 10 o'clock. He wants to win the Mary back from Luffy. Oh, why don't you just give it to him? Why do you beat him? He's going to hit him on the head. Everyone was a little speechless about Lorraine's suggestion. Who bothered you about this? The point is that Usopp has to get off the ship. If you couldn't beat him, believe it or not, I would kill you now. We have only been partners for 2 months. It's normal to have different opinions. As long as he apologizes properly, it's okay to forgive him once. Baby Robin and I have been in a relationship for more than 20 years and she still doesn't pull my ears often. Everyone thought so. Usopp's feelings for Mary were obvious to everyone, but they always felt like they were eating a mouthful of dog food. So the top priority is not this, but you have to find a way to buy a new boat. Yes, all the money was taken away by the robots. Well, don't we still have a ship? Why are we still looking for it? After hearing Luffy's words, Lorraine was helpless and immediately stared at his and Robin's nest. Although it was not impossible, the Devil had been renovated and had only one sleeping room. Originally there were 2, but Luo was Lin used it to pile up money. It's not like you've never been on the Devil. It's fine during the day, but there's no place to sleep at night. Hearing this, Luffy and the others' expressions suddenly dropped. Indeed, although the Devil is about the same size as the Mary, there are really not many places to sleep. The slightly empty areas are filled with books and some strange props. Alas, but all our money was robbed by the robot. When we chased him, he had already run away in a car. Luffy expressed that he was very distressed. Lorraine knew about this. He knew it when Frankie took it away, including the fact that he used it to buy the treasure tree Adam. Nami's eyes rolled and she came closer to Lorraine. Hey, brother Lorraine, I know that you and Sister Robin have a lot of private money, can you help them a little? Oh, okay, red bean puree. The eyes of Nami, including Luffy and others, immediately lit up. This is big rich brother. If he can help, what kind of ship can't he get? Nami couldn't wait to ask him. Then how much are you prepared to pay? Lorraine said nothing and held out 2 fingers. 200 million Baileys. That's great. The one who was robbed was also 200 million Baileys. No, I'm going to give you 2 devil fruits. It's up to you how you use them. Ha, under the eyes of several people in disbelief. Lorraine took out 2 devil fruits. In addition to Spandam, there are 2 people in CP9 who are not espers, and several others are. These 2 devil fruits were put away by Lorraine after killing CP9. He couldn't find the other ones, and he didn't bother to look for them. He was neither short of money nor lacking in ability. One is the Paramesha fruit, and the other is the animal cat fruit. You decide what to do. Throw it casually at Nami. She quickly catches it. This is 200 million. She will be very distressed if it breaks. Alas, although it's a little different from giving money. But there should be people here who will buy it, and I'll sell it tomorrow. In this way, the problem of the boat will be solved. Lorraine curled her lips and said, I'm good at tempting you. I'll give it to you like a shark. Give it to me. Don't worry, after eating the menmen fruit, you can open a door anywhere. As long as you know the specific location, it's not impossible to open it directly into the bank vault from here. Red bean puree. Sure enough, the moment Lorraine finished speaking, Nami's eyes lit up. Zoro also felt bad. Suffer it. Just as he was about to stop Nami, he heard a click. Nami had already taken a big bite of the menmen fruit. After chewing twice, he froze. Tears and snot were streaming down my face. My whole body was shaking. Lorraine, what's wrong Nami? Cheer up Nami-san. Lorraine, what's wrong with Nami? She's fine. How is that possible? She doesn't look like she's okay. Luffy was extremely nervous. He had sacrificed his life for his friends on the ship. It's useless if you vomit it. Lorraine's voice, like a devil's whisper, came again. Nami froze. She resisted the urge to vomit. She swallowed it mixed with tears. Then she threw herself into Luffy's arms and cried loudly. Why not pounce on Lorraine? Because in her eyes Lorraine is just a beast who tricked her into eating shit. It tastes so bad. Woohoo. Ha 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 ha. So that's it. I also felt it tasted terrible when I ate it before. Luffy was stunned for a moment and then laughed. Even the food that he finds unpalatable would be an absolute nightmare for ordinary people to eat. How can it be fixed? Why is it not me Nami-san is hugging? You are so happy. The devil whispered. You have to finish it. Yeah. Nami's eyes widened, tears bursting into tears and full of fear. She shook her head crazily. Think about your treasury. If you give up now, all your efforts will be in vain. Nami hadn't recovered from the fear just now, and she hadn't felt the changes in her body yet. Lorraine took this opportunity to trick her into taking 2 more bites. Sure enough, when he thought of the vault, Nami trembled and picked up the fruit and put it in his mouth, with an expression on his face as if he was on the execution ground. Hey, I took another bite. Then I covered my mouth tightly and burst into tears. Lorraine. Luffy poked his head and his face turned red. He always felt that what Lorraine said was wrong, but he couldn't remember what was wrong. Then when he saw Nami closing his eyes and taking another big bite, an idea flashed in his mind. Ah, I remembered. Shanks said that devil fruit is only effective after the first bite. Nami and Lorraine's bodies froze at the same time. Nami. Just when Nami looked over with red eyes, Lorraine sizzled and disappeared. I'm still a little confused. How could Luffy remember this? In fact, he would definitely not be able to remember it normally, but the time he spent with Shanks was the most important turning point in his life, so his memory will be more profound. Lorraine didn't go anywhere else, but went straight back to the devil. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Looking at Robin's sleeping face, I just felt that the air was fragrant. Nami, who had nowhere to unleash her anger, punched Luffy and the others. Even Chopper was no exception. Lorraine didn't appear until 10 o'clock in the evening. This was the duel time agreed by Usopp and Luffy. Nami looked at Lorraine, who suddenly appeared, and her expression instantly changed from became, how dare you show up? Believe it or not, I also finished eating at that time. I don't know if you believe this. Seeing the serious expression on Lorraine's face, and the fact that Usopp and Luffy were confronting her, she was also very worried. She temporarily believed his lies. Usopp took the lead and directly suppressed Luffy. But everyone knew it was useless. As long as Luffy hits Usopp, he will lose his combat effectiveness. Lorraine only watched it for a while and lost interest in watching it again. It was just a fight between children. It's more important to practice. He disappeared with a sizzling sound and came to a rock not far from the ship and began to practice with all his domineering power. Not long after the fight, the duel between Luffy and Luffy was decided, and there was no suspense. When he got back, he asked Zoro and others to move all their things to the shore. Because the Merry ship has been handed over to Usopp. Originally, they planned to move to the demon ship. But Lorraine asked them to move it tomorrow. If they disturb Robin while sleeping, they will all be beaten. After moving the things, Nami looked at Lorraine training in the distance and was still furious. She used her newly acquired ability to secretly open a door behind him. She clenched her little fist and wanted to hit him. Just before she made a fist, a hand stretched out from the door and hit her on the forehead. Oh, how can it be repaired? HMPH, you want to sneak attack me? You're still early. The first actual combat after gaining the ability. Total defeat. After Lorraine finished her training and returned to the ship, she found that everyone was on the devil, sitting quietly in the corner with their heads lowered. The Merry already belongs to Usopp. We can no longer go back to that ship. Zoro leaned against the wall with a low voice. Under their influence, Nami and Chopper, who were not very worried at first, also felt a little depressed. Okay, let's all rest here first. Nami can go in, but you can only stay outside with me. After all, there is only one room. Of course, we are not perverts. Don't be so disappointed, didn't I say that, Usopp? I do not think so. A team decision maker only needs one person. The choice was already made when that guy tried his best to duel Luffy. That's right, maybe what you said was correct before he dueled with Luffy, but the nature was different after the duel. As a man, I tried my best after making the decision, and I will never question his choice again. Quote. The two people spoke categorically, and looking at their expressions, Lorraine seemed to understand something for a moment. He had been looking at this matter from a god's perspective, and he took it too much for granted. For Luffy and the others, they don't know what will happen next, and what happens now is enough for them to make a conclusion on this matter. That's it. Luffy, you are the captain, you make the decision. Life can't be smooth sailing. Sometimes letting nature take its course is a good way to deal with it. Okay, I know. Early the next morning, Luffy and others left the demon and went to look for a ship that could be used as a new ship. Since Nami ate the menmen fruit yesterday, she reluctantly took out the spring fruit that Lorraine gave her before and prepared to sell it. At this time, Luffy and Luffy were riding Blue on the waterway, when 3 uninvited guests appeared on the bridge in front of them. Come out, Straw Hat Luffy. I know you're here. Luffy and Nami below were confused. Who is this pervert wearing only briefs on the street? Why are you calling him? Hey, who are you? Perverted uncle. Nami pulled his arm behind him. From what people next to me said, it seemed like he was Frankie. Luffy suddenly realized it, and immediately became angry. Is this guy the guy who stole Bailey from us and injured Usopp? Frankie also noticed the two of them. It's you. You really made a big fuss while I was away and made my home look like that. Are you ready to accept my sanctions? I'm going to beat you up. How dare you hurt Usopp like that? Seeing that Luffy was about to rush forward on the spot, Nami quickly held his hand to stop him. Akido, Luffy, at least ask where the money went. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I can't swallow this breath without beating him away. Hey, wait a minute. That's money. Then regardless of Luffy's reaction, he directly asked Frankie where the money went. Frankie still didn't know the seriousness of the matter. Kaido looked arrogant. Huh, of course I've spent all that stuff. I stole it from the shameless pirates. I can spend it however I want. Nami bites her silver teeth. Luffy, I leave it to you. I'll help you at gate of opening. Kill him. No, I'm going to fight him off myself. Frankie laughed out loud after hearing the conversation between the two people. Just you two. It's not enough. Frankie took a deep breath and then spit out a large ball of flames towards the two of them. Nami reacted quickly, pulling the rope to the left. Blue, who had stopped, suddenly ejected and left the range of the flames. Is he actually a user with abilities related to fire? Knowing what Luffy said, Frankie did not rush to explain, but showed a weird smile. Then he jumped directly from the bridge. He fell into the water with a plop. Luffy Nami, is he stupid? A person with abilities will drown if he jumps like this. Don't look at me, I don't know either. Just when the two people were confused, there was a bang and a huge force came from the bottom of the boat, breaking the boat pulled by Blue into pieces. Luffy and Nami also flew into the sky, and he was surprised and even more angry. Just as Luffy was about to stretch his arms to pull Nami to him, Frankie punched him in the stomach. The fist hit the wall with Luffy. Nami fell into the water with a thud. Nami, hey, brother, you don't have time to care about others now. Get out of the way. I'm going to save Nami. She is an Esper now. She will drown. Then if you say that, I can't let you pass. As he said that, Frankie turned his hand into a machine gun and started shooting at Luffy. Luffy didn't care. Just let him hit. He was going to save Nami. But Frankie saw that the machine gun was ineffective. He turned to artillery shells. Boom. Wow. Cough cough cough. Luffy was completely blackened by the explosion, and his body felt uncomfortable. But he still rushed straight to the place where Nami fell into the water regardless of it. When Frankie saw this, he gritted his teeth and rushed towards Luffy with a flying fist. Just as he was about to hit Luffy, he suddenly took a step to the side. Nani. Frankie didn't expect that Luffy, who had his back turned to him, could dodge his attack, so he rushed forward. But in the end he was a step too slow. Luffy has reached the water's edge. But she didn't jump into the water when her head got hot. Instead, she knelt on the ground and prayed to the onlookers on the other side. Please help me save Nami. She is an Esper and cannot swim. She will drown, please. After saying that, he banged his head on the ground. Frankie, who was chasing after him, was also stunned. Can you kneel and kowtow to someone you don't know for the sake of your companions? Frankie muttered to himself. Starting from the time Nami fell into the water, Luffy's behavior refreshed his understanding of pirates. So he did not continue to attack without martial ethics. The onlookers on the other side were also stunned, and then they realized that two people jumped into the water on the spot. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Thank you. Nami was lying on the bottom of the water, staring at the sparkling water with big eyes. She felt nothing except being unable to move. It was quite beautiful to see the sunlight shining down from above, reflected by the water, and then hit the bottom of the water. At first, she found that her whole body was weak and a little panicked. After choking on 2 mouthfuls of water, she found herself coughing like crazy under the water. Suddenly she remembered that she could breathe in the water, and she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and just waited quietly for the road. Fly to save yourself. I don't know if Luffy won the battle. This guy is also an Esper. He definitely can't come down by himself. If he goes back and calls someone, this idiot won't get lost. Except for fighting, his captain Nami was worried about everything else. Just when he was feeling melancholy, he saw two people jumping down from above. Huh, did Luffy win so quickly? It seems that the perverted robot is not a powerful character after all. The two people came to him, set him up and swam up. Soon they surfaced. The first thing that caught his eye was Luffy's big face of surprise. Are you okay, Nami? Nami shook her head and said she was fine, and Luffy immediately happily gave her a bear hug. Nami looked through Luffy and saw Frankie behind him and couldn't help but ask him. Luffy, why is he still here? Shouldn't you win? I haven't fought him yet. No matter what, I have to save you first. Hee hee. Nami was stunned, and suddenly remembered that except Lorraine, no one else knew that she could breathe in the sea. But she was very happy with Luffy's answer. She was a little gentle in a rare way. She patted Luffy on the back. Okay, I'm fine. Well, you're here to watch next. I'm going to beat that fool away. Yeah, come on. Of course. Luffy let go of Nami, turned to Frankie, squeezed the knuckles of his hands, made a crisp sound, and said to Frankie. Are you ready, perverted robot? I'm going to beat you up. Hey, you are quite confident, little brother. Come on then. Both sides rushed towards each other with one lunge at the same time. On the devil's side, Lorraine is shirtless and has 8-pack abs. He has been training since early in the morning. Luffy and the others are busy today and cannot train with him. And his cultivation value has reached more than 99 million. He is only one step away from redeeming the affinity of the sea. So he couldn't wait to take action early in the morning. With his final swing of the sword, the total cultivation value reached over 103,000. Yes, it's done. Robin on the side saw him stop and quickly handed over a towel. Lorraine took it and wiped it casually. Why are you practicing so hard recently? Are you stimulated by something? Hey, kiss me and I'll tell you. Mwah, tell me quickly. I want it here too. Lorraine moved her other face towards her, and instead of being tricked into kissing her, her ear was grabbed. HMPH. Say it quickly. Hey, don't pull. I'll tell you right now. Hearing this, Robin simply let go of his ear. Lorraine rubbed it and then spoke slowly. After the fight with Aokiji that day, I discovered that General Marine's combat power is still very terrifying. And now that the bounty has increased, the pursuit we will face will definitely be more severe, so we want to become stronger. Is it that simple? Of course. This is also to better protect ourselves. Lorraine was a little nervous after finishing speaking, because Robin was too smart, and he had been thinking about this reason for several days. He is such a lazy person. If he suddenly starts to practice hard, it will be fine for a day or two. In the long run, Robin will definitely ask. But there are some things that cannot be said. So I thought hard about this reason. But his nervousness was unnecessary. Robin just asked casually. She would believe him even if he said he was just passing the time out of boredom. Well, I believe you. But don't tire yourself. You are already very strong now. I know. I'll show you something good later. Ah, what? He asked a strange question, but Lorraine was already in a daze, at least in Robin's eyes. Come out, Tongzi. Come on, come on. What are your orders from host? Hurry up and redeem the sea affinity for me. Why don't you just exchange it yourself? Why call me Ben Tongzi? Ben Tongzi is very busy. What are you busy with? The main thing is to ask you how to use that thing. The dog author didn't give me a chance to appear, so I was busy quarreling with him. Just put it on my forehead. Keep your sea kiss and welcome to visit next time. Lorraine, this system is getting more and more unorthodox. But fortunately, the exchange is completed. I am happy. Tongzi, I'm happy too. I earned 90 million in performance for nothing. Let's stop arguing and go wash your feet. His eyes refocused and he saw Robin's delicate FCE very close at hand. Ah, Robin, wait for me a little longer. As he said that, he rushed into the room and saw a flash of white light. A crystal in the shape of a sea blue water drop appeared in his hand. It was very round and without any edges. It was about the size of a thumb and emitted a soft light. Holding the drop-shaped crystal in his hand, he walked out the door. Robin was still staring here, and he immediately spotted the affinity of the sea in Lorraine's hand. What's this? In my dream yesterday, an old man told me that this was something that could get rid of the side effects of devil fruits. He raised his eyebrows at her as he spoke, and Robin simply rolled his eyes. Do you believe this kind of thing? You have been assimilated by Luffy after staying with him for a long time, right? Of course not, Robin baby, do you want to try it? The old man told me to just stick it on my forehead. Yada, if you want to try it yourself. Okay, I'll try it myself. After saying that, he lay down on the beach chair, pinched the chin of the sea and placed it on his forehead. Bing bing, cool, there is no other feeling. Lorraine tried hard to focus her eyes in the middle, trying to see the process of the affinity of the sea taking effect, but she saw nothing. Instead, she saw herself as cross-eyed. Robin saw it from the side. The light blue light gradually became stronger 1 second after the sea affinity touched Lorraine's forehead, and disappeared 3 seconds later. The drop-shaped crystal melted and penetrated into Lorraine. Lin's body disappeared. Lorraine could feel this change. She sat up and scratched her head. She raised her hand and looked around again, and a question mark slowly appeared on her head. Why didn't 78 feel it? How do you feel? Robin couldn't help but believe Lorraine's words after seeing the magical scene just now, and couldn't wait to ask. Lorraine, I feel nothing. Robin, you leave it here and leave it here. Since you don't feel it, you can only practice it. Lorraine was very sure that it was effective and was immediately ready to jump into the water and try it. Wait a minute, Lorraine. Aang, what's wrong? Tie a rope. If that doesn't work, I can pull you up. Robin was still a little worried. Now that Luffy and the others were gone, she wouldn't be able to save him if it didn't work. Lorraine also knew what Robin was worried about. In order to reassure her, she obediently put on the rope and came to the side of the ship. With Robin's expectant eyes, he jumped into the water with a pop, just as expected. He didn't feel any weakness in his body. He could swim as he pleased. From now on, Lorraine is the only person in the world who can swim in the sea. When Robin saw this, he was also very happy for Lorraine. He was not upset at all because he didn't use that thing. Lorraine casually untied the rope and dived into the water. Then he discovered that he could breathe in the water just like he had eaten the merman's tears. This is understandable. After all, it is a 100 million item. Mermaid tears only costs 1 million and you can breathe in water after using it. It is expected that something 100 times more expensive should have the same effect. Otherwise, why is it so expensive? Lorraine didn't swim for too long. He just did a little experiment and returned to the boat, dragging up a fish bigger than the boat. He was now not only the only Esper who could swim, but also a ruthless deep-sea electric fish machine. What a big fish. Well, they probably won't come back at noon. Let's eat fish for noon, and after that we have to park the boat in the dock. What kind of water gods are there at night? Luffy has finished his duel with Frankie. The two of them fought back and forth for a long time, one was a rubber and the other was a robot. Neither of them hurt, they were punching hard. In the end, Luffy's rubber was better, and Frankie's steel body was beaten. After the last blast, his whole body completely softened, and Luffy stood up again after carrying it hard. After a rubber rocket launcher, Frankie was knocked out and hit the ruins of the dock, where he passed out and fell unconscious. Compared with Lorraine's fist, your fist is as soft as cotton, perverted robot. After mocking, he put on his straw hat and left the ruins of one dockyard with Nami. Brother, Frankie's two little sisters rushed to the place where Frankie fell in. They helped him up with worried faces. Brother, how are you feeling? Cheer up. Frankie was being supported by his two sisters, and his hair was hanging down. Don't worry, I won't die. Straw Hat is such a tough guy. It's been a long time since I've had such a head-on fight. It's so fun. Let's go back. I need to replenish my coke. Okay, brother, be careful. On Luffy's side, Nami looked at the scratches on his body and couldn't help but feel worried. Luffy, why don't you go back and find Chopper? You're bleeding. No, I have no problem at all. Hey, I said. Luffy ignored Nami's thoughts and walked forward. Nami thought for a while and realized that Luffy ignored him and sighed and quickly followed. The two of them had been busy for a long time, almost shopping all over the commercial street, but they couldn't find anyone willing to buy 2 devil fruits. First, most of the people here are local residents. It is useless to ask for that thing, and it will even cause a lot of inconvenience because of the special situation of the Water City. Second, there are many people who don't know what to buy. They don't dare to buy fruits with strange shapes and patterns. I can only say that the two of them have not found the right person. If they find the right person, they will sell it immediately. Alas, I thought that as the Water City is a world-famous metropolis, the 2 devil fruits would be sold quickly. After shopping for a long time, not a single one was sold. Nami sat down on Blue's seat with a disappointed expression on her face. Well, I've decided. What? Go and eat first. Continue after you are full. Before he could finish his words, Nami hit him on the head with a powerful chestnut, causing his head to twist. Be serious, idiot. Don't be anxious. It will take many days before the pointer can save the record. There will definitely be a way. Aang, that's right. So let's go eat first. I want to eat Shui barbecue. Nami, sure enough, you just wanted to go to eat. But you still agreed to Luffy's proposal. You'll spoil your own captain. The two of them went directly to a Shui grill. After drinking and eating, the two of them continued to think of ways to sell devil fruits. How should I put it? There are still some pirates who come to the metropolis with the largest shipyard in the world. They heard that there were 2 people selling devil fruits in the commercial street and gathered here. Of course, they are not easy to mess with. The first group of people tried to rob them as soon as they came up, but they were beaten by Luffy so hard that they didn't even recognize them. After several waves of pirates lay around Luffy and the ones who came later became a little more polite. But Nami's price was also very high. Each one was priced at 100 million belly, so the bounty for this group was only 1 or 2. Thousands or even no more than 10 million pirates are deterred. The last pirate, who was covered in wounds, took out all kinds of treasures and cash to buy one. He probably robbed it temporarily. The animal-type cat fruit he wanted. As expected, the spring is still in his hand. Seeing that the person coming later didn't look like a rich man, the two of them decided to exchange the treasures into money first, and carry the treasures to the place where they exchanged them for gold for the first time. Hey, boss, give me these treasures and exchange them for Bailey. I'm happy to oblige, my pretty lady. Do you really not want this devil fruit? Oh, of course not. The shop only accepts treasures. Hearing this, Nami sighed. If someone doesn't want to buy her, it's hard to force her to sell her to someone else. After exchanging 100 million belly, Nami didn't dare to give the money to Luffy this time. He almost scared her to death last time. Where to go next, Nami? Oh, I don't know either. How about going to the shipyard first? Let's see what kind of ship 100 million belly can buy. Yoshi, no problem. The two people immediately walked towards Carrera Shipbuilding Company, which was not far away. They arrived here in just 10 minutes. But strangely, there were so few people here today. Hey, uncle, why are there so few people today? Barry, who was busy in full swing, saw that the Straw Hat Boy who had been here yesterday also temporarily put down his work. It's you, brother Straw Hat. I'm angry when I talk about this. Lucci and Kaku didn't come today. How dare they be absent from work for no reason? I want to report it to Mr. Bingshan. Deduct their wages. Oh, then there may be something delayed. Don't worry about it. No, I suspect they just went out and drank and forgot to go home. They never came back after going out last night. Ha 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 ha. Luffy laughed heartlessly, and Barry on the opposite side made some harsh remarks. Then he suddenly reacted and asked Luffy and the two of them. By the way, Straw Hat Brothers, what's the matter with you coming here? If it's for ship repair, it goes without saying. The best foremen here say that a ship that can't be repaired cannot be saved. I know, we are not here to repair your ship. We are here to ask you to help build a new ship. That's it. Do you have the drawings of the ship? If not, use our own drawings. Just tell me your needs, but there will be an additional charge. The cost is no problem, we will pay it. There are 100 million belly here. If it is not enough, we will find a way to make up the money. If it doesn't work, you can use this devil fruit to pay for it. If it doesn't work, don't blame me and just dig into your company's coffers. Nami thought in her heart and handed over the box full of Baileys. Barry reached out to take it and opened it. Sure enough, it was full of Baileys. Then he stuffed the money back into Nami's hand. The two of them were still wondering why he returned the money. Could it be that shipbuilding was not an option? Looking at the confused two people, Barry explained to them. Forget it about devil fruits, as ship repairers we can't get into the water. Besides, you have to talk to Mr. Bingshan about shipbuilding. Oh, that's it, let's go find Uncle Bingshan. Uncle Barry, please lead the way. Barry looked around. Okay, let's just take a break. By the way, those fools missed work. I'm exhausted today. With that said, he led the two of them towards Bingshan's office. At this time, Bingshan was dealing with the documents at hand. Usually these matters came from Khalifa, and he only needed to give an answer after Khalifa finished reporting. But Khalifa doesn't know why he's not here today. This is the first time she's not with him since she came here to become his secretary 5 years ago. This job is indeed tiring. Bingshan wonders if he should give Khalifa a few days off when she comes back. As for whether she is in danger, he is not worried at all. Khalifa's skills are still very good. Button. Hearing the knock on the door, Bingshan put down the pen in his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. Please come in. The three people who heard the sound of Bingshan outside the door also opened the door and walked in. Mr. Iceberg. Yo, Uncle Iceberg. Barry, Straw Hat Boy. Why are you together? What's the matter? Bingshan was surprised when he saw them coming in together, and then asked. That's right, Lucci and Kaku are absent from work today for no reason. The shipyard is almost overwhelmed. And Straw Hat and the others want to build a ship. Is that so? I know. Bingshan rubbed his eyebrows and felt a little pain in his head. How come even those few? Then if there's nothing else, I'll get busy first. There's still a lot of things waiting for me. Bingshan replied to Barry and then looked at Luffy and the two. What kind of ship do you want to build? We don't know about this either. It must be at least similar to the Melee. Otherwise, it won't be able to sail on the sea. That is to say, there are no drawings, right? Then the company will design it. In this case, the cost will be higher, so you don't have a problem. No problem, but we need to hurry up. We are in a hurry to get out to sea. If we place an order now and start making a light dhow, including the design drawings, it will take half a month according to the normal production process, or 10 days at the fastest. Hearing this, both of them were stunned. 10 days was not unacceptable. Originally, it would take a week to fill up the records. It would be no problem to wait a few more days. No problem, just follow the 10-day schedule. In that case, then, wait a moment. After Bingshan received an accurate reply, he subconsciously wanted someone to prepare a contract, but then he thought about Khalifa's absence, so he took a piece of paper and started writing and drawing. Luffy and the two didn't know what to do, so they waited aside. After about half an hour, the iceberg stopped. The total cost of shipbuilding, including all facility fees, is 72.5 million belly. Take a look and if there are no problems, we will sign an agreement. Red bean paste. The two of them were overjoyed. They thought that 100 million belly would not be enough. Unexpectedly, it only cost more than 70 million. The two took the paper and kept looking at it. The price offered by Bingshan was very fair, and even Nami couldn't fault it. After signing the agreement, Luffy waved his hand and immediately invested all the money in, letting Bingshan make the ship bigger. However, she was beaten violently by Nami, and she expected to keep the remaining Bailey as personal money. After leaving the deposit, the two of them left Carrera Company. They had to stay here for more than 10 days. The group had to find a place to settle down first. That's great. Now the matter of disembarking from the ship has been solved. Just wait for the ship to be built in peace and contentment. Yes, a big stone fell from his heart, and a relaxed smile appeared on Nami's face. Not only that, but he was able to leave a sum of money for personal use, which is simply great. Yoshi. To celebrate finding a new ship, let's go find Sanji and ask him to cook a big meal. Nami. You are just a loser. It was already afternoon. the sky was already covered with dark clouds, and Sanji and others were already staying peacefully in the hotel they had agreed on in advance. Lorraine and the two also drove the demon to the dock in the water city specially designed to resist the water gods. I guess there won't be any big problem. As soon as Luffy and I came back, they saw a group of people eating and drinking inside. Wow, you are so cunning. You actually ate delicious food while we were away. Hey, don't make it sound like we didn't let you eat on purpose. This is what Lorraine brought from the sea at noon. Wasn't it specially reserved for you? Oh, that's it. Then I forgive you. Luffy stretched out his hand and started to eat, asking questions while eating. Hey, we are all here. What should Usopp do? On the way back, Nami and I heard that a big tsunami called the God of Water is coming. Anyway, he was once our companion. Do you want to go? Let him know. Hearing this, Sanji and others all laughed. This is Luffy's character, so they followed him on the ship. Don't worry, you idiots, remember how could we forget that Chopper and I had already told him in the morning while concealing our identities. Suga, that's good. Not far from the water capital, a world government ship was sailing on the sea. Standing on the bow of the ship was a cold middle-aged man, holding the reward orders for Lorraine and Robin in his hands. Wearing a gentleman's hat and a black tuxedo. He was unshaven, and behind him were 8 people dressed similarly to him. Sir Kunji, it should be here soon. Well, the water capital is just ahead. We should be able to get there before it rains. The middle-aged man standing at the bow of the ship responded without looking back, keeping his eyes on the wanted poster in his hand. It seems like there will be a storm today. Just right, let's just say goodbye to them. I just don't know why I have to bring this with me. Don't you believe in my strength? I'm not a waste like CP9. The middle-aged man said and took out a golden phone bug from his pocket. That's right, even if it's just in case, you still look down on us too much. We're just criminals with a bounty of 500 million. The person speaking was a woman, and following her line of sight, there were 10 Marine headquarters warships following far behind their ship. There is a lieutenant general or elite rear admiral standing on every warship. Lieutenant generals such as Flying Squirrel, Huo Shaoshan, Doberman, Ghost Spider and others who can be named in the headquarters are among them. The scale of these 10 warships is also unprecedentedly huge, about twice the size of the warships usually seen, and the draft is also amazing. There is no doubt that they are full of cannonballs. What a headache. Don't worry too much, they probably won't be useful. Even if the 5 elders say that man has the strength to compete with a general, there are 9 of us. Our main task is Pluton's design. Don't remind me specifically. Betsy, I remember it. After arriving at the water city, go look for the Pluton design drawings first. When Kunji heard this, he also remembered the mission assigned by his 5 elders. Luki and the others had been undercover for many years just for Pluton's design, but they didn't expect that group of losers to be directly killed by Lorraine. It was too late to send another group of undercover agents, and the 5 elders had lost their patience. Moreover, having Robin and Lorraine here made them feel a huge crisis. If they contact and reach a consensus to awaken the ancient weapon Pluton, it will pose a huge threat to the world government. That's why they sent CP0 out in such a hurry, and brought along the golden phone bug that can activate Buster Call. Once it is discovered that the 2 parties have reached cooperation, then CP0 will launch a Buster Call directly in the water city. Under the firepower coverage that can wipe out an entire island. The entire water city will be reduced to ashes. So the first thing they have to look for after arriving in the water city is the iceberg. Take the Pluton blueprint from his hand, and then they will kill Lorraine and the others. There were huge bursts of thunder in the sky, and a storm was coming. The air was already filled with a moist feeling. Most of the residents of the water city had already taken refuge in Carrera's shipyard. There was no one on the outside. No one noticed that a ship flying the world government flag entered the water city from the gate. Isn't the water city a world-famous metropolis? Why is there no one there? Maybe it's because of the rain, but there must be someone somewhere. Where? Kunji stretched out his hand and pointed, and followed his finger to see a huge building in the distance. A string of letters on the front came into view. It was the headquarters of Carrera Company. The place will not be flooded by the god of water, so people from the Carrera Company headquarters do not have to go to the shipyard to take refuge. Only some will be sent by Iceberg to appease the residents and stay with them, but there are still quite a lot of people in the headquarters. CP0A group of people slowly walked towards Carrera headquarters. They also met the Water Capital's escort team on the way. Hey, who are you? Why don't you take refuge? Originally, CP0 had no intention of talking to them, but since the escort took the initiative, they took the opportunity to ask. Hey, Mr. Patrolman, we just got here. What does evacuating mean? Oh, it turns out you are new here. Every year today there will be a huge tsunami, enough to flood most of the water city, so go to the dock to take refuge. Although this place will not be affected by tsunamis. But Mr. Iceberg usually does not. Outsiders will be allowed in. Okay, we got it. Let's go right now. After the escort team left, Kunji turned to look at his subordinates. It seems that the mission this time is surprisingly simple. Let's get the Pluton design drawing first. It doesn't matter if you can't get it, ha 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 ha. As the laughter fell, the figures of the 9 people disappeared in front of the door of Carrera Company. At this time, Bingshan was still processing documents in the office. Without Khalifa, he really had a lot more things to do. He didn't stop even late at night. Just when he stopped writing and rubbed his eyebrows, there was a knock on the door. Huh, is it Barry? Come in. When the door opened, it was not Barry who came in, but several people wearing black clothes, black hats and masks. Who are you? Although he is surprised, Bingshan, who has been in a high position for a long time, will not panic due to unexpected situations. Instead, he calmly asks the visitor. Yeah. You are indeed Tom's disciple. He is so calm. The iceberg's expression froze and his pupils shrank sharply. He stood up suddenly. Who are you? How do you know the name Mr. Tom? Don't get excited. Introduce yourself. We are CP0. It is a secret intelligence organization that directly takes orders from the 5 elders. I think you should understand. Bingshan took 2 deep breaths, thought about what he had done recently, and then spoke slowly after confirming that there were no problems. I have a cooperative relationship with world government. Many of Marine's warships are manufactured by us. I wonder what you want to do here. Kunji and others came to him late at night, and they came just when the water gods were about to invade. No matter how they looked at it, they were coming with bad intentions. The purpose of Bingshan's words is to illustrate his importance to the world government and to remind them not to act rashly. We all understand this. After all, we are the strongest intelligence agency in the world. We are here to know. Kunji paused for a moment, and his eyes that were still casually looking at the layout of the room suddenly became sharp, and he suddenly turned his head to look into Bingshan's eyes. Where are the Pluton blueprints? Bingshan did not expect such a sudden move, and when he heard the Pluton design drawing again, his pupils that had returned to normal shrank again. He took half a step back in horror. Well, your reaction has already told me. But don't say you don't know. Looking at Bingshan's reaction, Kunji sneered under his mask. Bingshan was shocked and secretly thought something was wrong. His reaction just now was a bit too big. He forced himself to calm down. Ancient weapon Pluton. I've heard of this, but how can I possibly know where the blueprints are? Kunji's sneer expression remained unchanged. You really don't want to admit it. But it doesn't matter. I will remind you. Rob Lucci, and your secretary Khalifa should be familiar with it, right? Hearing this, Bingshan's expression suddenly changed. Could it be that they were caught by these people for not coming today? But even so, he couldn't admit it. Even if you use them to threaten me, I don't know. No, they are also the intelligence organization of the world government. They have been lurking around you for 5 years. I clearly told you that the Pluton design is with you. The original mission was about to be completed. I didn't expect those losers to be killed. Got it. After a pause, Kunji continued to speak. So you still want to quibble? Mr. Ace Bagu. Bingshan was still in huge shock at this time. In any case, he never thought that Lucci and the others were undercover agents of the world government, let alone that they had been killed. How is it possible? Who killed them? Nothing is impossible. You don't need to know who killed him. Give us the Pluton design and we will kill him. Hearing this, Bingshan fell silent. It's not that he didn't believe what Kunji said. The fact that the other party could tell the Pluton design drawing proved that he really knew something. As his personal secretary, Khalifa must have known part of it for 5 years. But now she can only deny it. I don't know where that thing is. If I knew, why didn't your so-called undercover agent get it for 5 years? Khalifa, as a personal secretary, should have known about it a long time ago. Kunji seemed a little impatient in the face of Bingshan's sophistry. He would not believe it no matter what. Betsy. Yes. The woman behind Kunji received the order and appeared in front of Bingshan with a whoosh, grabbed his neck and pushed him against the wall. Then he punched him in the stomach. There was a muffled sound that shook the room. Ice Yamamoto wanted to moan in pain, but when his neck was strangled, he could only squeeze out a ho-ho sound from his throat. How about Mr. Bingshan? Do you remember now? It took Bingshan a while to recover. Feeling the severe pain in his body, he knew that things might not be rectified today. Ahem, even if you ask me again, I'll give you the same answer, I don't know. Sorry, wrong answer, continue. 10 minutes later, there was still no news about Pluton's design from Bingshan. Kunji had lost his patience at this time. Just when he was about to order Betsy to be cruel, there was a commotion at the door. Apparently the movement just now had attracted the attention of others. At first, they thought the vibration in the room was due to the influence of the water gods, but as time passed, they also discovered something was wrong. Mr. Bingshan, are you in there? What just happened? Mr. Bingshan, hurry up to the gate of opening. Listening to the sound coming from outside, Bingshan, who was already bleeding and about to lose consciousness, breathed a sigh of relief. It would be much better if someone came over. Sir, do you want to kill them all? No, it looks like we can't get anything today, so there's no need to add to the trouble. The group of people broke the window and left Bingshan's room on the spot. Bingshan breathed a sigh of relief and slowly closed his eyes after seeing them leave. There's noise. The people outside the door also heard the sounds coming from the room. They broke into the door without caring about the others. But they were shocked by the scene in front of them. I saw Bingshan lying on the ground covered in blood, with several blood holes on his shoulders still bleeding, and he was unconscious. There were so many external injuries, but there were also countless internal injuries. The employees of Carrera Company did not dare to touch him, so they had to call a doctor quickly. Fortunately, after the doctor's diagnosis, he did not have any serious injuries. He only suffered excessive blood loss, 7 broken ribs, the broken ribs punctured his lungs, his shoulder was penetrated in several places, his internal organs were somewhat ruptured, and he suffered some concussion. In the pirate world, it is basically considered a minor injury, except for Xiao Ma, who was punched and had to wear hundreds of bandages. After the doctor's treatment, he only needed to rest for a while and he would be fine. The employees of Carrera Company gathered outside the ward and were worried. How can we fix it? Who attacked Mr. Bingshan? Let me know that I will never spare him. Yes, they must still be here. Find them. Quiet. Barry walked out of the room and shouted at them. He was also very angry, but making loud noises at the door of the ward was not acceptable. Iceberg needed to rest. After the CP0 group left Carrera Company, they came to a secret small room. The world government's intelligence organization has secret contact points all over the world. What's the next step? Of course, kill those 2 people. Before you get the blueprint, you can kill the only person here who can understand it. There will be plenty of time to find it slowly after that. Yes, the rest of the people responded and walked out. Come back. They will probably stay with the civilians for refuge today. Do we need to take action at the same time to deal with a mere 500 million wanted criminals? We will split up tomorrow. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening, and the water gods had already begun to attack the water city. Luffy and others were killing time playing cards in a small hotel room. Outside, the water gods flooded the area near the coast and there was a storm that made it impossible to get out. Lorraine and the 2 had gone to another room to rest, because they couldn't stand the too lively environment. The world outside was stormy, and it was equally stormy in the small room. He already knew about the arrival of CP0. But he is not worried. As long as these people are killed, the world government will not take the initiative to cause trouble in a short period of time. Just like Rayleigh, as Roger's vice captain and a person who knows all the history, has lived in the Sabayati Islands for decades without any trouble. That's because he has the support of absolutely powerful strength. If Aokiji had described his strength more clearly when reporting, this trouble wouldn't have come. There are many people who can compete with the generals, and even the elite lieutenant generals in our headquarters can compete with the generals a few times, but they won't last long. The next morning, Lorraine reluctantly withdrew her sinful hands from the two oversized snow maidens and climbed out of bed lightly. It was a sunny day for a long time after the water god, and his face turned green after opening the window and taking a breath of fresh air. It's so fresh. It's fishy and salty. I don't know how many fish washed up in yesterday's big tsunami. The smell of being baked by the sun is terrible. Robin also woke up at this time and watched him lying on the windowsill retching. Lorraine, are you pregnant? Hold head high. Lorraine looked back and quickly closed the window. She turned around and explained to Robin, which made her almost tremble with laughter. It was really trembling. The two of them chatted for a while and then walked out of the gate of opening. After walking through the long corridor, they found Luffy and the others. At this time, Luffy and others were sitting around having breakfast. They had nothing to do in the past 2 days and they were very leisurely. During the chat, Sanji mentioned that when he went out to buy groceries in the morning, he heard that Mr. Bingshan was attacked. Luffy looked surprised. Ah, Uncle Bingshan was attacked. Doesn't that mean he can't build our ship? I'm talking about you. How about a little common sense? Even if he was not attacked, it was not done by him himself. Nami expressed her helplessness towards this idiot captain. Oh, Uncle Bingshan is a good man. Let's go and see him later. I want to help him catch the murderer. It just so happened that he had nothing to do recently, so Luffy immediately decided to join in the fun. Lorraine wasn't too surprised, but she thought it was the CP0 group who did it. With the help of the Thunder Fruit, Lorraine's knowledge can accurately hear all the sounds on the island, and using domineering energy requires stamina. It rained too much last night and when I returned to the room, I thought it was noisy and put it away. I don't know what will happen next. Things that happened. After dinner, the two of them had nothing to do and prepared to go to the dock to drive out the devil. Luffy and the others went to visit the iceberg. The smell on the street after the water gods passed by is indeed hard to describe, but the water gods have their own way of dealing with it, and by the time a few people take to the streets, the air has become fresh again. The two men sailed the devil back to the harbor, and Lorraine threw herself on the two men's beds. A golden nest or a silver nest is not as comfortable as your own doghouse. Aren't you going to practice today? How can anyone practice every day? Just lie down for a while. Robin thought Lorraine had returned to his original state after removing the side effects of the devil fruit, so he didn't ask any questions. Lorraine also wanted to relax for a day or two because she had redeemed the sea affinity. Of course, Robin had to arrange it, but she can also breathe in the water now. No need to worry. Another aspect is that CP0 is still on the island. It takes a lot of energy to practice with all the abilities, so I should save my energy first just in case. A little further away, Usopp is fishing. The Mary can no longer sail. He doesn't know where he took refuge last night. Anyway, both the man and the boat are fine. Luffy and others arrived at Carrera Company all the way, and Barry was guarding every corner of the headquarters with all the employees. Even the residents voluntarily formed a search team to search every corner of the Water City. Even the repair work after the water gods passed away was not done. This shows how high the prestige of the iceberg is here. At this time, Bingshan hadn't woken up yet, so Luffy and others didn't see him. Because Luffy and others were pirates and couldn't be trusted. Until Mr. Iceberg wakes up and tells who the murderer is, no one can see him except Barry. So Luffy and others stopped temporarily at the headquarters of Carrera Company. Suddenly there was a commotion outside, and Luffy and others quickly went out to check. Get out of the way. Don't stop me. Let me see if the idiot Bagoo is dead. It was Frankie who took his two little sisters and forced their way into the Carrera Company. He and Bingshan just had different ideas. They heard that he was in critical condition but they had to come over to see him. The employees of the Carrera Company simply stopped him. Can't stop. It's that perverted robot. He must be here to cause trouble, I'll stop him. Luffy took the lead and rushed out. Rubber. Gun. A punch rushed towards Frankie's face, and Frankie also felt a strong wind coming. He raised his arms to block it. Bang! Frankie took 2 steps back. Who dares to sneak attack me? It's you again, Straw Hat. But you can't stop me. Shut up. You are not allowed to disturb Uncle Bingshan's rest, or I will beat you away. Luffy raised his eyebrows and stared at Frankie. Frankie across from him gritted his teeth and looked at him. The atmosphere was so tense that people nearby didn't dare to breathe. You could hear a needle drop in front of Carrera's door. Akio, ha! Everyone turned their eyes and saw Zoro wiping his saliva and yawning. Ha! Why are you looking at me? Do you want to fight or not? Hey, Straw Hat Boy, look at my strong right hand. Perverted robot, rubber gun. The 2 people rushed towards each other quickly. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. Wake up, wake up. Mr. Iceberg is awake. The attention of the 2 people was also attracted, and their fists were retracted at the same time, but both of them were jumping in the air, so they couldn't hold back their strength. Then, with frightened expressions on their faces, the 2 people danced and bumped into each other face to face. A-Gen falls in love with A-Chang. Everyone around was shocked, and even residents in the distance covered their children's eyes. Baby, don't look at those 2 perverts, you'll get needle eyes. That idiot. Nami and others covered their foreheads. They couldn't take the captain anymore. Luffy's reputation was ruined in one moment, even though he didn't have any reputation. The 2 people who bumped into each other also rubbed their heads and got up, looked at each other and turned their heads at the same time. Ah, ×2. You deserve a beating, don't you? Wooloo sigh. I should say this, it's so disgusting. The 2 were so excited that they started to fight on the spot. Nami stepped forward and was furious. Then she grabbed Luffy's neck and dragged him back. It was so embarrassing. Frankie was also stopped by his 2 sisters. Barry rushed out and saw everything, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, which means that there is no such word as crouching dragon and phoenix chick in this world, otherwise he would definitely use it to describe these 2 people. After the 2 of them were dragged back by their own families, they gradually calmed down. Frankie was concerned about how Mr. Iceberg was doing. Luffy wanted to know who did it so that he could catch the murderer. Barry couldn't answer the questions of the 2 of them, so he could only let the 2 of them go in and ask on their own. The 2 of them were still fighting each other along the way. If someone hadn't stopped them, they might have started fighting again. Finally, we arrived at the door of Bingshan's room, but there were 2 young ladies guarding the door, preventing us from entering. Mr. Bingshan needs to rest now. Please get out of here. Forget it, I don't really want to see that idiot. Frankie is a bachelor, he just came to confirm the situation of the iceberg, as long as he is alive. If he can take a look, he will take it down if he can't. Anyway, they don't want to go together. It's okay, let them in. I just have something to say too. Just as he was about to leave, the sound of an iceberg came from the room. Hearing this, the 2 nurses hesitated for a moment before letting Barry and the others in. At this time, Bingshan was covered in bandages. He was lying motionless on the bed. Luffy was the first to speak. Hey, uncle, are you okay? Who is the person who attacked you? This question is also what everyone here wants to ask. Straw Hat. Bingshan looked at the ceiling. Something flashed in his mind. It's CP0. His words stunned everyone present. What is CPO? Who is CPO? Why did he attack you? Bingshan looked at Barry and said nothing. Luffy is abnormal. Yoshi, no matter who he is, I will definitely help you fight them off. Let's go. After saying that, he turned around and went out, followed by Zoro and others. After walking out of the door, Nami finally couldn't help it anymore. Wait a minute, Luffy, do you know who Bingshan is talking about? CP0? Have no idea. Then do you know where they are? Do not know either. Several people closed their eyes in pain, and Nami hit them on the head with a loud bang. Then what the hell are you looking for? Uncle Bingshan is a good man, and whoever attacks him must be a bad guy. All he needs to do is find the bad guys in the city who look like bad guys. Everyone, you are such a genius. ... Only Barry and Frankie were left in Bingshan's room, and Frankie's 2 sisters had already gone out. Frankie, it seems you haven't come to see me in 8 years, right? So what? I just came to see if you idiot is dead. If not, I'll leave. Frankie and Bingshan are both Mr. Tom's apprentices, but they parted ways because of different ideas, but they still remember each other in their hearts. Wait a moment. What are you doing? I am very busy. CP0 is the secret intelligence organization of the world government. This time they are here for Pluton's design. I will definitely not give up if I didn't succeed last night. Hearing this, Frankie and Barry both had frightened looks on their faces. What did you say? They're here for Pluton's design. I think it's going to be a disaster this time. How could they? Bingshan explained to them what happened to Lucci and others, and the two suddenly realized it. At the same time, they also had a headache. Being targeted by the world government is not a good thing. Just then there was a noise outside the window. Who? Frankie flew out with an iron fist, and the newly repaired window was smashed to pieces. The fist was blocked by someone. Oh ho ho ho. Chief Kunji is right, you can really hear something if you just lie in wait here. As the words fell, there were 4 more men in black wearing masks on the roof opposite. They were the 4 members of CP0 last night. Luffy and others who had just walked out not far away also heard Frankie smashing the movement of the window. Nami, you go back first. I'll go take a look. Hey, wait a minute. Nami looked at the 3 people who ran away before they finished speaking, and quickly grabbed them. Then with a flick of his hand, an air door appeared in front of everyone. On the other side of the door was Bingshan's room. Oh ho ho, that's awesome Nami. Nami-chan, I like it so much. Yeah, hurry over there. I'll leave the fighting to you. After Luffy and the other 3 rushed over with a whoosh, Nami quickly closed the air door. Those people over there looked like they were not easy to mess with. CP0 and others in the iceberg room saw a door suddenly appear in the air, and Luffy and 3 others ran out of it and remained unmoved. In their eyes, it doesn't matter if there are a few more. Is it Uncle Bingshan who you attacked last night? I'm going to beat you all away. Luffy started yelling as soon as he came over. Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D. Luffy, you still have the mind to meddle in other people's business. Our commander has already gone to kill your companions. Luffy and the others were unmoved. They had confidence in their partners along the way. Even Nami would not be killed so easily. Of course, this was under the premise that they did not know the opponent's strength. The people in the room were tense, but the man in black on the roof opposite was calm and composed. Rubber gun. Luffy couldn't help but attack at first, and directly attacked one of them, but he ducked away easily. I've already heard the information I want to know today. There's no need to waste time with you. As he said that, the men in black were about to leave. Don't run. Frankie and Luffy immediately rushed forward, followed closely by Zoro. The man in black was moving around on the roof in front, and the 4 men behind him were chasing after him and attacking from time to time. They destroyed many buildings along the way. Many residents of the Water City were attracted to their attention. The 4 men in black saw that they couldn't get rid of a few candy-like people, so they stopped on the same roof. Aren't you going to run away? Just be good and let me knock you away. You are looking for death. The 4 CP0 members originally planned to leave directly, but they were upset by being chased, so they decided to kill these ignorant pirates first. At the same time, Lorraine, who was enjoying the sunbathing on the coast, felt several beast-like auras approaching here. Yi Gulu sat up. Robin, who was making coffee, couldn't help but be surprised when he saw him sitting up suddenly, with a serious look on his face. What's wrong? Somebody is coming. Robin is also very smart. Although there are few people here, there are still people passing by occasionally. Anyone who can make Lorraine sit up suddenly must be from a bad person, and he is not a small character. Then she thought of the 2 of them who killed CP9 2 days ago. One of them escaped at that time, and although they were later killed together, there was no problem in making a phone call during the period of escape. Is he from the world government? My baby is getting smarter and smarter. While they were talking, the 2 people also came to the side of the ship. Sure enough, several people in black clothes and black hats were walking towards us in the distance. Kunji and others did not wear masks, maybe because they felt that there was no need to cover up the dead. She looks pretty awesome, if nothing else. Just looking at her outfit, she looks very impressive. Robin rolled his eyes at him. This guy would always look carefree when he wasn't fighting. Isn't this what determines whether he is strong or not? Kunji and others came to the shore where the devil was and stood still. They raised their heads and looked at the two people on the boat. They took out the wanted posters and compared them. They were almost the same. Portgas D. Lorraine, and Nicole Robin, right. Robin didn't say anything, Lorraine just started spraying. Haven't you seen it all? I'm asking you, moi, are those two holes under your eyebrows used for breathing? Kunji gritted his teeth. No one ever said this guy was so annoying. Looking at your looks, you should know our identities. I know, what a stupid thing. Kunji, why do you curse? But as a Tianlong man, his ability to resist curses is still first rate. He is not angry yet. I must also know that you will definitely die today. Your grandma's legs will be killed. 5 big black dogs want to kill us with their barking. I tell you, don't even think about it. I originally wanted you to die quickly, but now I want to break every bone in your body inch by inch. Knock your ancestors like a geoduck. You are ugly but you think you are beautiful. What kind of rotten garlic are you? You can only be other people's lackeys. What do you call a dog with a broken back? I don't have any bones for you. Quote. Kunji and other popular Buddhas were born and 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven. No one except the celestial dragons dared to scold them like this. Even Robin next to him felt a little pity for Kunji and others, scolding him so viciously. She liked it so much. The men next to Kunji were also very angry. Asshole, you are looking for death. I have tolerated you for a long time. One of the CP0 members couldn't stand the anger and rushed towards Lorraine. Kunji didn't stop him. First, I also want to see Lorraine's fighting ability, and second, I am very confident in the strength of my group. Lorraine's lips curled up. If he wanted to destroy him, he must first make him crazy. Then this silly dog, I suggest you continue to endure it. Looking at the furious CP0 member, he showed a sneer as if his conspiracy had succeeded. Originally, he didn't have to do such a thing. He was not afraid of any of these people attacking him together. But baby Robin is still around, and I don't know what abilities the person on the other side has, but judging from his aura, he's not a weakling. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of the unexpected. There are too many strange abilities in the pirate world. It would be bad if some weird ability could hurt her. So the safest thing is to provoke them first, preferably like now, to lure one to take action first. Kill one of them by surprise, so that the safety factor of baby Robin will be much higher. Facing the CP0 member Lorraine who rushed over, his smile became even brighter. Kunji seemed to notice something when he looked at his smile. Bolins, stop it, come back, but it's too late. A serious punch. I'm sorry, Saitama-sensei, I'm so embarrassed by this move. Lorraine also jumped up and hit Bolins in the chest with a fist filled with 2 kinds of domineering energy. PFF'd. Borin spit out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards at a speed 10 times faster than when he rushed over, leaving a trail of blood flying in the air. The members of CP0 did not dare to pick up the fight randomly, and even dodged Bolins who flew backwards, causing him to hit the rocks in the distance directly, splashing rubble all over the sky. And Bolins himself was already dead, his heart was exploded by Lorraine at the moment of contact. How can it be repaired? This guy is very powerful and can no longer be treated as an ordinary task. Let's go together. Yes. As the words fell, Kunji and the remaining CP0 members rushed forward. Each used their own moves. What surprised Lorraine was that one of the remaining 4 people was not an Esper. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. Of course it's also possible that it's some kind of paramesha that hasn't been revealed yet. Kunji is of the animal type but I don't know him, he should be a phantom beast species. Because his outstretched claws turned into dragon claws with electric lights flashing on them, but they only have 4 claws. Betsy turned into paper pieces all over the sky and flew towards Lorraine, a real paper man. Another hand thrust into the ground, and countless vines grew out of the cracks in the ground and twined towards Lorraine, with thorns attached to them. Hey, you still have a lot of abilities. The moment Lorraine saw their abilities, she felt relieved. As long as they didn't have any weird abilities, Robin was careful and his body also turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared. The attacks of Kunji and others failed. Nani, what's going on? The sudden disappearance of Lorraine confused a few people. They have seen a lot of Logia's abilities, but what's the point of disappearing so strangely? Even if General Kizaru moves at the speed of light, is there a trace? Hey, are you looking for me? Kunji and the others turned around in fear, only to see Lorraine standing behind them and the others, arcs flashing on their hands, obviously ready to make a move. 30 million volts thunder net. Lorraine opened his 5 fingers and a purple lightning burst out from each fingertip. After spreading out, it spread out to form a huge thunder and lightning network covering Kunji and others. Except for Kunji, the other 3 people were dealing with it carefully. Betsy once again turned into a sky full of paper attached to the lightning net and swept towards Lorraine. Another person with the ability to control vines directly created a cage on the spot. Live your life. Only the person who doesn't seem to be a capable person seems to be struggling with the weapon color. Oh ha ha ha, it's useless. Lousy as an animal type, fish fruit, phantom beast type, thunder dragon form ability user. Lousy can also use the power of thunder and lightning. Kunji taunted on the spot and rushed towards Lorraine again. Hey, it turns out to be a smelly electric eel. At this time, Betsy's piece of paper had also spread along the thunder net. Lorraine mocked and prepared to retreat. Her body turned into lightning again and disappeared, but this time she did not retreat far. He probably only retreated a few dozen meters before his figure appeared. Lorraine, what kind of black technology is this? Why is there an air wall? Kunji and others on the opposite side obviously expected this situation. They regrouped and rushed forward where Lorraine was originally. Before Lorraine had time to think about it, he pulled out his soul and cut off the vines. He turned sideways to avoid Kunji's claws and kicked him in the abdomen, which was blocked by his other hand. At the same time, Kunji also took a few steps back. Burst! Betsy yelled, and the piece of paper floating next to Lorraine exploded violently, but Lorraine had turned into lightning and left. Back to the beginning, he still wasn't serious until now. Lorraine returned to his original position and did not stop. Instead, he turned into lightning and disappeared again. This time he teleported backwards and still hit the air wall dozens of meters away. Mom, there is a bug in this world. Just kidding. Lorraine also understood that this should be some kind of fruit ability, and it must have been done by the person who seemed to have no ability. Sure enough, there is no way that there is someone in the intelligence agency directly under the 5 elders who is not a person with abilities. Kunji and others saw his actions and thought he was trying to escape, so they couldn't help but taunted him. It's useless, don't even think about escaping. The person who didn't seem to be a person with abilities also spoke. A dual field has been formed here. Unless all parties on one side die, no one can get out. Lorraine was a little confused. What kind of weird ability is this? Can people start a duel without knowing it? I'm afraid it's also related to the rules. But again, what is he afraid of? It doesn't matter. You all have to die anyway. The Yuhun in Lorraine's hand slowly lifted up. The blade was dark and shimmering with light. It wasn't the color of the weapon, but the Yuhun was now a black sword. The armed colors slowly wound up, and Conqueror's was released violently. Kunji and others felt a huge sense of oppression at the same time. Conqueror's haki is really powerful. Use your strongest power to finish him off as soon as possible. Thunder Claw. Kunji turned into a half-dragon form, with a horn growing from the middle of his head, and his body was covered with scales, which made him look ugly. A big claw flashing with lightning pressed towards Lorraine. And it kept getting bigger. When he arrived in front of Lorraine, he was already bigger than him. One sword style, breaking the army. Laugh. Although Kunji's claws also have armed colors. But they are obviously not as strong as Lorraine. After a little resistance, he slowly cut into Kunji's claws. Lorraine suddenly increased his strength and almost cut off his entire claw. Kunji felt the pain and quickly retreated. He was about to pursue. 2 shouts rang in his ears. Ziwuling Chi. Ghost Gun. The 2 attacks made Lorraine pause for a moment, and with a thought, you sent Kunji a lightning bolt from the sky. Although it was useless, it was cool. Looking back, the attack of the 2 men was already close in front of me. The pieces of paper and the ghost vine gun were all dark, obviously covered with domineering energy. She dodged away, raised her hand and slashed at the ghost vine spear with a single strike of Yi Dao style. The exploding sword energy shredded all the pieces of paper that Betsy had transformed into pieces. Obviously her domineering power was not as strong as Lorraine's. Betsy's ability should be considered Logia's. Although the paper she turns into can be cut, it will not cause harm to her even if it is cut into paper scraps. She can still recover. We can only give her a fatal blow when she reveals her true form. After blocking the 3 attacks respectively, Lorraine also stood still on the coast. Kunji and others also regrouped and prepared to take action again. The CP0 member who opened the duel field was still an OB on the edge, occasionally harassing him as a control player. It may be that maintaining such a large-scale duel field consumes physical energy. This time it was Lorraine who took the lead to attack. The opponent had a large number of people, and his eyes were directly aimed at Kunji. His intention was too obvious. The other 2 noticed his movements and prepared to join Kunji on the spot, but their speed was not faster than Lorraine's fruit ability. They disappeared with a sizzling sound. Seeing this, the remaining Betsy and the other 2 hurriedly rushed in the direction of Kunji. Just in the middle of the journey, Lorraine's figure appeared. He did not appear beside Kunji, but blocked Betsy's way. Betsy. Everyone was shocked. That's right. The real purpose of Lorraine, the 6th child, is this Logia ability user, and his previous performances were all illusions. In Lorraine's heart, there is no such thing as a bullshit rule about not killing or beating women. In his eyes, all enemies are treated fairly and can be killed. Seeing the murderous intent in Lorraine's eyes, Betsy's whole body became cold. She was immediately ready to turn into pieces of paper in the sky, but Lorraine was a little faster than her. Instant cut. Lorraine's whole body passed through Betsy's body with a whoosh. While paralyzing her, the knife also stabbed her body. And it stabbed out from behind. This move was developed after he possessed the ability of the Thunder Fruit. Teleportation plus beheading, referred to as instantaneous beheading. Lorraine held a knife behind Betsy and turned around, and there was a sound of cutting meat. Betsy, who had been stabbed through the chest by Lorraine's knife, had her internal organs shredded by the remaining sword energy in her body. She died immediately and fell to the ground with a thud. Betsy. Kunji was so angry that he turned into a thunder dragon that was tens of meters long and flew towards Lorraine. The one with the vine also activated the fruit ability to the maximum extent, and turned into a 10-meter tall tree man. Waving his body, the vine swept towards Lorraine. Lorraine didn't care about him. He turned into lightning and disappeared again. When he appeared again, he had reached the back of the giant tree man's neck. His eyes were cold. Have you ever seen a lightning strike tree? 100 million volts of thunder. A bolt of lightning with a diameter of 10 meters fell from about 100 meters above the tree man's head. The tree man's body was too huge to dodge, and he was hit directly by the lightning. Ah! The tree man only had time to let out a scream before he was drowned by endless thunder. You can't fix it, you monster. Kunji's eyes were about to burst. He had never been so embarrassed when he fought with the generals of his headquarters. Although the CP organization does not need emotions, people are not grass and trees. His partners who have worked together for decades died one by one, and he was very angry in his heart. Electric Loach. Are you afraid now? Lorraine opened her mouth to ridicule, but she couldn't win after being beaten and scolded. I just want to ask you if you are angry. Don't underestimate me. I'm different from them. Even the generals can't kill me. Who are you? Kunji cursed angrily, twisted his huge tail and swept towards Lorraine. Lorraine disappeared with a sizzle and appeared on top of Kunji's head. Cut it off with one knife. Ding! Kunji swung his head and used his horn to hold Lorraine's knife. Hiss! What kind of horn is this, so hard? Oh, the hardness of my horn is comparable to that of a sea rock. Even the supreme sharp knife cannot cut it. Not always. Lorraine's expression became serious. The conquerors appeared on the armored soul that was originally wrapped around it. The entire blade suddenly flashed with black and red electric light. Kunji felt a huge threat from Lorraine's knife, and shook his head violently to swing Lorraine away, but it was no use. After a flash of electric light, Lorraine returned to his horn and cut it off with a single stroke. Kunji had no choice. He could only use his horns to go up against him again, because otherwise his neck would be chopped off. Click. Ah! Kunji instantly retreated from the Thunder Dragon form and returned to his original form and collapsed on the ground. There was a round blood hole on his forehead, but it was not deep. Lorraine did not ignore Kunji, who had returned to his original state, but rushed towards the last intact person. The man was extremely panicked when he saw Lorraine rushing towards him. I am just a control player. Apart from this dual field, I only have the Marine 6th form. How do I fight this? Don't come over here. He was ready to run away with his shaver on the spot, but he couldn't be faster than Lorraine. He immediately lost his head with a kai sound. I forgot to mention just now, in fact, as long as you die, I can go out. Kunji lay on the ground without moving. In fact, he was not as weak as he appeared. He was just beaten back to his original shape. It was impossible to complete the task this time, but there was still someone on his side. Next time, he would catch that woman and use it as a threat. There is still a chance. You have to run first. His eyes rolled around, and the dual field disappeared at this moment. If he had taken advantage of Lorraine's attention, he would have had a chance to escape. This means that he doesn't know Lorraine's ability, otherwise he would know how ridiculous his current idea is. At this moment, Lorraine also felt that Kunji must have lost his fighting power and fainted, so he jumped back and ran back to claim credit with Robin. Robin smiled when he saw Lorraine resolving the battle in just a few minutes, and was ready to praise him. As a result, as soon as Lorraine jumped on the boat, she saw Kunji jump up and run away like crazy with a shave. Lorraine, he is still alive. He wants to run. Don't worry, look at me. Lorraine also saw Kunji running away. After comforting Robin, he took out a 100 belly coin from his pocket and tossed it in his hand. Baby Robin, if I kill him with this, can you please wear the suit I specially asked someone to make for me at night? Robin rolled his eyes at him. Is now the time to say this? Why don't you take it seriously? People are almost invisible, why don't you take action? No, promise me first. Okay, hurry up, or you'll be in trouble next time. Hey. Lorraine's emotions aroused after hearing this, and she probably felt the position. After hardening the 100 Baileys with domineering energy, she threw it into the sky. Robin looked strange and didn't understand what he was going to do. The coin fell. Lorraine's ability hit the coin hard. The black coin left an arc in the air and flew out at a speed close to light. I am worth 2 choppers now, what are you going to do to stop me? Kunji was already thousands of meters away from the two people at this time, and a smile began to fill his face. Suddenly the hairs all over his body stood up, and a huge sense of crisis enveloped him. He was already injured and was shot through the heart by a coin before he could even use his armor to defend himself. Staring blankly at the bloody hole in his chest, Kunji's expression suddenly turned fierce. I will take you to be buried with me even if I die. Then he pressed the golden phone bug in his pocket hard. The real crisis is coming. Yeah, I hit it. Kunji had only a small black dot left in their eyes. Needless to say, Lorraine would know even if he died on the other side of the water city. Robin could only see the small black dot motionless. So she still had a trace of luck in her heart. Because that dress was so shameful. It was like an apron. It was also very thin. She was embarrassed just thinking about it. Yes, it's a bellyband. Are you dead? What if you're not dead but just injured? Hey, that's not easy. Lorraine also knew that Robin was being stubborn, but how could he let go of such a good opportunity? Immediately, a princess hug picked up Robin and rushed towards Kunji's body. 10 seconds later, Robin, Lorraine, hey. The facts were in front of him, and Robin couldn't help but admit it. He was thinking about how to escape tonight's fate. It's not good to pretend to be angry. Two people have never been cruel to each other in so many years. Pretending to forget, it doesn't seem to work. This guy can forget it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, so he kicked Kunji's body. Kunji, still abusing corpses, just wait. In fact, Kunji, who died on the spot, came back for revenge. He lay on the ground and died, with the golden phone bug pinned under him. Robin kicked him over. The phone bug under him was naturally exposed. Robin was about to add another touch when he saw the phone bug. In an instant, her pupils trembled. She knew what this thing represented. She thought Lorraine had cured her childhood nightmare, but now she could not help but feel fear from the bottom of her heart when she saw this thing again. Lorraine, who was still thinking about obscenity, was brought back to her senses by this slightly sharp call, and the next moment Robin threw herself into his arms. Before he had time to ask what happened, his eyes narrowed and he saw the golden phone bug on the ground. Hiss, this thing is terrible, the city of water is in danger. What to do? Robin buried her head in his chest, her voice trembling. It's okay. 10 extra large warships, 5 lieutenants, and 10,000 marine elites. It's not a big problem. Lorraine, who came back to his senses, also realized that he seemed to be completely capable of stopping it now. The warship was made of iron, and if nothing else, the power of a thunderfruit was enough for them to drink a pot. In fact, the Buster Call on Judiciary Island is like a joke compared to the times in New World. Really? Robin raised her head, with a trace of fear in her beautiful eyes. Tears were already hanging on her long eyelashes. Lorraine held her face and gently wiped it away for her. Well, trust me, without further ado, let's go to the iceberg and let him notify ordinary people to evacuate. It's impossible for so many warships to be destroyed at the same time, and the residents must evacuate first. Good. Lorraine may not care about the life and death of other people, but Robin has to help her untie the knot in her heart, which is an easy thing anyway. Marine Headquarters Marineland, with Kunji's golden phone bug pressed. There are 6 silver phone bugs in a certain room. One of the silver phone bugs suddenly opened its eyes wide. It made a piercing alarm sound. The guard's eyes widened instantly. The silver phone bug got the signal. The 5 elders ordered a Buster Call. The target is the Water City. Listening to the sounds coming from outside, Zhongguo in the office rubbed his head. I understand. The warship passed by yesterday. Go contact them. Forget it, I will do it myself. What a mess, there are nearly 100,000 ordinary people in the Water City. Just to kill those 2 people. After hesitation, he picked up the phone bug on the table. Moses, I am Warring States. Hi, I'm Flying Squirrel, please speak. Launch Buster Call. Target the Water City. Yes. Wait, launch in 30 minutes. Let ordinary people evacuate. Yes, I will notify other lieutenant generals immediately. Warring States put down the phone and rubbed his head again. 30 minutes was the maximum time limit he could strive for. As long as the 2 people were not allowed to escape, he could not explain it to the 5 elders if it was more. Lorraine had already found the iceberg with Robin. On the way, he also saw Luffy and others sitting on the ground panting, but now he didn't have the heart to care about how they were doing. They looked a little injured anyway. He came directly to Bingshan's room, but was also blocked by the nurse and Barry. Robin directly trapped them with his ability and entered Bingshan's room. Mr. Iceberg. Bingshan, who was lying on the hospital bed, looked at the people coming and realized a lot in his mind. He had seen the new bounty of the 2 people. It turns out it's you. I suddenly understand why CP0 is so anxious. You should be the only one in the world who can understand Pluton's design drawings, right? Nico Robin, are you here to grab that too? What a mess, we don't have the time to deal with those useless things with you right now. CP0 launched a Buster Call here. I think you should know what a Buster Call is. Wah, what? Is it the Buster Call that can wipe out an island? Bingshan spoke in horror, dragging his seriously injured body and struggling to sit up from the bed. Yes, that's it. If you don't want everyone in the city to die, you'd better take action. As the world's #1 shipyard, the number of evacuation ships should be enough. After speaking, Lorraine took Robin and walked out. The words had been brought, and it was up to them what to do next. He was going to do other things. After the 2 people left, Bingshan called Barry in. After a while, all the employees of Carrera Company were sent out. Lorraine and the others came to Luffy's side. They were still lying on the ground panting. Nami and Chopper were also here at this time. They watched Luffy go up to fight and did not hide away. Hey Luffy, are you okay? Lorraine, why are you here? Something happened, come here and let Bingshan know. If you guys are there, come over and take a look. Luffy and others were sitting on the ground at this time, with some frustration on their faces. Even Frankie had his head drooped. Those people were simply monsters. It was difficult to hit them, and they didn't seem to hurt even if they were hit. How can it be repaired? This guy is so strong, and every one of them is domineering. We have never fought before. Well, I can see that, this is normal. Just wait until you learn how to be domineering and then fight back. Yeah, I'll beat them up next time. Luffy spoke confidently, and then he remembered something. Ah, those guys just said that there are powerful people who want to kill you. Have you solved them? Well, it's solved but not completely solved. What do you mean? You ran away. Then this guy is stronger than the general. Nami is a little confused, so what does it mean to be resolved but not completely resolved? No, we won, but they launched a buster call. When Robin said these 3 words, he held Lorraine's hand tightly. Lorraine patted the back of her hand to tell her not to be afraid. Everyone, including Frankie, raised their heads and looked at Lorraine with doubts on their faces. He was also very interested in this young man he had just met. How could he defeat those monsters? So what is the buster call? Luffy and others were also surprised. They had never seen Robin show such a posture. In the image, Robin has always been synonymous with calmness. As for Lorraine, don't mention it. Let me tell you, baby Robin doesn't want to mention it. Our hometown is in West Blue, which was wiped off the map by the world government 20 years ago. How is it possible? Erase an island. Everyone present was a little disbelieving. There is nothing impossible. 10 super large warships, each equipped with at least 1,000 marine elites, plus 5 marine headquarters lieutenant generals, will conduct indiscriminate artillery attacks on an island until the entire island is blown into pieces. Until the ashes. Very scary. Everyone was shocked and speechless. Is Buster Call such a terrifying thing? Then wouldn't the Water City also? Robin and I were the only ones who survived on the entire island. We escaped at sea for several months before escaping from Marine's pursuit, and hid in Kokoja village for 10 years. Everyone couldn't calm down for a long time after listening. Only Frankie was the first to come back to his senses. You mean, this time the Buster Call is launched here? When he asked how many people responded, Nami Chopper burst into tears. I'm dead, I'm really dead this time. Frankie gritted his teeth and was about to rush into Carrera Company. Lorraine stopped him and told him that Bingshan had been notified, so Frankie gave up. Wait, you said 20 years ago. How old were you then? 10 years old, baby Robin is 8 years old, what's wrong? Then how did you survive? Well, there was a Marine who helped us, and I was very strong at that time. I knew 3 types of hockey when I was 10 years old, which is different from you. Suga, no wonder you can lead one person to escape the pursuit. You should be stronger. Have you been a night guarding Miss Robin since you were a child? No wonder you are favored by Miss Robin. You are so lucky. Compared to Zoro's focus on strength, Sanji slapped the floor with gauze on his face, as if he had lost a loved one. Ah, it's such a romantic love. Frankie took out a mini guitar from nowhere, played it and screamed. Lorraine, you idiots, stop, I'm not telling you this just to make you sigh. The Buster Call is coming soon. The entire Water City will be destroyed. You must quickly evacuate with others. Yes, it's still too late to run away now. Nami suddenly became excited, he didn't have to die. He dragged Luffy and Sanji towards the dock. Just after walking a few steps out of the Water City, the broadcast sounded, and Bingshan's voice came out. Residents of the Water City. Now the Water City is facing the crisis of destruction. Please everyone to take refuge on the evacuation ship or sea train in an orderly manner. There was a commotion on the street, but the Carrera employees were quickly calmed down. Lorraine looked at the phenomenon on the street and nodded with satisfaction. The residents of the Water City are still very united. There should be no problem in taking refuge. There will definitely be no extremist like Akainu in this Buster Call. You can rest assured that you can do your best. No one has ever done this to stop Buster Call. He pulled Robin and walked towards the beach. He looked at Robin before taking 2 steps and spoke hesitantly. Baby Robin, do you want to go hide with Luffy and the others? No, I want to come with you this time. Robin is not weak now, and there is no problem with Huahuaguo and 2-color domineering self-protection. Okay, the 2 of them walked hand in hand towards the beach. Before they could walk a few steps, they were stopped by Nami. Lorraine, why are you going? Run away with everyone. I ran away 20 years ago because I was not strong enough. This time I am going to defeat them. Ah, this is so hot-blooded, super. Before Nami could say anything, Frankie started to sigh, he is indeed a sweetheart. Luffy and the others also turned around and stood still. In this case, we have to go, as the captain. There is no reason to let our companions fight alone. Sanji Zoro didn't say anything, but his actions said everything. Chopper looked left and right. Suddenly he became excited. Then I'll come too. But with your current strength, it will be very dangerous if you pass by. You might die. Lorraine couldn't help but advise that it would only take some time to deal with those warships and marines, and it would be useless for Luffy and the others to follow them. I have decided that even if I die, there is nothing I can do about it. Luffy spoke with determination. That's right, don't look down on us, those guys didn't completely defeat us just now. Crazy, you are all crazy. That's 10 warships and more than 10,000 marines. Nami burst into tears, feeling that she was in trouble today. Ah, you are willing to go through fire and water for your companions. This scene is so touching. Frankie, the sweetheart, started his performance again, playing the little guitar non-stop. A few minutes ago at the beach, Usopp was fishing. Suddenly about 10 huge warships appeared in the distance. Holy shit, Marine, there are so many of them. Why are they here? It must be related to Luffy and the others. I need to inform them. When I was about to run, I suddenly remembered something. I returned to the melee and took out a mask and put it on. I turned around and ran towards the city. The Flying Squirrel and several other lieutenants on the warship had also discovered Usopp and the Mary a long time ago, without taking off the pirate flag. The Straw Hat Pirates. It seems they have sent a message. Everyone is on standby. Yes, the Flying Squirrel held a watch in his hand, and they also heard the radio on the island. There are still 23 minutes left. It seems that the people on the island already know that the danger is coming. There is no need to go and notify. As he said that, he sat down on the deck. Sir Lieutenant General. What's the matter? Do we really want to launch an artillery attack in a place with so many people? Is this your first buster call? Yes, listen up, as soon as the time comes, regardless of whether the civilians have evacuated or not. The buster call must be launched. There are criminals hidden here who can destroy the world. Yes, but if it takes so long, don't you have to worry about them hiding among the civilians and escaping? Have you seen that ship? As long as it's still here, there's no need to worry about them escaping. It's impossible for pirates to abandon their own ship and escape. After saying this, the Flying Squirrel closed his eyes and let the young marine understand. Usopp turned into the Sniper King and ran towards the city crazily. The previous quarrel was too hot-blooded, and now he calmed down and regretted it very much, but he still found a reason for himself because he wanted to save face. I'm not here to report the news to you, but in return for notifying me that the water gods are coming, well, that's it. Lorraine also decided to destroy as many warships as possible before the buster call was launched. As for knocking all marines down, they have never thought about it. If they kill them, they don't know how long they will kill them. If they don't kill them, they will still launch a buster call when they wake up. So the only way left is to destroy the warship, but the warship is parked at sea and most of the hull is made of steel. This is a big problem. This is the reason why Lorraine doesn't want Luffy and the others to go, but Luffy is not one to listen to advice at all, so he can only ask them to hold back Marine's main combat power. Leave the matter of destroying the warship to me. Just hold off the Lieutenant General. It doesn't matter if you can't hold off, save your life first. Several people had unhappy expressions on their faces, which made them look like they were taking advantage of others. But at the moment, there was no better way but to agree. Just as a group of people were walking towards Wuyongyong on the beach, Frankie caught up with them again. Hey, brother Straw Hat, take me with you too. We are going to destroy this island, and I want them to look good. Tisk, why is there another one? Okay, let's go together. Lorraine, Joe, you are so quick to agree. Hello. Another shout came, and veins popped up on Lorraine's forehead. Who was it this time? He turned around and stared at the person fiercely. Then he was startled. Oh, it's Usopp. Usopp was originally very happy to see Lorraine and the others, but when Lorraine turned around, he was so frightened that he almost peed. Who are you? Luffy asked him, and Usopp calmed down and pretended to cough a few times. Ahem, I am the Sniper King who was born on Sniper Island. The strongest person on the entire Sniper Island. Usopp is my friend, and I was entrusted by him to deliver a message to you. Wow, King of Snipers, oh ho ho ho. Only Luffy and Chopper believed what he said, and their eyes began to twinkle. Other people. Underscore 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 underscore. I'm afraid these two people are not fools. Although they wear masks and capes, they look like Usopp. That's right, Usopp told me that dozens of huge warships and at least 100,000 Marines are coming up. This island is about to be destroyed, so you should run away quickly. Oh, so that's what happened. We already know about it. We're about to stop them. Usopp thought that it really had something to do with them. He came here right away and they already knew about it, huh? Wait, what did this guy just say? Hashio Bean Sack, did you just say you were going to stop Marine? Yes, you're crazy. That's dozens of warships and hundreds of thousands of Marines. Don't worry, we just need to destroy the warship. Usopp just felt that what this guy said was unreliable at all, but forget it, he was just here to deliver news. Now that they already know, forget it. In that case, I won't disturb you anymore. Farewell. As he was about to turn around and leave, Luffy held his shoulders. Sniper King, you just said that you are the strongest person on Sniper Island, then you must be very powerful. Usopp didn't know what this guy was going to do, so he swallowed and forced himself to settle down. Of course, I can hit a mosquito accurately even from 1,000 meters away. Wow, then let's go together. One more person brings more strength. Saying that, regardless of whether Usopp agreed or not, he put his arm on his shoulder and walked forward. Usopp felt uncomfortable all over and struggled wildly. Hey, hey, hey. Wait, I didn't say I was going. Oh, it's okay, let's go. Luffy didn't give him a chance to struggle at all, and directly dragged Usopp to the beach. The rest. 5 minutes later, everyone came to the beach. 10 super large warships parked in a row a few hundred meters away from the shore. Hiss, it's so big, if we open fire together, the water city might really sink. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, who was resting with his eyes closed on the warship, was also woken up by Marine under his command. He stood up and looked towards the shore. Sure enough, he saw a bunch of people standing on the shore. Are you going to confront Buster Call head on, you ignorant pirates? Everyone is on alert. Prevent them from attacking suddenly. There are only 11 minutes left until you know your true fear. ... Except for Nami, Usopp, and Chopper, everyone on the shore looked excited. After being hunted by Marine for so long, this was the first time he took the initiative to deal with Marine. Although it is not completely proactive. You guys have to find your own way to get on the warship. I can't take you there. If not, just go back and hide, ha ha ha. As soon as Lorraine finished speaking, he disappeared with a hiss, leaving a bunch of people looking at each other. Even Robin couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy. Not to be outdone, Luffy stretched out his arms to grab the side of a warship. Zoro and Sanji saw this and quickly moved away from him. Luffy stretched out his hand to catch no one and couldn't help but be surprised. When he turned around, he saw that everyone except Frankie was far away from him. What are you doing? Don't you want to go over? No, we can go there by ourselves. That's it, okay then. I'll go first. Then he contracted his arms and crashed towards the warship with a whoosh. Zoro Sanji just breathed a sigh of relief and stretched out one hand to grab Frankie's neck collar. Pervert robot, come with me. Then Frankie also flew out with a whoosh. The rest, good luck. Is he a robot? Will it be smashed into pieces? Robin held his chin and thought for a moment before saying this. It's so scary. Sister Robin, stop talking. Nami felt horrified when she thought about that scene. After forcing herself to calm down, the two of them looked at each other. Well, I mean, how do we get up there? Zoro scratched his head and asked. At this time, the warship was already in chaos. The battle had begun since Luffy boarded. HMPH, just leave this kind of thing to me. Nami flipped her hair arrogantly, pulled an air door in the air with her little hand, and appeared in front of everyone. The other side of the door was on one of Marine's warships. Seguichi, Nami, of course, that idiot Luffy is going to hit him right away. I'm on it. Zoro drew his sword and rushed through the door. Sanji stepped through as well. In the end, only Nami, Chopper, Usopp and the timid trio remained on the shore. Well, We don't have to go there, they are enough. Yes, that's right, that makes sense. But after hearing the fighting over there, I finally couldn't bear to stand by and watch. After all, the situation this time was different. Lorraine appeared directly inside Marine's cabin. Even Marine was stunned by him silently. Listening to the movement outside, he shook his head helplessly, turned around and walked towards the keel on the side. Each warship here is more than 200 meters long, and its keel is made of steel. It will take a while to destroy it. Lay Yellerg, put your hand on the keel, which is 3 to 4 meters wide, and huge thunder and lightning power pours out. With the injection of lightning power, any place on the ship that was connected to metal was filled with lightning. Some Marines who were leaning on the side twitched and fainted. A chain reaction also started. Due to the cooling of the seawater underneath, the speed of electric melting on the keel is not ideal. Originally, even the largest metal would not take more than 10 seconds to melt. Now after 30 seconds, the keel is only red and soft. The Marines on the deck were watching the commotion on other warships. Suddenly, some Marines twitched and fell to the ground. The reason has not yet been identified. Bubbles began to bubble around the warship. It was like boiling water, and soon the entire warship was enveloped in water vapor. Hot, hot, hot. It's burning me to death. Some Marines were burned by the steam and screamed. What happened? First, Marine collapsed for unknown reasons, and then the entire ship was enveloped in high-temperature water vapor. Do they have such abilities? Looking at Luffy and others being besieged, the flying squirrel fell into deep thought. Does thunder and lightning produce high temperatures? No, he wants to destroy the warship. Everyone, be careful, that man has also invaded. Lieutenant General, follow me. As soon as these words came out, the other 4 lieutenant generals stood up and rushed towards the ship surrounded by water vapor. Sack, stop. When Luffy and others saw that the lieutenant generals were gone, they immediately became anxious. Their mission was to hold these lieutenant generals back. Now they were about to leave without being touched by anyone. How could that work? 30-round flower. Hook claw. Robin also saw this scene, banged the Marines who were being controlled around him, and then activated his ability. The lieutenant generals flying into the sky had many arms growing on their bodies, restricting their movements, and then breaking their necks on the spot. However, the lieutenant general was not so easy to kill. Soon they reacted and slashed at Robin's arm with their swords. Armed color hardened. After a few sounds of gold and iron clashing, Robin withdrew her abilities. There were a few small scars on her arms, and the skin was broken. It wasn't that she wasn't strong, but that she had too many attacks, which were still at the level of a lieutenant general. At the same time, Lorraine also completed the electric fusion, which took almost more than a minute. The entire keel has been melted into molten iron by Lorraine, and the turbulent seawater poured in crazily. Lorraine disappeared with a sizzle. When she came to Robin's side, he saw the scene just now. Baby Robin, are you okay? It's okay. It's just a bit of a scratch. You wait for me to avenge you. After saying that, he rushed towards the lieutenant generals with a whoosh. I've only let baby Robin bleed once in all these years. You made several wounds as soon as you stepped on the horse. Die to me. The 3-color domineering force was fully activated, and since he didn't bring a knife, he went up with bare hands. A punch hit Lieutenant General Doberman. Doberman reacted quickly and blocked with his sword. With a pop, Doberman's knife bent into an incredible arc and then hit his chest. His whole body suddenly protruded and a mouthful of blood flew out and landed on another warship. So fast. Everyone, be careful. This guy is no ordinary character. Does being careful help? Lorraine taunted and rushed forward again. This time the lieutenant generals were prepared, and after several rounds, they only stunned the ghost spider lieutenant general. How can it be repaired? There are still their accomplices on the island. Launch a buster call immediately. Flying Squirrel gave the order, and all the Marine elites immediately took action. Originally, there should be a few minutes left before the scheduled time, but now they can't control that much. Luffy, where did you go? Coming. There was a response from somewhere. Then there was a loud noise. Luffy, Zoro and Sanji pushed through the crowd and appeared on the side of Lorraine. Baby Robin, I'll avenge you later. I'll go fix the warship first. Luffy, you guys will support me for a while. Don't worry, leave it to us. Luffy and others said swornly. Lorraine nodded and disappeared with a sizzle. Except for the one that had sunk to the bottom of the sea, there were still 9 warships that were not destroyed. The shelling has already started. Fortunately, the residents of the island have evacuated on the other side, and only Nami is still on the shore. The people were almost frightened when they saw the cannonballs flying all over the sky. Help, I'm going to die. Run quickly. In a panic, Nami could only use the gate of opening frantically to divert the impact of the cannonball. But she couldn't hold it for a long time, and her physical strength was not very good. Yes, I remembered it. Come with me. Ah, where to go? On the Mary. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Let's go next to the warship. Luffy and the others are also here, it's much safer than here. Suga, Sniper King, you are so smart. Then the 3 people quickly ran towards the Mary. Usopp quickly controlled the Mary and sailed towards the marine warship. There were many cannonballs flying towards the Mary on the way. They were all diverted by the Nami gate of opening. After a few minutes, they finally approached the marine's warship. Nami was almost exhausted, but the matter was not over yet. After getting close, many marines jumped towards the melee. Nami used her last bit of strength to open a door next to Robin and others. It was the safest place now. Good job, Nami. Chopper grew bigger and carried Nami, then walked through the door and came to Robin and the others. Frankie also came here at this time, and he and Robin were dealing with ordinary marines to prevent them from interfering with Luffy's battle. The 3 main forces are almost on the ground. The Lieutenant General is not something they can deal with now. Luffy faced off against the flying squirrel. Not only did he fail to hit, but he was also knocked away again and again. He was almost there. Give up your resistance, you can't beat me in your current state. Impossible, there are friends behind me. I can't fall. I've been thinking about it since Alabasta. If it weren't for the fear of water, I wouldn't be able to defeat the sand crocodile, let alone protect my companions. I originally thought that with Lorraine helping us practice, I would become stronger much faster. After the general appeared, I found that it was not enough. If one day he is not here, we will definitely die. So I have to become stronger faster. After talking a lot, he stood up in a horse stance, his legs moved up and down like springs, and his whole body began to turn red and white steam came out. Second gear, start. At this time, there are still 7 warships left. Luffy, who activated the second gear, was not at the same level as before. His strength, speed and reaction ability had all been greatly improved. What is this? A magic trick? Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel didn't know why, he just thought it was a bit funny and couldn't help but taunt him. The next moment, Luffy suddenly disappeared with a whoosh. The speed was a bit faster than the average marine's shave. But it was of no use. With the help of the domineering power of the sight, he easily dodged Luffy's rubber gun. It's getting faster. Burning Mountain. Stoloberg, hurry up and kill them. The flying squirrel gritted his teeth. He was afraid that he might not be able to take down Luffy for a while, so he could only urge the other marine lieutenant generals to hurry up. The pressure on several others suddenly doubled, especially Zoro. He faced Stoloberg, a lieutenant general belonging to the Akainu faction. From the beginning, he fought with all his strength and never let go. As a result, Zoro was already seriously injured. It's much easier on Sanji's side. Huoshao Yamanaka will be smoking and taking advantage of the situation from the beginning, fighting back and forth with Sanji. I have smoked for more than 1,000 episodes with a smile on my face, and I have never killed anyone. Tay, Sniper King, hold on. I'll help Zoro. Frankie, who was originally clearing the soldiers, gritted his teeth and rushed towards him when he saw Zoro being slashed with a knife again, blocking Stoloberg's knife at the last moment. Brother Zoro, I came in time, right? Thank you, but if you come here, what will happen to the Sniper King? Silly tape. I believe they can survive. They're about to be killed. Usopp's calves were actually starting to tremble. Hey, what will we do if you leave? Originally he thought it would be a little safer here, but he didn't expect it to be almost the same as a bird. There were too many marines. Nami's physical strength was exhausted. Chopper enlarged and carried Nami on his back, protecting her while resisting the marine rushing from behind. Robin was not as strong as he was at the beginning, and was even a little weak due to physical exhaustion. Asthma. When Frankie left, the pressure on the group immediately increased. Kesso, I'm going to die. I can't stand it. But ignored him, everyone was facing a strong opponent. At this time, there are 6 warships left. Lorraine is still melting the keels of warships, but starting from the first warship, Marine elites began to protect the warships. Every time, these Marines must be dealt with first before they can be destroyed, which makes the speed much slower. 10 minutes later, with Lorraine's ability to retract the Thunderfruit, the keel of the 9th warship was also destroyed, and seawater poured into the cabin crazily. Now only the ship where Luffy and the others were on was left intact. Lorraine stretched out his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Even he couldn't help but feel a little tired after experiencing the battle in the morning and activating the fruit power with all his strength for dozens of minutes. He really wants to lie on the beach chair and catch fish, but the matter is not over yet. Although more and more warships are destroyed, there are fewer and fewer Marines to support, but the fighting time is getting longer and longer, and they are all better. Exhausted, Luffy and the others gasped and barely stood up. Usopp's mask flew away without knowing where it was, revealing his true face. The 3 lieutenant generals on the opposite side were not much better. They were dirty and panting. No, Huo Shaoshan is still smoking with a smile, he is an old fisherman. A burst of electricity flashed through, and the remaining Marines on the warship were instantly paralyzed. Lorraine, great, you're finally back. Lorraine appeared in the field with a sizzling sound, and Luffy and the others suddenly cried out in surprise. At the same time, they breathed a sigh of relief. Nami and others threw away their weapons and collapsed on the ground. Robin also put down his hands and leaned on the railing. Unlike them, Flying Squirrel and others on the opposite side were shocked. If this man came back, it meant that other warships had been destroyed. Looking around, I found that it was indeed the case. I was so focused on the battle that I didn't notice that the bombardment had stopped. Currently, there was only 1 warship left on the sea. What makes them even more uncomfortable is that only 3 of their lieutenant generals are able to move in the audience. Shame. This is a great shame. Since the establishment of world government and marine, no matter how strong the opponent is, even if it fails to kill the target, it has never been stopped midway. Quono Yaluo. The furious Flying Squirrel and Stoloberg rushed towards Lorraine at high speed. Zoro, lend me the sword. After saying that, regardless of whether Zoro agrees or not, he just pulls out his sword and prepares to fight. Why is it bad? Well, the snow has gone bad. Lorraine cursed secretly, turned into electricity to avoid the 2 lieutenant generals' knives, and wrapped it around the knives to give them an electrotherapy. Then he returned to the same place and stuffed Yukiko back into Zoro's arms, took away another Wado Ikimonji, and went to the main gun of the warship to destroy it. After doing this, Lorraine shouted to everyone, "Run! What are you waiting for? Buster Call can no longer be activated. There is no need to continue fighting." After saying that, he quickly ran to Robin, picked her up in a princess hug, and was about to jump into the sea. Melee. After being stunned for a moment, he jumped onto the melee. Only then did the others react and quickly jumped off the warship while the lieutenants were still unable to move. The melee slowly started to sail towards the water city. By the time Flying Squirrel and the others recovered from their paralysis, the group had almost reached the other side of the water city. It's impossible to pursue him. Hurry to the rescue. The other paralyzed soldiers also recovered, and Huo Shaoshan quickly asked them to rescue the other Marines who were still floating on the sea. They haven't moved much since they fell into the water. The first part of Marine that sank was submerged in the sea and was electrocuted by Lorraine for half an hour. It was close to being wiped out. Most of the rest can still be rescued. Flying Squirrel took out a phone bug and went back to call Warring States. Such a big thing as Buster Call being blocked must be reported. Lorraine and his party have arrived behind the Water City and are heading towards the place where the residents of the Water City's refuge ship and the Devil are. Luffy was still looking for him on the Mary because Usopp put the mask back on while he wasn't paying attention. Usopp. Where is Usopp? Sniper King, do you know where Usopp is? Why are you looking for him? This ship belongs to him. He must be on the ship when he comes to pick us up. This guy said he wanted to quit, but he turned out to be duplicitous. Ha 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 ha. No, I do not know. Is that so? Forget it. Maybe he will show up by himself after a while. On the other side of the boat, Zoro is still asking Lorraine. Why not destroy the last warship? That's not necessary. Buster Call has been stopped. Leave them a ship to go back to. Otherwise, so many Marines will definitely come to the island and there will be another fight. What if they don't let it go? There is really no other way but to fight again. Hearing this, Zoro stopped asking questions and went to rest against the mast with his sword in his arms, closing his eyes and concentrating. Except for Luffy, who was still looking for Usopp, everyone else was resting against each other. Just as the evacuation ship for the residents of the Water City was approaching, there was an abnormal sound, and then the mast that had been carefully repaired by Usopp broke and hit the deck, triggering a series of chain reactions. In the end, while everyone was staggering around, the melee split into two pieces from the middle. Mary. Usopp was the most heartbroken, and he screamed heartbreakingly, and Luffy was shaken and fell to the deck. Sure, melee. Luffy got up and quickly ran to the break to check. At this time, Iceberg also walked to the front of the evacuation ship. As the leader of the Water City, he stood up even if he was injured in a critical moment. Luffy turned around and shouted at the Iceberg. Uncle Iceberg is in trouble, please save Mary. This is our partner and Usopp's ship. Usopp will definitely be heartbroken when he comes back and sees it like this. Bingshan shook his head. It's useless, this ship has already reached its limit. It's a miracle that it can still take you to fight Marine. How could it be? Melee just led us into the middle of Marine's fleet. Usopp, who transformed into the Sniper King, shouted loudly. Although he understood in his heart, he just didn't want to admit it. That's why I say this is a miracle. Open your eyes and see clearly for yourself. Even the best ship repairmen here can't fix it. If you really think of him as your partner, say goodbye to him properly. Facing the Iceberg with an equally tough tone, Usopp was speechless. Luffy stared at him blankly for a while and suddenly lowered his head. Suga, I know. Luffy suddenly calmed down, called his companions to board the Devil, and then rowed the boat to the Mary alone. Bear, the flames ignited. Goodbye Mei Li, the seabed is dark and lonely, we will always watch you. Now everyone on the Demon was a little sad, especially Nami and Chopper, who burst into tears, and of course Usopp under the mask. Luffy was talking to himself in front. Zoro glanced at Usopp. Can you still hold it in? It's okay to cry if you can't hold it in. There is no such thing. There is no need for tears when saying goodbye between men. The melee must have been prepared for it. Usopp said this, but his slightly shaking shoulders had already betrayed him. Sorry, a young voice said an apology in a gentle tone. Who is speaking? Only Luffy and others knew who was speaking. The voice sounded again. I originally wanted to take you to adventure further afield, but I'm sorry. Mary. Luffy and others burst into tears instantly. Usopp's tears soaked through the mask and the scarf of the cloak. Only Zoro and Lorraine were calmer. Even Robin was moved and burst into tears holding Lorraine's arms. Luffy burst into tears and complained crazily about the faults of his friends. Iceberg Frankie was so shocked that he couldn't speak. This was the first time they had seen a ship spirit in all their years of building ships. But I am very happy to be able to fight you again in the end. Thank you for cherishing me so much. I am very happy. Mary. Everyone prepares. Land. Put the dignity of world government and Marine on the line. Arrest the Straw Hats. Yes. Less than half an hour after Luffy and others bid farewell to the Mary, several more warships suddenly arrived at the main entrance of the Water City. Plus the remaining Marines. At this time, the team exceeded 10,000 Marines. The two lieutenant generals who were co-ed before have also recovered at this time. There are also the remaining 4 CP0 members. When the shelling started half an hour ago, they exited the Water City from the other side, but before they left far, they found that the sound of the shelling had disappeared, so they couldn't help but circle back to check. Then I ran into Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel and others who were talking to warring states. On the phone, Sengoku was extremely angry that Buster Call was blocked. After asking about the casualties, he decided to transfer troops from Judiciary Island. CP0 happened to be still on the island. Now that the Buster Call has been blocked, let's add CP0 and kill Luffy and his gang on this island together. He doesn't believe that Lorraine is strong enough to defeat more than 10,000 Marines plus CP0. Except for Lorraine and Robin, no one knew that 5 people in CP0 had died in Lorraine's hands, and Lorraine blasted all their corpses into rubble. So Sengoku only thought that CP0 retreated and launched the buster call because he thought he was in trouble. But he still contacted Aokiji because he wanted to be safe, and wanted him to come over and help ensure that nothing went wrong. As a result, Aokiji said that he had already reached the windless zone, so he had no choice but to give up. It would take at least half a day to get to the windless zone, and the daylilies were already cold. Luffy and others were inside Carrera Company at this time, and Bingshan apologetically told a group of people that they would have to wait a few more days for the ship. Luffy and others also expressed their understanding. Although Buster Call was stopped, many houses in the city were still damaged. Especially the shipyard was close to the coast, so there were many damaged places. It would take at least 2 days to completely repair it, days' time. Bingshan arranged a room for everyone to rest. In his eyes, the world government could not get the Pluton design, so he became angry and wanted to destroy the Water City. Lorraine and others were the benefactors who saved the Water City. This made Lorraine a little embarrassed. CP0 was actually here for him and Robin. Of course, it was also because of Pluton's design, but it didn't matter much. Just when a group of people were about to rest, Barry hurried in from outside. Oops, Marine has landed on the island. There are many people. What, world government, are you still going to destroy the Water City? Bingshan slapped the table and stood up, gritting his teeth. That shouldn't be the case. We stopped the Buster Call. It should be coming towards us. Otherwise, they would have fought all the way here. Lorraine calmly analyzed that the warship was already waiting when they passed by. The reason why the Buster Call was not launched directly was to give ordinary people time to evacuate. Since there was a way for ordinary people to survive at that time, it is even less possible to massacre civilians now, so there is only one purpose for so many Marines to land on the island. Those were the ones who stopped Buster Call and brought shame to the world government and Marine. Ha, looks like bedtime will be postponed. Zoro showed a sneer, and the others were also full of fighting spirit. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.